The Elder Scrolls show us what was, and what yet will be. And they have revealed much to me.
Spare us your stories, old man, unless they can sharpen spears. Our war chief is dying. Our enemies are massing for another attack. We must prepare for battle.
We should go, Kellen. We have the scroll we came for, and this one smells blood in the wind.
Patience, Nog. I have words yet to speak here. Stories can do surprising things, Spear Maiden, whether they are true or not. And this is one you should hear. It comes from the Great War that nearly ended the Empire. It began when the High Elves slaughtered every Imperial blade, calling themselves the new Aldmeri Dominion. They and their allies swept through the land, even capturing the Imperial city itself. The Emperor fled north, leaving Cyrodiil to the invaders. This is the story of a forgotten hero who changed the very course of history. The Elder Scrolls show us what was, and what yet will be. And they have revealed much to me.
Spare us your stories, old man, unless they can sharpen spears. Our war chief is dying. Our enemies are massing for another attack. We must prepare for battle.
We should go, Kellen. We have the scroll we came for, and this one smells blood in the wind.
Patience, Nog. I have words yet to speak here. Stories can do surprising things, Spear Maiden, whether they are true or not. And this is one you should hear. It comes from the Great War that nearly ended the Empire. It began when the High Elves slaughtered every Imperial blade, calling themselves the new Aldmeri Dominion. They and their allies swept through the land, even capturing the Imperial city itself. The Emperor fled north, leaving Cyrodiil to the invaders. This is the story of a forgotten hero who changed the very course of history.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the last day of E3 2016. I'm Max Scoville, and I'm joined by Adam from Konami. You're here to talk about PES 2017.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, first things first. I don't know very much about football or soccer, which
Well,
I mean,
lucky
really.
I'm here for you then, I
Please,
guess. Yeah,
explain these
absolutely.
things to me. I have some questions which have been picked out by one of our UK team, so they know
Okay.
football better than dumb Americans do. First things first, have you picked a cover star for the game?
No, actually, we are keeping that very, very secret right now. Actually, this year, we actually did things very differently. We focused about announcing first all the gameplay features. You know, PES is about the gameplay.
Yeah.
That's why people play our game. And if we're not focused on that, we're not really being PES. So we really focused on the realism of the game. Our tagline this year is to control reality, the control in the gameplay and the reality and how beautiful the game looks.
You've got an AI that adjusts to how players play. Is that game by game, or is that like a cumulative thing over the course of when players
It's
engage?
every moment in every match, not just every match feeling different. It completely changes sports games, and we're so excited about it. What we're calling it is adaptive AI. This is where the AI will learn how you play and change how they play, but not just defensively, but also offensively as well. But just regarding defensively, if you attack on the wings, they'll double up. If you have a star player that you've signed for your Master League team, and you keep passing the ball to him as well, they'll start to double up on him. It's crazy. But also, if they move forward and you intercept their short passes, they'll start to go long. It's super exciting. It's the first time it's ever been done in a football game, soccer game, sorry. And we really think it's going to change things up massively.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit about the real touch system?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So what we wanted to do, first of all, was with the fans, they really wanted the game to be slower. We wanted to bring in more realism, slower gameplay, without making it frustrating. And the real touch is the key thing that's changed it. We completely changed the player-to-ball relationship. So how the player takes the first touch, how he passes, how he dribbles, how he shoots, completely changed. But what happens with the first touch system is, naturally, because you need to take more time with the first touch, if you don't, the ball will go left, right, and up in the air. So naturally, in your mind, it slows the game down. And that actually is the base of PES. It's that realism, for sure.
Okay. And then, of course, there's the My Club system.
Yes, absolutely. We brought My Club in 2015. It's this team building where you can use in-game currency or purchase coins with microtransactions. Who knew? Huge success. People love it. And for us, we're still building. It's still in its infancy. And this year, we've heard the fans again, and they really wanted to have an opportunity to sign the players they want. So the big news for My Club is that we have an auction house. This is where users can go to the auction house, bid for the scouts they want. By using a combination of scouts, they can sign the player they want as well.
Oh,
and
wow.
for the newcomers as well, really exciting news. We've actually got new tutorials and brand new menus. So if you are new to PES, new to My Club, you can get in there and it's nice and simple and easy to use.
Okay. I'm told that you had some issues with roster updates last year. What's your goal going forward?
Me. Yeah, absolutely. So last year, actually, PES was the highest rated sports game on these new consoles. Not just soccer, every single sports game. But the momentum was lost a little bit because we had this roster issue, and we're really sorry. But the first thing we want to let the fans know and all the users know watching is that we fixed it. So not only are we going to have a day one roster update, we're also going to have weekly live updates. This means for offline and online modes, you will get weekly updates. So no more issues for the fans, never again.
That's good to hear. That's a very quick turnaround.
Absolutely.
One thing that FIFA's doing that's honestly pretty weird is they're adding a campaign, like a story mode.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever thought about doing something like that, or are you
we have Become a Legend, which is your single player story mode. But I think it's quite interesting, and it's a new take on the genre, and it'll be good to see how they do. But for me, football's about making your own stories. Soccer itself is really about those moment-to-moments. And what we're trying to do is, rather than innovate through modes, and we haven't made a lot of changes, PES is about innovating through the gameplay. And we really feel that if we strayed away from the reason why people love PES and love our brand, we celebrated 20 years last year, then I think we'll lose our identity, our soul. And I think first and foremost, we still want to iterate and innovate on the gameplay. And I think once we get to a comfortable state on where we are, we can look at other things. Because it's not just about this new story mode. This E3 has been about new hardware, new tech, and we're super excited and interested in all those things. So if it works, and also if our fans want it, and if our fans move platforms or anything like that, we want to be there where they are as well.
Okay. Is there anything else I'm not hitting on that you'd like to talk about with this game? Because obviously,
there's so many stuff. I think the big news for the fans this year is the edit sharing on PS4. Absolutely huge. This allows you to import your kits into the game and share it with all your friends. Last year it was just photo import. This year you can now share.
All right.
I think the fans are super excited, and so are we.
Okay. So, stupid question. Obviously, this is a realistic game. You guys shoot for authenticity, but is there any chance of maybe dipping into Konami's wealth of IPs to have some cosmetic players, maybe?
I think that's a really interesting question. I wish I could answer it with more accuracy, but I can see the ninjas gathering above me. But I can only talk about PES right now, and all those other IPs, unfortunately, I'm not the guy.
All right. Well, fair enough. Thank you so much for coming by and chatting about this. We've got more E3 stuff coming up right now, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is Minecraft Realms. Well, actually, it's a normal Minecraft world, but the difference is in the details. This is a menu. Tap play, then the tab that says Realms. Now, new realm. Great, you're a natural. Now, just tap create. Welcome to Realms. An always online world that belongs to you and easily allows you to invite and play with up to 10 friends across multiple platforms, anytime, anywhere in your own Minecraft world. It just takes a single Realm subscription and you and up to 10 friends can play your way in fast, safe, and private Minecraft worlds. And setting it up is as easy as the tap of a button. Once you've created your realm, it's easy to find your friends through Xbox Live, and you can remove players at any time if they're being total creepers. Only the owner of the realm has the power to control who joins. And the best part is, once you invite your friends in, your realm is always on and available, 24/7, no downtime. And with this many players working together, you can build amazing things. Play with your friends, how you want, when you want. The choice is yours. Minecraft Realms. Start your free 30-day trial today. Now available on Pocket Edition and Windows 10.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no duration set for this meeting. There is a 3 p.m. meeting in TranStar Conference Room A to greenlight research and development plans. Please confirm your attendance prior to arrival. The most recent test results from the Cybertronic. Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no duration. Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment.
Good morning, Morgan. Looks like we have some tests to run through today.
Good morning, Morgan. You're not going to like what I have to say next.
When we think about the future of Xbox, We think about removing barriers.
For me and for the fans and for the developers, Xbox has always meant innovation and the latest technology, and delivering the world's most powerful console is something we absolutely want to do.
This is the console that developers asked us to build. They wanted a console that had no boundaries, had no limitations.
And that technology component to us is what we really need to make our vision and our art come alive.
When I saw the specs of this thing, I'm like, wow, I got through to like, they're really going for it. They're not holding anything back.
So we gave the SoC 6 teraflops of computing capability to be able to handle 4K resolutions. Gamers are going to get the most powerful graphics processor that's been put into a game console to date.
It's going to make developers happy. It's going to make gamers happy because they're going to get a very powerful GPU out of it.
The highest res, the best frame rate, no compromises.
You get 4K gaming, true 4K resolution. I can't wait to see what developers actually do with all that horsepower in the box.
We can render at 60 hertz. We can render fully uncompressed pixels. These are the highest quality pixels that anybody is seeing. And what we're able to do now is bring that to the console player.
My job as a game maker is about immersion. It's about to put you into an experience and let you live that experience. The richer and more accurate those visuals are, the more immersive it is.
And if we can get a lot more performance, and I mean a lot more, like with this, we get to much greater and better game experiences as a result.
We're moving Fallout 4 to VR, and to have a console that can support that at the resolution and speed that we really want, I think it's going to be magical.
This console is 100% for you guys. We read the articles, we read the reviews. It's the We Heard You console.
So that doesn't mean that we are leaving the original Xbox One behind. Every single thing that we've done for Xbox One will continue to work.
We add to the capabilities of the Xbox One and the Xbox One family without forcing gamers to abandon all the games in the community that they love so much.
These two systems are part of the same family. The games will work on both. The accessories work on both.
Well, the box we're building is incredible. It's going to have 8 CPU cores, over 320 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth, 6 teraflops of GPU power. It's a monster.
Tell them that I told you, won't be any longer. Devil gonna leave you, he's heading over yonder. Tell them that I told you, I told you, I told you. Whoa, whoa, when you're rolling like the stone, when you're shaking in your bones, I'll be waiting here for you. When you're running from your ghost and there's nowhere left to go.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Hi, everybody. Oh, hello. Here we are. Stay back. Stay back. Ye foul beasts.
There we go. See? That's so cool.
Help me out. More people can do the anchor thing.
Nom 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 nom.
The main mast sails still need to go down.
Oh, they're down. They're down. They're down.
We're sailing!
Dude, which island are you going to? Which island?
The farthest one in the distance.
Are we emptying it?
This was the best idea.
I don't know. I can usually walk a straighter line than this.
Oh my god.
Oh, you guys. Oh, okay. Oh no! You're gonna hit that rock. Dude. You're gonna hit that rock.
I think it's gonna be too tight. Just go. Just go.
No, no, no! No! You're gonna sink us. You're gonna sink us.
Oh, I found the captain's quarters. This is mine. Mine.
Okay, so the sail's blocking my vision, so you're gonna need to tell me where to steer.
I'm looking at the water, Chad. Shut up.
Guys.
We gotta get up! Go to the boat. Go to the boat.
Oh my god! Oh no! Raise the anchor. Set the sail. You're leaving me behind. No!
Woo! Oh, they're right on top.
Oh no! Whoa! Whoa! All right, man the cannon.
They're shooting back.
Die! Die!
No! Yeah! Okay, Mike, you're repairing, right? We're sinking.
Oh, dude, we're gonna drown. It's water down here.
What do we do? What do we do?
I don't know. Bail.
We're screwed. We sank up, yeah! No!
There's a ship to the left.
Oh my god.
They're going down, yeah!
Let's go! Welcome back, everybody. We're at E3 2016. I'm Max Scoville. I'm joined by Tim and Robbie from Rebellion, and you guys have brought along Sniper Elite 4.
Indeed.
That's right, yeah.
What is this game about? Is it about sniping?
Well, you're very
I
perceptive
asked
man.
the hard-hitting questions here.
Yeah. It's yes, indeed. It is about sniping. It's set in World War II. It's, as the name would suggest, it's our follow-up to Sniper Elite 3 and V2 before it.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I know. It's clever stuff.
So what kind of new stuff are you guys doing with this one?
Well, we've gone bigger and better on everything. It's like our most beautiful Sniper Elite yet. We're set in Italy, 1943, which is like, the variety of landscapes in the game are incredible. The size of landscapes we've been able to do this time around are really great for both long-range shooting and stealthing your way around as well and performing the missions.
And you guys, this isn't an open world game, but it is big. It is
it's big. It's like a series of large sandboxes. The gameplay is designed to be totally non-linear. You can do things in any order you want. Take your time over it, and it's. So this is the map here. Yeah. So Robbie's showing the map there. Our start position here for E3 is actually quite close to the end of the level. If we're seeing the cursor moving over to the left there, that's like where the start of the level is in the main game. But you're free to go in any direction and tackle the secondary objectives as you see fit, various sort of mystery objectives that you have to seek out. And there's a bunch of other, collectibles and other things to find on your way. Or he could attempt to go direct for destroying that giant viaduct in the distance and the giant railway gun on it, which is your primary objective.
All right.
So true to typical Sniper Elite gameplay, most important thing to start with is use your binoculars to seek out your targets, just sort of see what's going on, plan your attack before you get stuck in, and then you can tag your targets, and we bring up a whole bunch of information about who they are, the weapons they're holding, any special items, a little bit of allied military intelligence on them as well in some cases. You can spot explosive items, other traps, other interactive items in the environment there. And then once he's sort of decided what he's going to do, you decide when to take the first shot.
Yeah, get in there.
What are you going to do, Robbie? What are you going for?
I feel like he's going to be walking towards that that suspiciously red pile of ammo.
Okay, so we got, if we're lucky here, there. This is our signature bullet cam.
Yep.
And this is one of our new kills.
Dear Lord.
The shrapnel kills.
That's how I feel this morning.
Yeah, I don't think you're the only one. So, yeah, so he chose not to shoot him directly, but shoot an explosive item, which propelled a bunch of shrapnel into him, took him out.
So what I love what you guys do with these games is it's not just like it's not a stupid shooter. It's almost puzzle-like.
It can be, yeah. It's up to you how you play, but we kind of think of it as the thinking man's shooter. I think a lot of players really appreciate the ability to sort of take your time. It becomes a bit more personal between you and your target, you know, making every bullet count. That was...
You ruined that poor man's way to go.
I just missed the sound mask as well.
Did you?
The gun in the distance is still firing, and if you take a shot while it's firing, your sound is the sound of your rifle is masked, so you can take a shot quite freely without them finding out. But I think the enemies are probably going to start zeroing in on me because I just missed the sound of the gunfire there. So
we can see on the radar in the bottom left of the screen there, like it's marked in yellow now, which means the enemy are suspicious. They're searching. But they don't know where we are just yet because he's been just taking a couple of shots from long distance.
And what do you have to do here?
Okay, so they're heading over.
I'm going to hide.
Head into that bush, Robbie. Right.
No,
he's got you. You were too slow. Well, so yeah. When sniping doesn't work, you can drop down to your machine gun in a panic, and that's... we got lots of different items on the weapon wheel there. You can see.
Now this is something I love. You guys obviously you have a planned demo set up, but anything can happen. So was this part of the plan, or did you just goof?
No, I was supposed to be a lot better than this.
Well,
but he's just taken out an officer there. We searched the body. Searching bodies is a useful way to get new items. We picked up a duty roster. Now that's a really useful new feature in the game. Some of the officers carry a duty roster, and you can see it's now automatically tagged a bunch of targets that were associated with that officer in the environment over there, which gives you a real head start when you're approaching a new area.
Oh wow, yeah, that
saves a bit of time.
Helps quite a lot.
Yeah, so we can see, well, there's a sniper over there at the top, and the sniper tower behind that building. There's a bunch of troops.
Oh wow, yeah.
There's a radio guy that if he spots you, and he's likely to call in reinforcements if you're not quick enough to take him out.
So what did you really want to improve with over Sniper Elite 3?
We really wanted to just increase the range, the options, the emergent nature of the gameplay, really sort of make it more the player's own game. We completely reworked the AI so it's more believable. They pay attention to things like bodies, corpses, their friends dying around them if you're being really sneaky, and no one knows you're there. If they stumble across a body you may have left behind, then they'll be immediately alerted to it. They might investigate the body and pay their respects, and if you happen to have booby-trapped the body, then it's goodbye Nazi.
And so I've just booby-trapped that generator as well. That's something new. So
cool.
If that will drag people over, hopefully that will be rigged and explode up in their face, which would be
because they'll be like,
handy.
why is this generator not working?
There's a lot of guys over here.
We've improved the sort of the traversal abilities of the player, so you can climb around the place more than you used to be able to. Although Robbie's particularly good at walking off of crates. But you can get up into high places onto rooftops and things. There's a lot more verticality in the levels as well. We've just really pushed it up.
Makes a lot of sense. It's all about getting the higher ground.
Yeah. So Robbie's just trying to attract a guy next to that suspiciously red-colored barrel over there.
I love red barrels. They're my favorite colored barrel.
Is he going for it? Has he spotted you? No.
He's going to in a second.
He's coming around. He's curious. He took him out.
Beautiful.
I think I'm going a bit too loud for my own liking here. I think I might...
Head into the bushes.
Yeah, I think I might.
Sniper's best friend are the bushes, right?
I think I might take another route. I've sort of opened up the hornet's nest here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Right, let's head out somewhere
You may
else.
be able to make out on the bottom left of the screen, there's a circle, a radius around the player character on the radar in the bottom left corner. As that expands and contracts, that shows the range at which you're likely to be spotted by the enemy. So it contracts, goes tighter when you're like crouched down, when you're in shadow and darkness, when you're in a bush, and expands as you stand up.
Is it mostly based on like your sound or your kind of movement, or is it?
It's mostly based on sight, so like, you know, how visible you are. So that depends on your stance, whether you're stood up, crouched, prone, whether you're in shadow, whether you're hidden in vegetation. I mean, the AI does. They can hear you as well. If you make noises, they'll be alerted to it. But that in particular represents your vision, or the enemy's vision.
So you've got this beautifully rendered Italian landscape. What other locales are we going to be visiting?
Well, Sniper Elite 4, I think, has got like the most variety in the kind of environments in any of the Sniper Elite games. So we've got, well, as you're seeing here, like a beautiful foothills of the southern Italian mountains. We've got forests and woodland. We've got levels with beautiful fishing villages.
Nighttime stuff as well, so at different times of day.
Oh, wow.
It's monasteries and all sorts.
Is there a day-night cycle, or is it related to just the particular map?
No, we've designed it so that we've got a particular vibe for each environment, each sort of sandbox. So in this one, it's kind of a misty, dappled sunlight. In the nighttime levels, the sort of the light and dark for the stealth really comes into effect. Because you spend your time. You got a lot more shadow to play with, but like you can also spend your time popping the lights out as well to really like make sure you're in as safe a position as possible.
But I mean, also like I imagine muzzle flare is going to give you away.
Yeah, absolutely, and gunshots themselves.
That'll do it.
People often hear them unless you're playing sound masked.
Sure.
So where are you going here,
does
Robbie?
weather come into play at all?
It's not a huge factor, although like actually wind is an important factor to the ballistics, because Sniper Elite's always been about ballistics, and the fact that your bullet drops under gravity over longer ranges. We take great pains to make it as realistic as possible. In fact, you have to empty your lungs to steady your aim, look after your heartbeat, so the more you're sprinting around the place or taking damage, exerting yourself, the more your heart rate will go up, which means you can struggle to empty your lungs to get a steady shot. It's all a bit of a circle. It all ties together. And on harder difficulty levels, you have to actually pay attention to the wind as well, which affects like knocking your bullets left and right. But we're just playing on a default difficulty here, so the only thing Robbie has to worry about is gravity.
Staying alive.
Oh, wow.
And staying alive.
That's that is simultaneously beautiful and just utterly hideous.
Yeah. It's popular with the fans. We've introduced a bunch of new stuff there. We've gone to more detail than ever before on the kill cams. We can break bones and internal organs in a huge variety of interesting ways, because we have to take account for, we never know which way a bullet's going to come in, what angle. Careful there, Robbie.
Yeah. You didn't even see me.
We've also got new kill cams in as well for when you place mines and traps. If someone triggers those, then we'll cut to the explosion ripping apart the enemy.
Nice.
Well, not so nice, but
that's awful. But
we've got X-rays on melee kills and stealth kills now as well. But of course, players that aren't into that, they can turn that off in the options and just play it for the direct shooting if they want to.
What kind of research do you guys do going into this?
Well, we take great pains to make everything as authentic as it can be within the bounds of making it a fun game.
Right.
So, we really research the history in great detail to make sure we're paying attention to events there. I mean, that's part of what we love about Sniper Elite. It's given us the ability to explore areas of World War II that haven't been covered so much in popular media. The last game was in the North African campaign, which isn't covered a huge amount. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, we're fighting in Stalingrad and Berlin and London and whatever, or Pearl Harbor. But like we're taking areas that are less well covered. And this one, we're in Italy, which is absolutely pivotal to the whole conflict. And in the story here, we're actually a little bit ahead of the main Allied invasion. So
the
whole place is not hasn't been bombed out in the way you might expect to see in a World War II game. It's beautiful and pristine in most cases, apart from being overrun by the fascists and the Nazis.
Well, those Nazis ruin everything.
Yeah, and the weaponry itself, we've worked with the Royal Armories in England to actually do training with actual real World War II rifles. Got the chance to go on the shooting range and shoot those and really get a feel for what it's actually like.
That right there was a Mortal Kombat fatality. I'm just going to call that out.
That was a Sniper Elite X-ray melee kill cam.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Are you going to blow up this train or what? Are we just creeping around?
I was struggling. I'm actually going for one of the side objectives.
Oh, okay.
I figured that I was going to get into a lot of trouble from my slightly sketchy start. So we're going to try and find the downed American pilot. So this is optional, and you can do a lot of the secondary objectives just in any order you want. So you can sit in the level, get all the collectibles. You can do gigantic long shots, maybe like 500 meters, 600 meters in this level. And I'm not the best at the sniping, so I'm going to play this more as a stealth.
So the objectives aren't always just kill that thing, blow that thing up. It's also find a guy, find your friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you play Carl Fairburn. You're an undercover operative. Obviously, you're an elite sniper, but a lot of the time you're not just. I mean, the focus is ultimately on assassinating people and blowing up objectives.
Sure.
It's wartime. That's kind of what it is about. But a lot of it comes down to finding intel, documentation, and staying alive if Robbie can manage that.
I'm really struggling.
We've got to wrap things up here. But when do people get their hands on this?
Sniper Elite 4 is coming out on Valentine's Day. That's the 14th of February, 2017.
All right.
Perfect gift for all your romantics out there.
I mean, you could argue that Cupid was the most romantic sniper of all time. So
I like what you did there.
That is smart.
I might have to borrow that.
That's exactly what we were thinking.
I love it. Wonderful. Well, thank you guys so much for coming by. I hope your E3's been great. I've been having a great time. It's always nice seeing a wrench fly into the head of a skeleton. We've got more E3 coming up soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
At the intersection of Italy, Austria, Switzerland, and France. We're currently flying over Aiguille de Mont Blanc, and in case you're wondering, aiguille means needles. First thing we'll do is land on the small rock over there. Notice the man on the right walking up to the summit? That's another player from the community. From here, we can now enjoy the view and observe the world around us. That big guy in front of you is Mont Blanc, the biggest summit in the region. In the distance, you can see the Matterhorn, one of the wildest spots in the game. And on the right, you've got the Aravi range, the range we come from, where Ubisoft Annecy stands. In Steep, we developed a really cool observation tool. We call it Mountain View. Mountain View allows you to zoom out from your position, observe the world, and navigate into the environment. Our mountain range will be populated by drop zones. Drop zones are entry points for you to drop into the world when you're ready. Now let's go back to our initial position. Besides drop zones, the game will offer a wide range of challenges for you to test your skills. The one in front of us is a wingsuit activity. And as the other player drops in, we'll follow him and trigger the challenge. This is a proximity flying race challenge. just secured the silver medal, and as we land, we could choose to move on to skiing in the Aiguille. But we'd like to introduce you to another region. So let's switch to Mountain View and head over to Aravi. The purpose of this next sequence is to show you what it's like to play online with other players, such as your friends or community members. As you ride, you will keep meeting other players who are also having fun in the mountain. Let's switch our point of view to follow those riders. As you probably noticed, the game will support GoPro views. Hold on, we really need to pause here. Too much has happened at the same time. Now, I'd like to show you something special. If we go back to Mountain View, take a look at that trail. Every line you do in the world creates a trail, and that trail is really cool. It not only allows you to check what you've done on your ride so you can analyze your line, but it also allows you to launch a replay of what you've seen and what you've done. You can rewind, pause, control the camera, go slow-mo, follow any players you've met, and the idea here is to allow you to push that replay of your performances, or just crashes, to all social networks so you can share it with the world. Even better, not only can you share your videos, but say you like that jump over the cliff. You know it's a tricky one. You can push it as a challenge to your friends. You define the rules. Share it so it becomes part of the content your friends will see in their games. But let's catch up with our red paraglider.
Welcome back, guys. IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max, and I'm joined by Jan and Thorsten from Deck 13, and you're showing off this game called The Surge, which, as far as I understand it, is a bit like a futuristic sci-fi Souls game. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think more or less. So it's futuristic.
Obviously, it's your own game. I always feel like a jerk saying stuff like that. But
no, but I think, yeah, I mean, you can compare it because it's got very, very difficult close combat gameplay and with one-on-one dual fights. So I think people who like Souls games will hopefully enjoy that.
You know what I really appreciate here is you've got this just horrifying, barren dystopia of wreckage, but it's so colorful.
Yeah. like terror can be colorful, right?
Yeah. Can you speak a bit about the universe you're in and just the setting of the game?
Yeah, so we really said it's not like just any sci-fi utopia, but it's really like what could happen in the future if we just take the trends of today. If we say, okay, what's happening today with politics, with technology and so on, if it all goes down a bad way, this is where we end up here. So it's not like post-apocalyptic or something, but it's still basically a working world that we have here. And our hero, Warren, he wanted to take on a job at a very, very big company committed to saving the environment of Earth with huge governmental funds. But when he got equipped with this super cool exoskeleton, he kind of blacked out, he doesn't know what's happening, and all of a sudden he's in an outer junkyard of this company, and all his, like, more or less co-workers that he expected are turned into something very, very cruel and bad and turning against him, so all he can do is just fight them and fight for his life.
Oh wow! Can you speak a bit about the just how the combat works and the weaponry you're going to be dealing with?
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, it's really close combat, duel-based combat. However, very, very important is we added some new mechanics to that whole system, and that's targeting individual body parts in real time.
Are those little square reticules
yes,
there?
exactly.
Okay.
So you can really, in real time, you just use your analog stick and target which body part you want to target. And why would you do this? For two reasons, basically. The first is you find a weak spot on your enemy and say, okay, now I can take him down easier. But after that, the other cool thing is, if I'm more experienced, then I say, okay, there's some cool stuff he's wearing. I want to have that. So I need to chop that off in the fight. Like, yeah.
Oh my
We're
God.
just doing with the head here.
Okay.
We can pick up the helmet and we can craft it later on.
Oh, wow.
So about 90 to 95% of the items you get in the game, you get from your enemies. So what we say is, how you fight is what you loot. So you can do it the easy way, you don't get the cool loot. You do it the hard way, you get whatever you like if your skill is adequate.
Okay, so there's a good like risk-reward balance there. I can see down the bottom you've got stamina. You've got what's the middle one? You got health and stamina, and then
and we got energy, which is the combat energy, which fills up as we fight. And there's a lot of ways you can use that. For example, if you want to cut off a body part, you need to perform a finishing move. You need a full combat energy bar to do this. And also, you can, with a certain implant, what Torsten was just using as he played, you can refill your health if you have enough combat energy. So, but this is just one implant that the player can get in the game. He can have classical like health injections, but they are then empty at some point in the game. But if you're more like the risky player, you say, I strike my enemies, I get more combat energy, and then I can transform it into health and stay like with lots of health throughout my game. But it's more risky because I need to attack the enemies all the time. So again, it's up to your playstyle. There's not the one playstyle, there's a lot of playstyles that you can use when you play.
So in addition to close combat and just this just horrifying junkyard of a place, is there exploration involved, or is it kind of a straight
lot
path,
of exploration.
Okay.
So if you don't explore, you'll lose in this game. There's not a straight path that you can just go, but you need to find out what's going on. You find out secrets, like we have this door, you cannot pass it, so you need to look around. There are most of the time several ways you can solve a level. For example, here we have something where you need to overcharge like a circuit to open the door. And like you said with exploration, this one is easy to overcharge because it has the EXO power level that we have. Our power is sufficient to do that, but there will also be others marked with higher numbers, so we see we cannot do this yet. However, then we level up, and later we say, hey, in the first level there were so many things I couldn't use before, so I'll go back, I do some backtracking, I'll open up new level paths, so the game world opens up bit by bit as you play, and in the first run through a level, you will never experience everything that's in there.
Okay, cool. This is a horrifying enemy, but luckily it's kind of the same size as us. Are there large bosses?
Yes, so this is kind of a mini boss right now, and if we find the time, we will show you a large boss later on.
Oh, good.
And yeah, and for all these enemies, you just need different tactics. For example, here blocking is very good, and always like forward dashing to break his attack, which is like a very clever thing, but I wouldn't dare to do it if I see this enemy for the first time, but when I learn, when I see him a couple of times, then I develop like cool tactics to defeat him. This is what it's all about. It's not the one tactic, it's your tactic in the game.
Okay. Now, obviously, it's an emphasis on melee, but are there any projectile weapons, or is it?
Yes, they are, but in our environment, we don't really need them. So we really focus on this one-on-one combat. So you cannot really take out your enemies from a distance or something like that, but you can just like attract them or weaken them or something like that. So it all comes back to the close combat that you need to master in this game.
Gotcha. Okay. Who's this? Who's this
So
man?
Also, like this man, if you take a close look, he's wearing something like a very, very heavy work suit, and he's got very strong like blade weapons. He's very aggressive, he's very fast, but also he's rather stupid. This is what we can use against him. If you take a closer look at these blade weapons, they're actually used for forklifting, for like manual forklifting.
Nice.
So these are two forks. And as I said before, you take the loot off your enemies. So at first we say, whoa, this is terrifying, we need to survive. And then you say, okay, where are his weak spots? So for the next enemies, you track the weak spots. And then you say, okay, I want to have these cool forks. I want to have them. So I chop them off them, and then I can craft them for myself.
I appreciate the reinvention of industrial stuff as terrifying weaponry. And forklifts do not get enough credit in that area. I mean, like the power
not
loader
yet.
from Aliens is a forklift. Like that is. This guy's cool. So is the crafting? Is it something you have to go to a location for? Or is it on the fly?
Yeah, there is a location for it. We saw that at the beginning. It's this operations center that you maybe saw, this orange building
Gotcha.
at the beginning, where you can do stuff like crafting, leveling up, getting new health, adding these implants that I was talking about before that give you something. It's in a traditional RPG, it would be something between attributes and skills, but only that you can exchange them, like plug them in and out, so you can use the stuff that you want. And we take it so far that we say, what you see on the screen, the displays, they are the augmentations that the character has. So even health bars and stuff are just something you can plug in. You see the health bar, or you use it for something else because you're a cool player. You don't need to see the health bars, so you plug in like a strength boost or something instead. It's all up to you how you want to shape your character.
Okay, so I noticed you had that little elevator there.
Yeah. We removed the ladders from gameplay, you know? We can still go vertical, but now we don't need like climb up and down, so we just use this exolift because we're in this company. There are all these workers with the exoskeletons. They wouldn't put ladders in there, would they? So they have these nice little lifts.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and we can do really vertical level layouts. Like this one is really stretched out, it's very flat. There are others really going into the deep and stuff like that, so it's very different levels. And we do have some shortcuts also combining stuff like the door you see here, we can open it up and we'll see we reached the place that we have been at the beginning.
Now, in terms of the pacing of the game, does it jump around in time at all, or are you kind of just on this one mission cutting straight through the game?
You're like on one mission, but at the same time you don't really have a mission. Your mission is basically finding out what's going on. So
Get
you
the
really
hell out of there. It's awful.
Yeah. So you like get to the next safe place, see what's going on there, see if you can find allies and so on.
This is a boss, yeah?
It is, yes. It's also like a robot that's more or less malfunctioning because everything is not doing what it's supposed to do. But this thing is just supposed to do.
It's on fire and trying to kill you. I would say it is definitely malfunctioning.
Yes. And so, yeah, we need to find out how to defeat it. For example, with this boss, you see the health bar of the boss, you cannot like chip it down. So, but you can see that there's this like threat analysis it's doing, and by attacking him, we can raise this. So this is what the gameplay is about. So the player needs to find out how can I defeat this enemy. Okay, let's find out what it's doing. So
you're going after his Achilles wheel there.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, we try to see what happens if we ramp up the threat analysis, if we stay alive for long enough. And I think we are. I think Torsten's really doing good. I think he did this before. I'm not so sure though. And now that we really like angered that one, he's doing a new phase of attack, shooting these rockets at us.
I hate those things.
Doesn't look like a very good idea at the first place. However, if we take a look and if we experiment in this boss fight, we'll see that we can use this very feature to turn against the boss himself. So this is what Torsten will try to do now. And like this, yeah, almost brought him down. But you could see that he was hit by it. So he'll try to stay alive, which doesn't look like an easy thing to do right now.
Oh man.
And yeah, try to see if we can go close to it.
Is this the general kind of size of bosses, or are some of them smaller and some of them much larger?
Yes, they're exactly like you just said. Some are small and some are way larger. So the good thing is, now we got him down and we can hurt him. You see, let's see if we can defeat him or
cut off his robot pants there.
Yeah, more or less.
That's a really awful. That's an awful place to attack something.
Yes.
So
this is why I think it doesn't like it very much.
You've got big, huge robots. Like I just asked, some of the smaller enemies, I'm guessing, are going to be kind of like other humans who are just very powerful.
Yes, exactly. So we have everything in between. We got humans, we got robots, we got human-machine hybrids. Everything you can imagine in this universe, we got it in the game. Different sizes, different tactics, and so on. Because we really want to make this an experience. Every time you play it, you discover something new. and you need a new tactic to do it. And what's
Okay.
very, very important, it's up to you how fast you progress in the game. Or you want to do some grinding, you want to have a full set of armor that an enemy is wearing, you need to defeat 5, 6, 7 of them with cool finishes to get these armor parts, then craft them, and then you go on if you like.
All right.
Okay, now let's see if Torsten manages to finish up this boss and
rip off his shirt. Oh, cool.
He got it.
Or does he have another health bar? Is that it? Did you get it? You got him.
That's it.
Nicely done. Very beautiful.
Yeah.
So, when can people get their hands on this?
It's coming out next year.
Next year?
For a PC, PS4, and Xbox One.
Awesome. Thank you so much. The Surge, guys. I believe you described it as Diesel Souls. Was that off the record? That's it looks pretty badass. You got robots and you've got combat. So keep an eye on this one if that sounds like something that appeals to you. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We got more
Yeah,
E3
thanks,
coming
man.
up. So don't go anywhere.
How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Enemies surging in multiple sectors, LT. They're taking ground.
Let's keep this on a tight loop and get back out there, Reyes. Captain on the bridge.
Get us underway, Salt.
Right away, sir.
Captain has a con.
Raven 1 docking?
They're touching down now, ma'am.
Good. Station time, 1 minute.
Roger that.
We've got 4 new hotspots on radar, sir.
Check.
A plotted course on your orders, sir.
What's our target, Reyes?
Stand by for objective. We've got a set-depth destroyer in lunar orbit. We'll coordinate a takedown with Tigris. Let's mount up, Lieutenant.
Your Jackal's up on Bay 3, Captain.
Thanks, Chief.
Gentlemen, let's get it done. Booyah!
Captain?
Ethan's already in back, sir.
You said, Ethan?
Good to go, sir. Solar wind should be steady. Good hunting, Captain.
Thanks, AT.
Let's go green on the catapult.
You spun up, Fever?
Raj, hydraulics prime, nozzle's good. Let's hit it.
Jackal 1112, tower advises time to target 320 at 5.
Check, 1-1.
Roger, 1-2.
Good decom, moving up. Scar 1-1, you're locked for go.
Roger, we're lit.
Launch in 3, 2, 1.
They're launching Skelters! Shit, I got one on me!
Countermeasures! On my way, hang in there.
I got this! Weapons away! No joy, no joy!
Easy, Salt, easy.
I'm getting boxed in, Raider, throttle up!
Coming to you. Got a shot. Box out. Actual Raider is inbound to board and disable enemy warship. Stand by.
Got our big bandit, 12 o'clock high!
Eyes on. Tigris, we're visual. Coast Guard Jack is down.
Drop zone's going up!
Boots out in 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go! 1-2 away!
1-1 is away.
Bridge, dead ahead, sir.
Raj, let's get there.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. It's the last day. This is crazy. We've been streaming all week long. I'm here with Laz and Chris from LEGO Worlds, which is an awesome new LEGO game. Tell me about it.
Well, I've got to say that having been here and showing the game to people, it's made me realise exactly how awesome this game is. We set out to make the ultimate LEGO game, and I really think we've done it. It's an incredible game. It's all about creativity, making your own worlds, discovering items, characters, creatures, vehicles, weapons. As you can see, Chris is in the world generation screen, and the world is made entirely out of Lego bricks. Even the sun and the moon is made of Lego as well, and the water. But here you can see the preview of the game, and Chris is going to go into one of the worlds now.
So now, when you think of LEGO, usually you almost immediately start picturing the minifigs and the little yellow heads and stuff like that. This is not really like that. This is actually a lot more sort of block-based. This is kind of bringing it back to the roots of LEGO that I think many of us grew up with, just having a LEGO set and just building things.
That's right, and we have we've got a big brick palette. There's over 200 different kinds of bricks, and in every kind of color. It's a lot cheaper than buying Lego.
Yes.
I can tell you that.
Yeah, LEGO are very expensive.
They are expensive.
And this game will probably be, what, $60?
Who knows? It's
Something around there.
It's currently $15 on Steam Early Access. It's an absolute bargain.
Yes, it is. That's cheaper than pretty much any Lego set.
For an unlimited Lego set, because we don't have to put any limits on the bricks.
Yeah.
So you can build anything you want. Anything that you can build out of Lego in real life, you can build in the game.
So now we've seen like the overhead shot of the worlds just now, but now we're like actually street level or desert level. We've got this mummy, and he's kind of running around. And what is going on?
This is the terrain editing tool, so you can add as much terrain as you want to the world really quickly, and you can delete it just as easily. We've got some other really powerful terraforming tools as well. So you can make really quick, big edits to the world. So we've got this flattening tool. If you want to create a town, you want a nice flat area to build on, you can just quickly get rid of all the chunks of Lego, make it nice and flat and smooth.
Now, based on obviously the Lego art design, this is a very sort of clean, simple art direction, but this is incredibly complex looking architecture here. There are hundreds of thousands of blocks.
Yeah, I mean, that has been a massive technical challenge to get this running. Yeah, you're right. There are literally millions of bricks.
Wow.
So the guys at Traveller's Tales have done an amazing job on the tech side. It's part of the reason why it's taken quite a while to make this game. So far, we've been working on it for about 2.5 years because the power of the engine is absolutely amazing, as you can see. Chris can just pull up a volcano.
Oh, that's so cool. So you can basically decide which shape you want and kind of terraform around that. So what he did there was use the circle and then use a smaller circle and create an indentation.
That's right. And now you can use the paint tool to fill it with lava.
Wow.
And then you can have that spilling over the edge. And that actually will burn you now. If you go on it, that will hurt your character.
So I was going to ask about that because it seems like this is a very obviously creative mode driven game, but there are actual gameplay elements here. There are conflicts.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you'll see, some of the characters, they have quests assigned to them. All the animals and all the characters will give you a quest, and when you do that quest for them, they'll give you something in return. So say a bear might want a fish, so you have to go and find a fish. But to get the fish, you go and see a fisherman, and then he might want something, and then he'll give you his fishing rod. You can go fishing, get a fish, and then you unlock the bear.
I think that was one of my favorite moments at E3 2016 was watching that horse beat up that alligator back there. How many animals are in this game? Can we just start dropping animals into the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I want to just be an animal god right now and just start dropping animals all over the place.
Wow. Kangaroos.
This is awesome.
There's giraffes. I'll do the gorillas. The gorillas are a pretty aggressive bunch, but when they kick off, it's quite funny. There's all these different animals, so you can really experiment.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to see what happens when you put a lion next to 20 sheep, you can do that. Octopuses.
Are those octopuses going to be okay? Oh, there's a war going on. This is so awesome.
This is another thing we're working on is the AI behaviors. So each creature and character will have its own set of behaviors, likes, dislikes. So as you explore in the world, you'll see them interacting with each other or running away from each other or doing things.
Why is that kangaroo trying to hurt you?
Probably because if you start on them, they try and finish you off.
So you can basically become enemies with any animal in this game just by walking up and hitting them.
Yes, if you punch them, they will hit you back. What about the vehicles, Chris? Should we show some
Yeah,
of the
we just found
vehicles?
this Ninjago
Here we
drill.
go. This is one of the best things you'll ever see anywhere.
What? Oh my God, this is so cool.
So you can just drill. You can drill down to the center of the earth. Or you can just go through a mountain and make a tunnel.
So is there, I mean, there's a bottom of this game, right? I mean, if you kept, where are we now?
We're in the crystal biome.
This is so cool.
So
based on different sort of like texture packs or different types of bricks, I guess. Oh, now there's a dragon. I can't keep up with you guys. This is awesome.
There is literally so much to show. We'd need to be here for a few hours, I think, to actually see everything that's in the game. Because you can ride a dragon.
Now we're just flying.
You can fly right up to the cloud layer. You can build something on the clouds.
So you can build stuff in the sky as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's so cool.
You can build
what is that up in the cloud? Is that a hawk?
That's an eagle.
It's an eagle.
Yeah. So you can ride that eagle. If you can catch him, you can add him to your collection.
Look at this. This is a very gorgeous shot right here. So can we make this dragon fight this eagle?
I think the eagle's flown off.
he knows. Don't mess with the dragon.
No, he's smart.
So we've got this brick-by-brick building tool as well, so you can place bricks. Like I was saying, we've got over 200 different brick types. But if you want to build really, really quickly, we've got these pre-built models so that you don't have to build them yourself. You can just pick from our selection of models, and they get placed down in the world. And there's no limit on the amount of models you can place either. It's technically you can place 100 of those.
That is so cool. So now, like, if I was to get a Lego instruction booklet that came with any Lego set, I could probably follow it step by step and build something in this game.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You guys might secretly cost Lego hundreds of thousands of dollars here. I know specifically you're gonna keep it at least $500 a year in my wallet. If I can start making like the car from Ghostbusters and a mansion.
Yeah, I mean the building is awesome and the destruction is equally awesome. So are you gonna get the bazooka and do some damage?
Just gonna get out of the water now.
The shark seems okay with you.
We've got there's a whole underwater area. You can explore underwater. You can build underwater.
I like the Mary Poppins thing you got going on here.
Because it's been out on Steam, we've had a lot of people doing showcase builds and then they upload their screenshots. People have been building like Atlantis underwater. They've been.
So how does that feel as people who work on the game to just like check in and be like, wow, these guys are making their dreams come true with this game. They're building incredible structures.
Oh, it really is gratifying. It really is brilliant. And actually, some of the models that the community have built, we've put into the game because they've been so good. We said, look, these models are so good, they're going in. And,
so what you're saying is that if people check out this game right now and they build something really cool, you guys can actually sort of legalize it and put it into this game.
Yeah, well, we run competitions, building competitions, and some of the guys out there are so talented.
Now, is there like a story mode, or is it mostly about sort of the creation and destruction and chaos? Is that a coyote?
That's a dog. Just go and ride the dog.
Technically, dogs are coyotes, sir.
True.
This is awesome.
You can ride a dog. Of course you can.
I really love my job sometimes, where I get to come into work and just watch Animal Wars like this.
It is a really fun game.
So is there a story-driven section, or?
No, it's just all about creativity. It's about becoming the ultimate Lego builder over the course of the game, and there will be a progression system where you start on tiny worlds and then they get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Awesome.
And as you explore, that means as you explore and collect more things, that means you can build bigger and better cities and towns yourself, or space islands, whatever you want.
So which platforms is this game coming to?
Well, currently it's only available on Steam on early access, and we are looking at other platforms at the moment as well. So
awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is LEGO Worlds. It's on Steam early access right now. Get in there right now and start building stuff. Like today, like this. Finish watching this video, go build stuff, and maybe they'll put it in the game. Guys, thank you so much. LEGO Worlds look awesome. I'm Brian Altano. This is IGN at E3 2016. It's the last day. And we're streaming all day long, so do not move.
He's headed to the old sawmill.
Going in after him. It's gonna be dark soon.
When does that ever stop me? His bike's down. All right, Two Dog, where the hell are you? Shit. Go on. Get out of here. Get out. Well, that ain't him. Alright, let's see. Yep. I could use that. Oh shit. dog! Damn it! Stop, Two Dog! Look around, brother! You know how this is gonna end. Where you at? Oh, shit. Come on!
PlayStation.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm joined by Brian Tate, the game director for Star Trek Bridge Crew at Ubisoft. So, just tell us about the game.
Well, we're bringing Star Trek and virtual reality together with a social VR experience. You can have 1 to 4 players flying a Federation starship together. I think we're basically living the dream that a lot of Trek fans have had for so long, and it's finally possible for us to make this experience happen.
Wonderful. So I'm a big Trekkie, and also
Great.
I was a big fan of a game called FTL, which was a nice little
Yes.
indie game. And basically, you have total control of the ship. But I always wanted to play as an individual team member, and you've just made my dream come true.
Yes, we're doing it. Yes, you can play in any of 4 roles in Star Trek Bridge Crew. You can be the captain, you can be the helmsman who drives the ship, you can be the tactical officer manning weapons and shields and scanners, or you can be the chief engineer who keeps everything running and decides how efficient all the systems are.
Great. So can you talk to me about how the different roles play out? Is there one that's maybe a little bit more complicated than the other? Does the captain need to have a sense of all the different roles to efficiently captain his vessel?
Well, all the roles are absolutely essential to completing a mission. Really, that's part of the essence of Star Trek to us. It's about cooperation and collaboration. And it's part of why we're crafting a social experience in VR, where people play together and you feel you're actually in this world together. You all have your avatars, and you inhabit those avatars, and you have to work together. You need everyone. So there's no one role that's more important than the others, but they all have a different flavor.
Sure.
You know, driving the ship feels very different than manning the weapons.
Right.
And the captain has to be the smartest guy in the room, basically. He's responsible for coordinating all the other roles. And we've designed for that to make sure that the captain has a little more information than all the other players have, which is absolutely key to directing the other players to what they need to be doing at any given moment. But it's really about these moments where the players find a way to work together to complete their mission.
Wonderful. So, I was a big fan of The Next Generation as a show. The
Great.
movies, maybe not so much, and
Okay.
games have always been a very tenuous endeavor. And I think that's a lot of that comes down to the fact that it just ends up being a sci-fi shooter violence game.
Okay.
Which, I'm a huge shooter fan, but like Star Trek is about coordination, team
Yes.
play, communication, and going boldly where nobody has gone before. And this seems like to be that experience.
Yes, we want to capture that feel, that Trek feel of exploring together. And it's not about just shooting things. You can kind of play at your own pace and enjoy being on the bridge with other people. We've been demoing with so many different groups of people, and every group turns out differently. And so people love to just get in there and break out their bad Scottish accent, or other
Giving it all she's
yeah,
got.
other people like to play against character. And I've had a blast playing this game with so many different people at E3. It's been the time of my life. Just being on the bridge of a starship with different groups of players.
All right, let's get into the weeds a little bit. Let's talk about some of the architecture of this game. So you displayed it with a bunch of old Trek veterans in a LAN setting, but that is not necessarily the intended way to play this game. It's going to be online, correct?
Absolutely. It's an online game. You can also play solo. You don't have to have 4 players. So it's for up to 4 players in online play with using the Oculus Rift, PlayStation VR, or the HTC Vive.
Wonderful. That's super exciting. Where is this set in kind of the timeline from Enterprise to Voyager and beyond? Is it set in a specific era of Star Trek?
It's set in the alternate timeline that you associate with the reboot films.
Sure. Okay, great. And can you tell me about the platforms it's available on?
Yes. All the major VR platforms coming out this fall. Oculus Rift, PlayStation VR, and HTC Vive.
Wonderful. So, as I was saying before, there is combat in Star Trek.
Yes.
It is a world that is replete with warfare, but at the same time, there's all these different communications missions, diplomatic missions. So can you give us a little bit of breadth of variance about what we're going to be experiencing from a combat mission to maybe more of like a, the captain is hailing us on screen kind of deal?
Yes, there will be combat, of course. But we don't ever think of combat as the goal. That's not what Star Trek is about. You know, the Starfleet is not out there trying to blow people up. So combat is always going to be the thing that's kind of the obstacle to completing your mission, and you as a crew will decide how to deal with it.
Sure.
So if you're on a rescue mission, you'll decide, okay, if we run into some hostile Klingons, are we going to try and take them out, or are we just going to try to fend them off while we complete the mission and get some survivors out of here? But it's really up to the players to decide how to complete their mission.
Wow, that's super exciting.
Yes, we want to make absolutely certain that they have real choices in the gameplay. And we'll have a variety of missions. We're not yet ready to reveal everything.
Sure.
But I guarantee there will be a lot of missions that are not focused on combat.
Excellent. Do you have a price point yet?
Sorry?
Do you have a price point yet for the game?
No, we haven't decided on a price point yet.
And then is there any kind of beta testing going on, or where can people find out more info about the game?
Okay, well, you can go to our website, of course. We're not ready for beta testing yet.
I'm just so
But
excited.
We'll get there.
Ryan, thank you so much for joining me for all things Star Trek. Keep it here on IGN. And we're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back with more IGN Live at E3 2016.
You reach the Dust District. She'll tell you more. I'll wait here in the skiff and take you back to the dreadful whale after you finish.
Orders from the Duke. We're losing too many people. Good soldiers blinded by that hallucinogenic powder the Howlers use, then stabbed to death or dragged down by the Abbey's hounds. One young lieutenant got hit by an overseer grenade, and that was it. He was one of the Duke's distant cousins or something.
Shit. Let's hope they do enough damage to each other so the fight goes out of them.
That won't happen until someone manages to kill either Paolo or Vice Overseer Wall.
Stuck out here. Tired of cleaning silver dust out of my ears.
It's been just over an hour since a little girl was taken hostage on the top floor of a building here in downtown Detroit. Details are still emerging on what exactly happened. But the hostage taker could be the family's android. Negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
Hi, Daniel. My name is Connor. There's no way out, Daniel. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life.
I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies.
Look what you did! You were designed to serve humans, not kill them.
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
You're a machine you have to obey. Now put the gun down and let the hostage go.
I've spent my life taking orders. Now it's my turn to decide.
Drop it! Touch him and I kill you! You can't kill me! I'm not alive! Tell that helicopter to get out of here! It's up to you how the story ends! Trust you. You lied to me, Connor. You lied to me. My name is Connor. This is our story.
PlayStation.
Zone incoming. Zone incoming.
It's all over, but the crying, and I can't get over crying over you.
My God. This place is incredible.
What's your suit on those rocks? We don't know what kind of pathogens might exist here. We can't afford a breach. Come on. We have to keep moving.
You know, I bet this place isn't even on the star charts.
Analyzing surroundings. Unknown environment. Unknown atmosphere.
Wow.
Unknown location.
Wait. What the hell is that?
Pilgrim, do you copy? Do you see this? Grant, are you there?
Eva! Eva! We gotta move now!
Pilgrim, can you read me? This is Dr. Tyson and Dr. Moon. Come back.
PlayStation.
Welcome back, IGN live at E3 2016. It's the last day. We're still checking out games. I'm here with Ante from Crow Team, and you're here to talk about Serious Sam VR,
I am, mostly.
What's Serious Sam VR about?
It's about building a great VR experience. It's about tinkering with new technology for us. We've been super excited with VR as just about the first time we've seen the first headset, we knew we had to do a game. So this is the game. It's in VR, and this footage really doesn't do it justice. You have to swing by
Yeah.
our booth and check the game. We
No,
have
I
it
mean,
running.
there is no footage of VR that does VR justice just yet. Like that is something
Okay.
you have to put the thing on your head and get in there.
That's true.
I gotta say, Serious Sam is a perfect game for VR because it's so goofy and so arcadey, and it's like you get in there and you understand it. You shoot the bad guys and you just run around and have fun. It is incredibly fast.
Yes, it
how
is.
are you adjusting that for VR? I mean, how do you make it so this doesn't immediately make people want to throw up?
Well, Max, thank you for asking this question. I think it's an excellent question. So we've been working very hard and very close with our partners from NVIDIA, AMD, HTC, Oculus. They've been all super nice with us, and I mean we're a small indie studio, and they've been awesome in getting us all sorts of help, technical stuff that we need to make the frame rates smooth, to make the motion smooth, and our level design guys had to watch out for scales in the game, not to make things too far or too upfront, so to make it just right. And I think we succeeded, at least for this part. The pre-alpha version we are showing here for the first time at E3.
Well, great. I mean, that's good to hear. You guys you're coming to PC first. That's the primary objective here.
Yes, this summer the game is out on early access on Steam.
Excellent. So, I love the arcadey nature of Serious Sam. How are you treating this? Is it obviously you can't move around quite as much as you do in Serious Sam? It's kind of a shooting gallery here.
Yes, it is.
What's the structure of the game like? Is there like a scoreboard, or is it just?
Well, there's the story to it. Mental is back. Serious Sam's arch enemy is back. He wants to devour the world once more. So the Sam is back as well. You start on board a spaceship at the command center, and you receive distress signals from different planets. So Sam gets to pick where does he go next, and you descend on the planet's surface, and action starts immediately. You have to defend the shrines against mental hordes, and there are these huge waves of enemies, different kinds of enemies, trying to kill you.
Yeah,
I guess.
they tend
and
to
everybody
do that.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so you've got the sort of weapon wheel here.
Yes.
Are there? Did I see a chainsaw there?
Yes, there's chainsaw in there. I think we brought in everything.
Okay.
There's every single weapon right here in the demo, and we have developer cheat codes enabled, so you can try it on and give us feedback. And this is what we are going after with early access. We want to get feedback from players. What weapons would you like to see in the game? How do you like these that we have right in? So there's a chainsaw, yeah. There's a serious cannon. There's a minigun. There's a turret. And there will be also a skill tree where you get to choose if you want to dual wield or if you want to use one big two-handed weapon.
Now, is this? I'm guessing this is Vive that you're working with here, or is this Oculus Touch? For the
I don't know. It looks the same.
Okay,
to
yeah,
me
it's
on
kind
the
of hard
screen,
to
but
tell
the
when you
game
gotta-
runs on Oculus, on Vive, using their motion controllers. So we're building a game that will work on any kind of headset that uses motion sensing controllers and has enough horsepower to run the game.
Great. Now, is this is this running in the Serious Sam 3 engine, or like is this the same?
It's the Serious engine,
Okay.
latest version. We had to tweak it a lot, obviously, for VR.
Okay.
But it's our latest engine, yes.
Okay. Now you have Serious Sam 4 on the way at some point.
We
Do you
have.
any updates?
We have.
Any updates on that at all?
Well, I'm supposed to stress this out because there seems to be some sort of confusion. Is this the Serious Sam 4? Is this what we have been waiting all this time? No, it isn't. This is Serious Sam VR Last Hope. It's our spin-off project, and Serious Sam 4 is coming.
Cool. I mean, I cannot fault you guys for wanting to make a VR game. Like,
Okay.
it's new hardware. You're having fun, right?
We are having fun in VR.
Now
Yes.
you're taking your time with Serious Sam 4, and that's good, right? Like, obviously you've got fans who demand it, who want it, but you're not just screwing around. You're like you're working on it, yeah?
Yeah. Well, that may not be entirely true.
Okay.
We are working on it, but the reason why it's taking so long, and most people don't know this, people know that playing games is fun, and making games is also a lot of fun. So I'm sitting with level design guys, and one of the guys, it's Mika. Hi, Mika. He's been playing with his one-eyed monster for an hour. That came out wrong,
Right, right.
Yeah, okay, there's this monster. It's NieR.
Yeah.
It has one eye. It's big and green and smelly. So he's been holding this monster in an editor by his leg, moving him around.
Just ragdolling him
Yeah,
around?
ragdolling him, making him look like this, sitting around, sitting on top of his head. And I was like, okay, it's been an hour. What are you doing? He's like, fuck you, what I'm doing. I'm doing what I want. Leave me
Good.
alone. I've been rushed for my entire life. Do this game, finish this one. Now I get to have my fun. And I couldn't follow him. I wanted him to be happy making this game. So
No, that's like you guys have earned that. You've been making games for a while,
yeah,
and it's
Mika earned that.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's I'm happy to hear that. Serious Sam VR, you said it's coming out this summer on PC.
On PC,
Do you have
it's
any?
going to be in early access.
Good.
Check it out.
Any plans to come to PlayStation VR down the road?
We'd like to. We'd
Okay.
very much like to. Yes.
Well, great to hear it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Max, for having us.
Yeah, plenty more games coming up from E3. We'll be here talking about them, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We've heard a lot about the talent of this young man, Alex Hunter. He had a wide choice of clubs to sign for. Today his journey begins as he makes his Premier League debut.
I haven't seen a kid coming out of the exit trials generate this much interest in years. I never expected anything like this.
Yes! A goal for Alex Hunter on his debut.
You're in the big league now. You have to raise your game.
You need representation, you call me.
Wow! Check this place out! Just don't get too carried away. You can disappear just like that.
Life doesn't always give you what you want, does it? I'm ready.
You'll get your opportunity, Hunter.
Just get me out of there.
Well, we might as well pack this season in now.
What was he thinking?
I want to stay and fight for my place. I won't let you down.
Alex Hunter, an outstanding goal. Welcome to the Premier League. This young man has everything.
We're gonna make history.
Incredible!
My name is Alex Hunter. You don't know me, but believe me, you soon will.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
This shouldn't take long. Slow down now. Hit it! Stay down!
PlayStation.
The Star Wars universe is growing day by day with the comics, the films, the games, you name it. And to be a part of that and to work with Lucasfilm is incredibly exciting. So what we're really trying to do at EA is cater to different areas of the Star Wars universe and create different game experiences that are tailor-made for those fans.
With Star Wars Battlefront, we wanted to really be able to bring people into the world of Star Wars like never before. What excites me now is bringing in more characters, more planets, more environments, more eras. And that's why we're super happy to have both Motive Studios and Criterion contributing in significant ways.
There's no point in making something in the Star Wars IP if you're just going to do what's been done before, right? So it's a fantastic opportunity for Motive to really tell the world what we're about. And we're going to bring that to Battlefront, which is, it's crazy. It's incredible.
As a studio, our promise to gamers is ultimately gameplay first. We all demand that the game has these huge wow moments that translates really well into the Star Wars universe. We're going to deliver that Star Wars awe like fans have never seen before.
With Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, we talked a lot about how we grew up as kids with Star Wars, and we collected toys, we'd bring them over to a friend's house, and we'd set up these battles where sometimes it was what we'd seen in the films, and sometimes it was just this random mashup of stuff that we wanted to play from our own imagination. Our aim is to bring in characters from all the films, all the TV shows, and even beyond.
Star Wars is what got me into role-playing games in the first place, that storytelling you did as a kid with your Star Wars action figures. With Star Wars: The Old Republic, the choices you make, the freedom you have, that's really at the heart of a BioWare game. And beyond The Old Republic, there are so many stories that we still want to tell.
Our goal has always been not to just sort of make a game that is set in the Star Wars universe, but to really tell an authentic Star Wars story. And that's actually a hugely different thing. How do you ground the new and unfamiliar in the familiar? You need the guidance of someone like Doug Chiang to show you the way.
One of the great joys of working with Amy is she is like a film director in many ways, because she is telling her story and I'm helping to realize her world.
EA has some really exciting plans in the works for the Star Wars portfolio, and what we're doing is bringing in talent from across the industry and letting them loose. We have completely different games on the horizon, and I just hope that every fan walks away going, wow, I never thought they were going to bring my Star Wars fantasy to life.
Hi everybody, I'm Jeff Eleanor from Ubisoft Montreal, and welcome to this commented walkthrough video.
For Honor story campaign is a tale of warriors that takes place at a turning point in the age-old war amongst our three factions. You will play as knights, Vikings, and samurai as they're fighting for the survival of their people against each other and against the evil warlord Apollyon. Legendary heroes, massive battles, and epic duels. Welcome to the world of For Honor. Now, what you're going to see next is a Viking mission from halfway through the game's story campaign. We hope you'll enjoy it.
Apollyon's war had taken us to the edge of extinction. But that raider reminded us of who we are. We would raid, but not Apollyon. Not yet. But they knew we were coming. Freeze!
This part of the game takes place in the Mire, the land of the samurai. Broken by their war against Apollyon, the Vikings are starving. But they've heard the samurai are wealthy and have riches hidden in their legendary fortress, so they decide to raid and plunder.
To the gates! I welcome you all! The gates of that fortress hadn't worked for a century. All we had to do was get through them.
We're playing as the Raider, who's the main Viking hero from the campaign. Fearless and full of rage, he's the essence of the Viking warrior. Facing a Shigoki, a massive samurai warrior with a kanabo as a weapon. He's kinda slow, but you better be dodging his attacks because if he hits you really hard. Here again is our unique combat system, the Art of Battle, which lets you experience melee combat as though you have a weapon in your hand. Once our enemy is locked, we can switch between left, right, and top stances by using the right stick on the controller. From there, we want to match our enemy's stance when he's attacking to block him and attack from an angle he's not defending.
That war was the only way forward.
Get over here! Call the rope launchers!
Ropes! Grapples, here!
Go! Lead the climb!
One warrior made it to the top. One would be enough.
In For Honor, your weapon is not the only way to get rid of your opponent. You can use the environment to your advantage. Our troops are still stuck outside the gates of the Great Fortress, and we need to find a way to let them in.
Warborn are dying down there.
That's an unlucky guy. One hit is enough to kill your enemy when striking from above.
Gotta get that gate open. The raider got us inside that fort. Their commander was legendary among his people. And ours.
We managed to get our army into the fortress. Now it's time to reunite with them for the final assault.
Victory! Fight harder!
Seems that our fellow Vikings are storming the bridge, so we'll take an alternate path.
We were winning. We just needed to push.
We have them!
Savage! My fortress is lost. My soldiers slaughtered. Soon, I will join them. You open the gate. Now, you will pay!
Time to fight Saburo. He's one of the many bosses that you'll encounter in For Honor's campaign. Here we've entered into Revenge Mode. You can trigger this special mode once you've blocked or taken enough damage. Revenge Mode will bring you stronger defense, and you will deal more damage.
That raider showed us what Viking fury could do. The Great Raid, they would call it. And it had begun.
Alright guys, thanks for watching. We hope you've enjoyed this sneak peek of For Honor's story campaign, also playable in 2-player co-op, online, and split screen. Now the game comes out on February 14th, 2017 on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. And during our alpha phase, we're gonna need your help, so go over to forhonorgame.com and sign up today. We'll see you soon on the battlefield.
There were no signs. It came without warning. Doom came to us all. The desperate few struggled to survive. Perhaps we had a chance for peace. But desperation and trust are seldom allies. So began a millennium of conflict. A 1,000 years of war. The greatest warriors the world has ever known. The reason they fight, lost to the ages. And yet, here they still stand, searching for a sign of peace. I will show them. I am Apollyon. I bring war.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Xbox One and Windows 10 exclusive.
Coming.
Yeah, and that wind flare is getting worse. I say we wait it out.
We can't. Not if we're gonna save Reyna.
Okay, ready or not, let's get back out there. Wow!
Take cover! Damn apart!
Choobies! Take it! And now we've got drones!
Clear them out!
You're done!
Take that!
We're clear! Now what?
Now we get across! Hold up, there's a turret! Damn it! It's dug in! I can't get a shot!
Any ideas?
Hey, what about this? What are you doing? That thing's been dead a long time! I know, but I'm hoping its bombs still have a little kick left in them. Hey, use the Siege Beast and rain some hell down on that turret!
Here we go! No good, they're duds! Hey, try popping them in the air!
All right, you launch him, I'll shoot him! Oh yeah, they still got some kick!
Well, get ready, because here comes another one! Turret's down!
It has a little too much kick! Look out! I can't believe that worked! Come on, let's go!
This'll work! Hey, you look like you need a pick-me-up! Off you go!
Guys, can use an assist over here! Look, your ship came in! Hey, help me with this! Great. Out of the storm and into the swarm. Really? Now this I can use!
Look out! Sniper!
Ha! Yeah! Oh, nice! Come on, the storm's getting worse.
Heads up, we got a nest!
Get the nest!
infected, right? In your hives. Well then, broadcast this. We're getting my mother back. Then we're burning your...
Welcome home, James.
Roar! That dome hammer doesn't scare me. Boom! Oh no!
Boy!
Stop!
Boy!
Your mother's knife. It belongs to you now.
What for?
A test. She taught you to hunt, yes?
Yes, sir.
Then show me what you know. I am hungry. Feed us.
What are we hunting?
You are hunting deer.
Which way?
Your hunt. You tell me.
South?
Is that a question?
South. Look! Tracks! They're fresh! This way!
Slow down, boy.
Sorry.
You must think. Do not simply react. Be calm and plan.
It's just, I'm not used to hunting. There it is!
Hold. What are you doing? Now its guard is up. Only fire. Only fire. When I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better. Find it. Find it. No! You are not ready! Stay back!
I knew something fell off about the forest.
Keep moving.
You know, if you give me my bow, I can help you fight. I'm ready.
You have yet to prove that.
I need a chance.
You had a chance.
I need another.
Then find that deer. Back away, boy! chance. Show me already. Back up, get a clean angle, and space your shots. I will do what you need. Shoot it! It is time! I will bring it down! You will kill it! Now, boy!
What?
Do it! Off the ice! No!
I am so sorry.
Your deer is getting away.
Yes, sir. I can't believe we fought a real troll.
And you froze when I told you to kill it.
I know, but he was staring right at me.
Him? I thought your mother taught you to hunt.
She did, but I never had to kill anything. She always did that part.
Then it is time for you to learn.
Father, look!
Wait for my mark. Relax. Do not think of it as an animal. It is simply a target. Clear your mind. Exhale and release.
I got it!
Good.
Still alive.
Your knife. No. Finish what you started.
I can't. For what?
A new beginning.
Reckless rage and poison pride. I know the weakness, I know the pain, I know the fear we do not name, and the one who comes to find me when my time is through. I know you, yeah, I know you.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
so much.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
When talking to people about Inside, I continually find myself referring to it as Super Limbo, and I mean that in the best possible way. In the same manner that Nintendo took the core tenets of NES games like Mario, Zelda, and Metroid and improved upon each one in their Super Nintendo sequels, Inside takes everything developer Playdead Studios succeeded with in 2010's Limbo and ups the ante. Without a single spoken or written word, the opening hour of Inside envelops you in a tense, disturbing, and terrifying world. Your nameless hero, who appears to once again be a child, is on the run from some sort of fascist regime experimenting with mind control. And if you don't run fast enough, there's hell to pay. It's immediately apparent that the 6 years Inside has been in development has been used to polish every single facet of the game. The animation and controls are wonderful and responsive, the use of depth in the foreground and background makes every frame stunning, and the lighting and particle effects are as evocative as I've seen in quite some time. The puzzles in the opening hour of Inside do a great job of subtly teaching you a mechanic and testing you to the max before adding in a new twist. They're just tricky enough to cause me a moment of pause, but subtle environmental cues and incredibly tight controls never made the barriers annoying. The core mechanic I've discovered so far is the ability to mentally control otherwise lifeless bodies and maneuvering a slew of them in order to solve various puzzles. Aside from being a smart, clever mechanic, it ties in with the story and world and makes me continually question the ethics of my actions. It reminds me a lot of 2013's incredibly underrated puzzler, The Swapper. With tense chase scenes and smart puzzles, most of the opening has you maneuvering through the world in a relatively linear fashion. But taking the time to explore the environment led to the discovery of some strange collectibles that just added to Inside's overall sense of mystery. I don't know if the puzzles will continue to grow and challenge me. I don't know if the story will keep intriguing me with its carrot at the end of its stick, and I don't know if there's a light at the end of its impossibly bleak tunnel. But what I do know is that the opening hour of Inside makes it seem like the long road from Limbo was more than worth the wait. For more on Inside, stay right here on IGN.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Faintly, I'll go to take this head on. Soon I'll come around. Lost and never found. Waiting for my words. Seen but never heard. Buried underground. But I'll keep coming.
The Elder Scrolls show us what was, and what yet will be. And they have revealed much to me.
Spare us your stories, old man, unless they can sharpen spears. Our war chief is dying. Our enemies are massing for another attack. We must prepare for battle.
We should go, Kellen. We have the scroll we came for, and this one smells blood in the wind.
Patience, Nog. I have words yet to speak here. Stories can do surprising things, Spear Maiden, whether they are true or not. And this is one you should hear. It comes from the Great War that nearly ended the Empire. It began when the High Elves slaughtered every Imperial blade, calling themselves the new Aldmeri Dominion. They and their allies swept through the land, even capturing the Imperial city itself. The Emperor fled north, leaving Cyrodiil to the invaders. This is the story of a forgotten hero who changed the very course of history.
Dear child, I see your eyes. The belonging you seek is not behind you. It is ahead.
The droid. I'll pay for him.
Actually, the droids are not for sale.
Come on!
I can do this.
The droid stole a freighter.
The two were accompanied by a girl.
What girl?
Chewie, we're home.
This droid has to get to the Resistance base as soon as possible.
He's carrying a map to Luke Skywalker. Don't tell me a Rathor's got loose. I got a bad feeling about this.
The girl I've heard so much about.
I'm in charge now.
It's about time you showed up.
Give it everything you got!
You're afraid. But you will never be as strong as Darth Vader.
We're not done yet.
You might need this.
Ow! Hey!
Goodness!
PlayStation.
Welcome to Denver. I'm Brandon Gordon alongside Charles Davis as the 2016 NFL season is underway.
This the game that kills us. Pioneer started on my corner like the cold rush. Had lining up the block like a gold rush. Saying live fast and die young is what they told us. Yeah.
Here we go. Just 3 seconds left. The Broncos fighting for their playoff lives. The snap, hold, it's blocked. TJ Ward blocked it. And in the most improbable of ways, Denver is going to the playoffs.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Our survival as a species has always depended on our drive to seek out the undiscovered, push beyond our limits, and expand the boundaries of our known world. With Mass Effect, we are going further than ever before. To Andromeda, to build a new home for humanity. Imagine distant star systems with remote and hostile planets, teeming with alien life and civilizations. Worlds where adventure, danger, and the unknown are waiting to be discovered. We've created a universe that you will lose yourself in, a whole new galaxy for you to explore.
This is Minecraft Realms. Well, actually, it's a normal Minecraft world, but the difference is in the details. This is a menu. Tap play, then the tab that says Realms. Now, new realm. Great, you're a natural. Now, just tap create. Welcome to Realms. An always online world that belongs to you and easily allows you to invite and play with up to 10 friends across multiple platforms, anytime, anywhere in your own Minecraft world. It just takes a single Realm subscription and you and up to 10 friends can play your way in fast, safe, and private Minecraft worlds. And setting it up is as easy as the tap of a button. Once you've created your realm, it's easy to find your friends through Xbox Live, and you can remove players at any time if they're being total creepers. Only the owner of the realm has the power to control who joins. And the best part is, once you invite your friends in, your realm is always on and available, 24/7, no downtime. And with this many players working together, you can build amazing things. Play with your friends, how you want, when you want. The choice is yours. Minecraft Realms. Start your free 30-day trial today. Now available on Pocket Edition and Windows 10.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no duration set for this meeting. There is a 3 p.m. meeting in TranStar Conference Room A to greenlight research and development plans. Please confirm your attendance prior to arrival. The most recent test results from the Psychotronic. Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no... Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment.
Good morning, Morgan. Looks like we have some tests to run through today.
Good morning, Morgan. You're not going to like what I have to say next.
When we think about the future of Xbox, we think about removing barriers.
For me and for the fans and for the developers, Xbox has always meant innovation and the latest technology, and delivering the world's most powerful console is something we absolutely want to do.
This is the console that developers asked us to build. They wanted a console that had no boundaries, had no limitations.
And that technology component to us is what we really need to make our vision and our art come alive.
When I saw the specs of this thing, I'm like, wow, I got through to like, they're really going for it. They're not holding anything back.
So we gave the SoC 6 teraflops of computing capability to be able to handle 4K resolutions. Gamers are going to get the most powerful graphics processor that's been put into a game console to date.
It's going to make developers happy, it's going to make gamers happy because they're going to get a very powerful GPU out of it.
The highest res, the best frame rate, no compromises.
You get 4K gaming, true 4K resolution. I can't wait to see what developers actually do with all that horsepower in the box.
We can render at 60 hertz. We can render fully uncompressed pixels. These are the highest quality pixels that anybody is seeing. And what we're able to do now is bring that to the console player.
My job as a game maker is about immersion. It's about to put you into an experience and let you live that experience. The richer and more accurate those visuals are, the more immersive it is.
And if we can get a lot more performance, and I mean a lot more, like with this, we get to much greater and better game experiences as a result.
We're moving Fallout 4 to VR, and to have a console that can support that at the resolution and speed that we really want, I think it's going to be magical.
This console is 100% for you guys. We read the articles, we read the reviews. It's the We Heard You console.
So that doesn't mean that we are leaving the original Xbox One behind. Every single thing that we've done for Xbox One will continue to work.
We add to the capabilities of the Xbox One and the Xbox One family without forcing gamers to abandon all the games in the community that they love so much.
These two systems are part of the same family. The games will work on both. The accessories work on both.
Well, the box we're building is incredible. It's going to have 8 CPU cores, over 320 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth, 6 teraflops of GPU power. It's a monster.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at a new game that was announced pretty recently. This is Shattered. The full title is Shattered, A Tale of the Fallen King.
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah.
Amelia Maxer here from the developer. Thanks for coming by the show.
Thank you.
So tell us, what is Shattered?
Shattered is a game. It's a game that takes place in a kind of desolated world. So the king has disappeared a long time ago, and the world has been torn apart by some kind of ancient demigods. And so the main character just doesn't know anything about this world, just like the player. And he has to discover what happened to the world, basically. And so the game is mainly based on the storytelling. It's very important for us because we have an entire universe created for a long time ago. And we didn't want to make a kind of beat them all game. It's very important for us to present a story and a universe, and so it has some different parts of gameplay to help the character and to help the player to find out what actually this is the main goal of the game. You have to find out what happened to this world, and to find some to just learn the story.
And as I understand it, it's mostly a platformer. Is that right?
Yeah. So there is a big part of platforming. So it's 2.5D platforming, and there are also some parts of 3D boss fights. But you can also explore and find some pieces of the story in the 3D parts.
So where'd you come up with that idea? What made you think let's put the levels in 2D and the boss fights will be in 3D?
First, we wanted to make a mobile game, so only on platforming.
Okay.
And finally, we had just too many things to tell for only a mobile game. So we wanted this kind of boss fights because we wanted an atmosphere like Shadow of the Colossus and some kinds of like that. But platforming is very important for us because it's
narrative and story focus. You just run into the 2D part, and you can explore and discover many items and many other characters that will tell you part of the truth. And sometimes the camera will split and you will explore 3D entire environment.
Yeah, so the transition between 2D parts and 3D parts is very smooth.
I see. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that was the E3 trailer we were looking at there. But are you guys currently on Kickstarter?
No, we're gonna launch a Kickstarter campaign soon.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we're gonna look at that trailer here in a moment as well. But your game is also part of the Square Enix Collective, right?
Yeah.
Which is sort of a program that they have to help smaller teams get their games made. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about how that came to be? How that deal worked out?
Yeah. So we wanted to launch a Kickstarter campaign, but we didn't have enough visibility. So we just tried to figure out just how to have visibility, basically.
It's a real challenge.
Yeah, for indie studios, it's a big challenge. So we just find out Square Enix Collective, and we applied, and so this offered us just contacts.
They give many feedback to us.
Yeah. Many feedbacks.
Great help.
Yeah.
So how to present our game, how to show players different core gameplay, and it's really interesting.
And they also invited us to E3, so a big thank you.
That's pretty cool. Well, so you're here at E3, you're about to launch your Kickstarter. What state is the game in now? Is it playable?
We have a playable demo, but we still have something like a year or two of development.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this game is a little far off still.
Yeah.
So what do you, it's called Tale of the Forgotten King. Are you playing as the king? Are you the king, or is that sort of a mystery?
No,
that's not it. Okay.
No.
Okay.
You just have to find out what happened to the king because he's the only person who can actually remain peace on this world, who has totally been torn apart.
It's like the creator and the god of his world, and you are a character without memories, without identities. The player can just be.
Yeah. So the king is the only one who can give,
you exactly like the character. You don't know anything, and you have to find this kind of narrator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw some boss fights in the footage there. It looks like you have some very large bosses.
Yeah.
In the platforming sections, can we expect to be engaging in a lot of combat there as well?
Yeah. You have to fight some enemies, but there will be some parts of the game with a lot of enemies, and other where you will be totally alone. So it's balanced.
Very cool.
We wanted that the boss fight are similar as Shadow of the Colossus style.
It's one of my favorite games.
Yeah, I understand.
Speaking my language.
But we also like something like Legacy of Kain series.
Which
or
one?
Legacy of Kain,
Oh,
Soul
yeah.
River.
Yeah, sure.
Journey and yeah.
Yeah, so Shattered, Tale of the Fallen King. It's a very cool concept. 2D platforming mixed with 3D boss fights.
Yeah.
When is the Kickstarter launching?
We don't know yet.
You don't know yet? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, look for the
stay tuned.
Kickstarter.
A few weeks.
Coming soon in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We still have a few more games left to show you here from E3 2016 after this.
Why did we choose this life? Why did we become superheroes? We dedicate our lives to fighting crime for one reason: to make $1 billion on a superhero franchise. Now let's go through the plan one more time. First, we start with a Coon movie. Then we do the Super Craig movie. Then Super Craig and Coon will join forces in the Human Kite movie just as we start ramping up Kenny's Netflix series. How come I have to have the Netflix series? I want a movie too. You have a movie, Mysterion. You're in the third Coon and Friends United movie after your Netflix series.
Yeah, but he's saying he doesn't ever get his own movie.
Do I get my own movie? Not everyone gets their own movie.
This franchise plan sucks. If we want to make billions of dollars, then I think we should start with the Tupperware movie.
Right, start with a black superhero.
Marvel is making a black superhero movie.
Yeah, now? They waited years to get to that. We follow their plan. We do all the real people first, and we sneak the black guy in phase 3.
How about we just do movies starring all of us, like all the time? But then we're just rehashing the same old material.
There's nothing wrong with doing the exact same movie to start a franchise.
Okay, J.J. Abrams.
Okay, so you're on Cartman's side?
He just likes this plan because he gets 2 movies in phase 1.
Guys, we have to just go with this plan. We don't even have one movie yet.
How did it get to this? How did we grow so far apart?
You go with the plan. Maybe we'll just go and do our own franchise.
Yeah.
Oh, you want Civil War? Is that what you want? Yeah, dude, it's Civil War. You. Oh, you get out of my house.
We'll make way more money on our franchise.
Go ahead, I bet you don't even get halfway through phase 1 on your franchise, DC Comics. I thought Civil War wasn't supposed to happen until phase 3. Shut up, Super Craig. I didn't want to have to do this, but you leave me no choice.
Did I just hear someone use a microaggression?
Available December 6th. Get the Stick of Truth free with purchase. Pre-order now for Towley bonus content.
People see me and think they're safer. But it's not really me they're seeing. Probably for the best. Knowing everything hinges on a guy from Queens sounds as scary as it feels. No pressure, right?
Captain's log. Stardate 2016.165. Starship USS Aegis is preparing for her maiden voyage. We've gathered some of the most decorated officers in the Federation to test her limits and to prove her place among Starfleet's finest ships. We're en route to a secret testing facility and are proceeding to our destination at maximum warp.
This is amazing! Wow! Absolutely astonishing. When I walked in, I really wasn't sure what I was actually walking into. This is very cool. If I could have imagined what I would have wanted the Star Trek VR game to be, this is it! This is what we've been waiting for.
Holy crap, this is amazing.
I mean, it really is breathtaking. That was an extraordinary experience to be fully encompassed in a world.
Whoa, not into that. You're interacting with each other and you're talking to each other and you're taking orders from the captain and I mean, it's really cool.
So there's captain, helm, piloting the ship, tactical, and the engineer routing power and charging warp coils.
I'm feeling pressure already. I'm feeling nervous now.
All right, shields up.
Prepare warp, take us out.
Yes, Captain.
Co-op gameplay is not new. I mean, you know, we can play games with our friends, but there's something different about being in a shared virtual environment.
Hearing who you're playing with, you can look over and see the person and see them doing their job and talk to them.
The team does not succeed unless everybody does their job well.
Ship decloaking, activating shields.
Okay, shields up.
Shields up.
I really did not want to lower the shields while we were under attack. I was very impressed by LeVar playing that game today. He really had the language of Star Trek down.
And they are transporting, Captain.
It's like, yes, it just makes you push the buttons.
I will say I nailed being the engineer.
That doesn't sound good.
It's a Klingon. Red alert.
Preparing to warp.
We're under attack. We have been waiting in anticipation for so long for the technology of virtual reality to catch up with where we imagine we should be and where we all want to go. Line us up for warp, please. We have full power. Ensign, as soon as you can get us the hell out of here, I'd be most grateful.
This was really incredible.
Hull is down to 20%. Come on, y'all. Punch it. As soon as you can. Here we go. It's your own Star Trek experience in a virtual world where you can hang out with whoever you want. And that's a pretty good deal.
今ここで和美殿との約束果たそうぞ。和美の名を貴様何者じゃ。我は剣を極めし者なる。おお、ならば言葉はいらぬな。これも定め。貴様をここで終わらせる。
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Marty, and I'm joined by my good friend Nathan Vella from Cappy Games.
Hello,
Nathan,
my friend.
It feels like we have a reoccurring date with this game.
We do. Yeah,
it's below.
We actually are. It's a big ARG Groundhog Day that you are secretly part of.
This
and
is
you
a
don't know
social
it.
experiment to see how many times the two of us can sit down and talk about Below.
Yep.
But it's amazing. I'm totally fine with that. This game obviously revealed 3 years ago on stage at Microsoft.
Yep.
And we've been, chronicling it along. We've had you in the office. We've done Let's Plays.
Yep.
You've had more stage shows. Where are we at right now? This is 2016.
Yeah, we are now at the point where we can confidently say that it's coming out this summer, that we know that that's happening.
I'm
that
very
we're
excited.
Working our butts off to get there. I mean, it's a strange thing, right? To have a project that you think is going to take a certain amount of time, and then to be put in a position where you kind of have to decide, like, what is better for your studio, to be a little bit dishonest and put it out when it's not ready, or to do the harder thing in some ways and build it out to the way that you think it should be.
Yeah.
And so for us, it was about it was one part about the game is bigger than we've made any game before, but the other part of it was as we were making it, we realized things about the game that we didn't know going into it. And the choices are always like, do you just stick on that, like stay on target, or do you kind of veer off and see where that game is going to take you? I mean, it sounds kind of strange to say, but like, I really believe that a big part of what makes games special is the little discoveries or sometimes big discoveries that happen while cool people are making cool stuff.
And it's not like you're a team of 200 working, you know, in 7 studios around the world.
No, we're 17,000.
17,000 people.
Yeah,
Actually, every citizen of Toronto is working on this game
it's a
tirelessly.
17,000 person
now,
town.
how many folks are on the team?
Below is a 12-person team. Our studio is 23 people. So we work on a bunch of different stuff at the same time, but this is obviously like the big thing.
The priority right now.
Yeah, I mean it's imminent. We're getting ready. We still got a whole lot of stuff about the game that we haven't talked about or shown because we really want people to feel like they're discovering the game. We don't want to, you know, be like, hey, it's a game about exploration, but you've seen all of the exploration.
Totally.
We don't want to tell them all of the gameplay that's going to happen in it because a huge part of the game is us trusting players to just go, just explore, just try, just learn, just like play the game the way that you want to play it and see how that works.
Yeah, I really feel like this is going to be one of those, do people have water coolers anymore? Remember back in the day?
Yeah, we totally have. We have like that's all we have. We used to have
just water coolers.
Yeah, because you buy people tons of pop and then they drink tons of pop and then they're like getting, you know, it's bad blood sugar and.
So I feel like much in the way the hit TV show Mad About You was a water cooler show in the 90s, this is going to be a water cooler game when it comes out.
That's what it sounds strange to say, but part of how we're working on the game is to make it like that.
Yeah.
So like one of the things that we've been doing lately is because the game kind of resets itself in the sense that like you're playing a new life after your death, and you die a lot. So you're playing a lot of different characters in sequence, but everything that you do with the lives stays done. So what you were just seeing on screen is that you have a magic lantern, and you can go up to a fire pit and use your magical lantern's beam to turn a fire pit into a single-use checkpoint.
I love that.
So you after you create a checkpoint, you have a spot that you will return to from any other fire pit. You don't have to use it. You can leave it, but you only have one shot at it. So if you die and decide to go back to that checkpoint, you then have to recharge your lantern to a point that you can create at the next one.
It's a one-time use checkpoint. It's not like every time you die, you're going to go back there. It's just...
No, it is, and you set it. You define it. You choose where it's placed, as long as you actually have enough fuel to do it.
Yeah. So I didn't realize that was going to be a mechanic. I was sort of under the assumption that every time you died, you were going to restart on the beach.
Yep, you do. But see, in this case, the Wanderer can just head to the little encampment on the beach, light the fire, and fire pits provide you 3 specific things to do. You can sit down, put some stuff in a pot and make soups and stews that turn into kind of health or buffs. You can go to the pocket, which is our space outside of the game where you can store items perpetually, where you can put weapons, or you can, if you have a checkpoint active, you can teleport directly to that checkpoint and you wake up at that fire pit and then you carry on. But you can also teleport to that fire pit, hop into the pocket, take some of the stuff that you've left for yourself, maybe pick up a weapon that you were storing there, and then use that to help you get further, to like maybe get to the next fire pit that will let you checkpoint.
One of the most fascinating things about the game with me is that every time I've seen it, even this like opening area, every time I've seen it over the past 3 years, it just gets more and more beautiful.
That's a big focus for us because the game has such a different kind of like. I mean, I hate saying it, like our game's so unique, but it has a different look. It has a different style. And because we took the camera and pulled it back, we had to think a lot about how the aesthetics, how the art, how the lighting, shadows, highlights affect both like player focus, but also like what is the vibe that you get. Like there is, right now on screen you're seeing some natural stuff. You're in caves, and those caves are being procedurally generated, but we also needed the aesthetic to work with the procedural generation, so it didn't feel like here's a block, here's a block, here's a block. It works great. Like I love the way that Spelunky looks, but it is a very different aesthetic than what we're trying to do.
Oh no, so there are, yes, the game is procedurally generated, but also it has sort of bespoke set pieces that you guys created for specific use.
It's kind of the flags in the sand where from a long distance, if you've been there, you know where you're going. You can see it, you can understand it. It's kind of always in the same spot. you might get there slightly differently, but if you know that there is, say, a special area on the 2nd floor of the cave system, you know that that's going to be there. It's not going to move to the 8th floor, and then you're kind of pooched.
Yeah.
There is these kind of like, landmarks that will not change in their position. And they're usually places where you can learn something or find something, whether it's about the story or, pick up a cool weapon.
Are there any, like, sort of vague, passive multiplayer elements to the game? Is that anything you can talk about?
So it is a game that started out with ideas around that, maybe, and then through the development, we really figured out that this kind of lonely solo experience was where the game was driving us. So right when it launches, it will be a single-player game, and it will. I mean, obviously, there's things that we'd love to do with another 5 years and $1 billion, but no, it's a single-player game, and that's for us a very important piece of that. Like, how do we focus the game? We don't want to make, especially because we've been working on it for years, we don't want to add anything that's going to take away from that singular focus experience.
Yeah, talking a little bit about, I love the idea that 3 years ago when you guys showed off that initial reveal that sort of felt like a tone piece, that the game was probably one very different thing than it is now, or at least the idea of what the game was is something very different.
When Chris, our creative director, pitched the idea, there were things in that pitch that are literally in the game now. Like word for word, exactly. The camera, the idea of how we treated permanent death, the idea of procedural generation being offset by those landmarks, the idea of bleeding and being one hit away from death but being able to solve that, of being weak and small. But for example, like when we were working on the game, even a year and a half ago, the game wasn't really about light and dark the way that it is now. It wasn't about exploration, not just of space, but of like where you are in that immediate moment. And even just the addition of the lantern to the game, and the lantern is really just a lantern. You can just turn it on and it lights up an area, or you can hold the button down and get a beam. And just kind of explore that way. But now it is actually like a core piece of the gameplay. We took the game and made it darker and made it about, like, even just within a single screen level, of which that's the predominant procedural generation, is single screen levels. Now you even have to figure out how to just make it across the screen, and how you can use your lantern to reveal the fog of war, to like push the fog of war back. I mean, really, like when it comes down to it, there is kind of like, there are games that are made on a script, and I love making that type of game, but I also love being able to kind of just trust fans that like they're going to be interested in the stuff that we're interested in. And sure, like, I mean, people want the game to come out and we want to get the game to them. But I think it's better, I believe pretty strongly that like being able to speak honestly about your game, like we worked our butts off. We didn't just rest on our laurels and ship something that we didn't feel was fully complete. We tried to finish it, and we're trying to finish it so that when we put it out there, fans are actually playing what we thought we should be making.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. It sounds like it sounds like I'm kind of being cheeseball about it, but we actually talk about that shit in the studio all the time. And we did it. We talked about it with Sorcery. We talked about it with Time Force. We talked about it with Below, where it's like we have a point in every game where we can cut it off and ship, or we can explore and then see how that exploration allows us to ship. And in this case, it took us a lot longer than we expected, and it's going to be way better because of it.
Have you guys been working closely with Microsoft? Because obviously you're at the Microsoft booth, you were on stage revealing at Microsoft. I mean, how hands-on or hands-off are they?
They have been amazingly hands-off until we ask them to be hands-on, and then they're amazingly hands-on.
Awesome.
Like, for us, like a big element of support from them is just getting access to people that know what they're doing, whether it's like on certification or it's on platform questions, it's on technical questions, it's like, you know, how do we show the game at E3? What type of showings are we going to have? How are we going to, you know, get this game in front of people? How is the game going to launch on their platform? All those questions are questions that we need active participation, but the making of it, we just want to be left alone in a lot of ways. And even though they've been pushing the game and they've been very supportive of the game, when we tell them it's going to take an extra X number of months or years or whatever, they just kind of like, cool, later.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, it's an ideal scenario. I mean, it is a game that we're funding ourselves that is kind of a self-published title, so that makes sense. But the fact that it was originally a Microsoft Studios game before ID at Xbox even was invented or created, and the fact that we got to move over, that's a pretty cool, like that's a, you know, Phil, all the way up to Phil Spencer, they've been very supportive. I've known Chris Charla for years.
Yeah.
He's the reason why we got involved with working with Microsoft, and he's proved us right every time.
That's
and
awesome.
so and being able to like also see the fact that independent studios on Xbox also always have a big Steam component. For us, that's super important. I mean, the game is also a PC game,
Yeah.
and we're building it to be also a PC game. It's
Yeah.
not just a console game that's getting ported out to. It's meant to be a PC title as well, and obviously Microsoft has a mandate to support that as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, no.
So
Absolutely, totally not.
that's super cool for us. And I mean, we want to make sure that we love console. And to me, E3 this year has been this kind of like enormous explosion of big console stuff.
Yeah.
Giant, like both press conferences were basically like watching as big as you can get.
Yeah, seriously.
Watching what happens when, I mean, everybody wants, we all talk about the success that PlayStation has seen in the 40 plus million copies, but it's very easy to overlook the 20 some odd million Xbox Ones that are out there.
Vacuum, that's an incredible number.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the fact that I think Xbox Live is a fantastic service. So if you take all of console together and you think about how important and successful console has been, it's really exciting to me as the head of a studio that wants to make console games, that maybe at some point might want to make bigger console games. Like it's really exciting.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on, obviously at the end of the Microsoft conference, we had the Scorpio reveal or confirmation, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
We know we're going to get this new, more powerful 4K console with, they said teraflops. I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
I'm very dumb.
I mean, I think it's like I think it's like how many like hamsters are running in the wheel.
Yeah,
at
it's
the
how many
same time.
somersaults you could do on a single console. I mean, does that excite you, the fact that next year is ostensibly a restart of the generation?
I think it's really exciting for hardcore console fans. I think there is always a fear in these 8-year console cycles that PC that PC will always be getting the best versions of every game, and that sucks if you're a console player. You know, if you love to play console and sit on your couch with a controller, that experience might not be the most exciting. Like you know, if PC is out there being new NVIDIA 1080 cards, we're doing all of like they maybe have teraflops too. I don't know if that's how it works, but
possibly.
I think it's great for the hardcore fans. For me, I mean, we're not trying to do the craziest, biggest, most polygons, whatever. So it's cool. I mean, I think it's exciting for us because I'm hopeful that it's exciting for the really hardcore fans. It's kind of scary from a development perspective because you don't like one of the things that I love about console is that you make a game and it works.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll change that. I don't know any of the facts behind it, but I can't see them changing that.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm looking at it more from the like anything that makes console players feel like they're getting the best possible experience. That's just going to make consoles stronger.
Yeah.
That's just, and also you know, the fact that they started and ended with new consoles. And they both look pretty slick.
Oh yeah.
Not a, you know, I don't really love the product design of the Xbox One. I didn't even really love the PlayStation, but I think the new revs of both, if there is a new PlayStation at some point.
Oh yeah.
Even though they've already said there is, but we don't know. Anyways, I think they're going to be cool too.
Yeah.
It's more likely that I'm going to set them up beside my TV, which, you know, as a fan of like that center of entertainment, that's also pretty cool.
2017 is gonna be cool.
I'm super excited about it. I think I'm really excited for Inside.
Yeah.
I think. Have you guys seen the?
We'll talk about it after.
Okay.
After we're done recording. Nathan, thank you very much. Below is out this summer.
Absolutely.
I am gonna guess August 31st. I'm not 100% sure there are 31 days in August though.
Actually, there is.
Oh, dang, nailed it.
I have the limerick. 30 days has some. Yeah.
Nathan, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Stick around. We're gonna have so much more. IGN Live at E3 2016.
Bye, IGN.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
It's that moment where I've committed to leaving, but I haven't left the Earth yet. Nothing you can do but charge forward.
What I love the most in the mountains is that I can do anything I want. It's pure freedom.
You know, there's always a bit of fear. If you don't have a little fear, you know, then you're a little crazy, I think.
Nothing else matters up here. All the chaos is just gone. No one else around.
The moment my feet leave the Earth, everything else disappears.
Got my own monster.
It's pure adrenaline.
Nobody but me.
It's what I live for.
I would never call him enemy. He's too bad, God. She's too good, God, I need. I got my own nature. She's too good, God, I need.
The mountain is your canvas, you know, you can paint your own picture. That's what the beauty of it is.
The most important thing for me is to try something that never been done before.
Am I scared? Sure. But fear can be a tool. It can keep you performing beyond what you think your limits are.
Welcome.
Hello everyone, welcome back to IGN's E3 2016 live show. I am Vincent Janito, and today, right now, I am joined with Katsuhiro Harada and Michael Murray of the Tekken team. They are here to show us Tekken 7. At long last, it's making its console debut, and I think it's super exciting. The game looks gorgeous,
Thank
and
you.
you got a lot of new features that you want to kind of run us through.
Right.
So, I mean, like right here at the start, we're already looking. We've got
Story
a new
mode.
story mode. There's some interesting things happening there with what looks like a quick time event, easy transitions between cutscenes and gameplay. Let's talk about that a little bit.
OK。原さん説明する？
まずまだ見てない方もいらっしゃると思うんですけど、今までの鉄拳のゲームはだいたいプリレンダーのオープニングがあって、ストーリーモードも普通になんか登場シーンがあって、でいつもの距離でいつもの戦ってたんですけど、今回はもうプリレンダーから演出、そしていわゆるリアルタイムのプレイまで全部シームレスでつながってて、そのプレイの中でもイベントが起きる仕組みになってます。
So I guess you know with Tekken in the past and also other fighting games, you have the opening CG cinematics, then you have a little bit of load, then you go into the actual battle. You start off with maybe some in-game cinematics where they trade lines, and then you start at the same distance from your opponent every time, and you go into the battle right. But this time for story mode, you actually start off with the cinematics. It then kind of transitions seamlessly into the in-game cinematics and then into the battle. And even within the battle, you have you don't necessarily always start at the same placement. There's various conditions that are different, and a lot of events that don't occur in the normal gameplay as well.
Gotcha. So is that going to be kind of a standard for all the story modes, or is it just that kind of the big climactic story moments? Is that just going to be built into the story as a whole?
Yeah. So the story mode, that is the way the sequence works. And then this time it focuses mainly, we have Akuma and Heihachi focusing on the segment demo, but in the actual story mode, it's focused on the Mishima clan. So basically, Heihachi, the father, Kaze Mishima, the son, and kind of the saga that goes among those two characters in particular, why they're at each other's throats, throwing each other off cliffs and volcanoes, that kind of stuff, is something we've never really touched on before, why they're doing this. So why they're doing it, and then what is the actual conclusion of that outcome is what we're touching on in the story mode.
Cool. So I mean, like, it's not an elephant in the room. It's a good thing. But like, let's talk about Akuma. Like, here he is in front of us. He's a Street Fighter character in a Tekken world, but he has a lot. I mean, I played with him yesterday, and he has a lot of his tools, and in many ways, really does feel like a Street Fighter character. How did you guys go about translating him over and making sure that he fits well with the fighting style in Tekken?
豪輝、まあ、いわゆる悪魔ですね。悪魔に関しては、この7年前に僕らがちょっとストリートファイタークロス鉄拳をちょっとやろうっていう話におのとなった時に、僕の方のアイデアでは、単なるスピンオフじゃなくてエピソードとして一つ鉄拳のストーリーなんかちょっと絡んでたら面白いんじゃないかと思ったのがきっかけで、実は7年ぐらい前から僕の中のプランではあったんですよ。でそれを、ゲームに入れるにあたって、もう実はモデルとかアニメーションとかも全部自分たちのゼロから起こして、ストーリーも自分たちからゼロから全部作って、今の形に仕上げてるので、結構まだ触ってない人はぜひ触ってみてほしいんですけど、すごいいい、もうストリートファイターのプレイヤーだったらそのまま来れるぐらいのゲームになってると思います。
Finished? So Goki, or Akuma as he's known in the West, the idea for including him in the game actually kind of started very early, roughly 7 years ago, when we had our initial talks with Capcom, mainly, Ono-san, the producer of Street Fighter series. They were thinking of what to do with the Street Fighter Cross Tekken at the time. And then at that time, Harada kind of thought, I don't want to just have him as a guest character, as a marketing ploy, but it would be really cool if we can kind of link him into the story in some manner. And that's kind of the inkling of how it first started out. And as you see in the game, he's kind of perfectly recreated, we think. But it's not that we received any kind of model data or assets from Capcom and implemented it. We actually built everything from scratch. So the model art, the textures, his animations, everything was done in-house and fine-tuned to make it feel the way it does. And you can even see the 2D look, the kind of stop-hit animation, the way he controls, all of this stuff was, a lot of effort was put into making him feel like the real deal.
Yeah, and when, I really felt that play out, not just with his animations and his look, but also just with even some of his bread and butter combos from Street Fighter 4. Yeah. I mean, I was doing down 3 into Tatsu and then Fierce DP, and like that, it just worked. Like the first time I was like, wonder if I can do this. And I just pressed the buttons I would normally press, and it just worked.
Well, and he also has the save cancel move from the Street Fighter series.
Yeah,
so
that's
you can
right.
cancel into
the focus attack,
and,
dash cancel. I'm like, that's crazy, because that's a mechanic that's never existed really in Tekken at all. Except now with Tekken 7, let's move on a little bit from Akuma and talk a little bit about what's different from Tekken Tag 2 to 7. There's a lot of things mechanically that have changed, including that power crush, which now gives everyone kind of an armored move. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Right.
Okay.
So I guess, the last time people saw it on console was, like you said, Tag 2. So I'll start from how it changed from then. So the biggest difference, I've got to say it, the graphics. So, from Tag 2, since we had to create so many characters and the tag system and all the gameplay mechanics, it was kind of based on Tekken 6. So the graphic model, the character models, the graphic level wasn't that different. This time we really wanted to make a big impression, so the game is still running, the scripting and all the coding is our proprietary stuff, but the graphics are handled by the Unreal Engine 4 for the first time in the Tekken series. And you can see the graphics really evolved from in the arcade Tekken 7 and then now Tekken 7 Fate of Retribution.
Yeah.
The stages look amazing, the effects we have. So all of that's been redone. Then not just that, but the return to the one-on-one.
Right.
Because Tag was a tag-based system where you control 2 characters simultaneously. So some people felt, the hardcore, they love that. But your people who, they love Tekken 3, they love Tekken 5.
Right.
They were saying it's a bit too much. Maybe the juggles are a little too long.
Because you have to learn how to use just to play the game at all. You have to learn 2 characters. And even learning 1 character in Tekken can be a very complex affair. So.
Right. So this time it's one-on-one. We tried to make it more accessible, like when you're trying to get off the ground, some people couldn't even get off the ground, you'd get comboed, etc.
Yeah, Okizemi's a big part of Tekken.
So we actually redid the basic controls as well to kind of make it more intuitive and more accessible. We also had a lot of gameplay mechanics, like the crush move you were saying, the power crush.
Right.
So we noticed that people who are new to the series, if they're playing against someone who's better, they can't do anything. They're just blocking.
Right, they don't know when it's
turn.
their turn. You know what I mean? They don't
Right.
they don't know the matchup well enough. They don't know where the breaks in a person's 10 chain are or anything
Right.
like that. So that you're right, they just kind of turtle. So this gives them an opportunity to just, well, you know what? I want to go on the attack. Let me do this.
Right.
And if it's only a one-hitting move coming in, I'll power through it and yay, I got a hit and now I'm on offense again.
Right, and it doesn't anger the advanced players because there are ways to punish it if you can read
of
the
course.
opponent coming. Also, another mechanic we implemented was the rage arts. So, up until now you had the rage mechanic. So if you have less health, your character does more damage until the end of the round. But now this is another option. You can throw away that status. In return, you get this kind of animation that's different for each character of a super combo that does damage. It also has armor, so that if you can read your opponent coming in, you can armor through it. You finish the match, maybe have a very big comeback like we've seen in some of the tournaments.
Yeah, that seems like it's really good because of the armor on it. It seems like it's especially good for beating wake-up attacks. Like if you know someone's gonna wake up with like a round kick or something,
right.
Just throw that out and just blow it up.
It has some vulnerabilities, like you can, if you read it, you can make the opponent whiff, or you can interrupt it with some low attacks. But,
yeah, low attacks and throws, I believe, right?
Yeah, but it's another option for people who are new to the series to try to come back. There's also Rage Drive, which some of the all the characters have new attacks added this time around, but this one's kind of a special one where it's got special properties. Again, in Rage, you can choose to discard the Rage status for the super attack. So I guess the best use is if you're on the offense. It has like special properties. Mostly you're at advantage. Sometimes it links into 2 different attacks. But it's just a way to kind of keep on the offense when you know you're at a disadvantage and your opponent's going to throw something out. You can kind of power through it. You can link it into combos, etc. So it's a technique for more of the advanced players, I guess, a different option to use Rage.
Sure, because I mean, honestly, it's funny because when you look at it, advanced players in most games, like, they don't tend to lean very hard on super moves to get them back into a round or get them back into a match. They use those contextually when they know it's like a good situation, or they just don't use them at all and they use their well, in other games it would be meter, which isn't really the case here. But in other, like in this case, the rage mechanic, you're throwing that away to get something, and I think, more beginner players will lean on that big, powerful rage art, and then the more advanced players will find applications for the rage drive.
Right.
And it's cool you have that dichotomy for the two of them.
Another reason, though, for implementing it, I just want to throw in real quick,
please.
is that, Tekken, if you know what's going on, it's a very exciting game to watch.
Yes.
But when you're at EVO or some of these other tournaments, people who don't know Tekken, it's kind of hard to find where the game's exciting. So the addition of the Rage Arts was something that anyone can understand what's going on, and we wanted to make the game more interesting to watch.
And something else you guys have done along that lines, and that's smart, because obviously, I think we've all learned at this point that sure, you can't abandon the the casual everyday consumer, but at the same time, if you manage to excite the hardcore tournament scenester, if you can excite them, you're kind of getting free marketing and like a long tail on the life of your game, which is great. So another way that you guys, it seems like, have gone into wanting to make it more of an interesting spectator experience are these traded attacks, which I think are, I'm not sure exactly what's happening in mid-match when those trades happen. It looks really cool, but I'm not positive what's going on yet. But what's really sweet is when it's like down to like pixel to pixel, and then like you have that last, it zooms in nice and tight, slow-mo. Oh my God, is my fist gonna hit him? Is he gonna hit me? What's gonna happen? Oh my God, KO, I won or I lost, and it's terrible. So it's very interesting. What made you guys think that was the way to do this?
I'll throw that to Harada.
Yeah.
スーパースローだよね。スーパースローを入れた経緯はもともとちょっと僕は格闘技がやっぱ好きなので、あれでスーパーのリプレイを見てたんですよ。で、あとアメリカのスーパーボールとかのある仕組みで、中継を5秒ぐらい遅らせてやってますよね。で、要はそういうことがもともとゲームだとリアルタイムでできるので、あらかじめ先読みのプログラムを走らせておいて、技が近づいたときに先読みでプログラムを走らせてスーパースローにリアルタイムでそのまましちゃうと。で、今回はもう要はそのスーパースローを入れることで結局やってる人間も見てる人間もどっちが先に技が当たるか分かんないけど、これを実現したかったので、どうしてもスーパースローは5年ぐらい前からやりたかったやつなんですよね。
The inspiration came from sporting events like boxing, There's a lot of fast action, and sometimes after something's happened, they'll go back and do a replay, right, to see exactly what happened. But we thought, we could do that in real time if it's a video game. So we just had the program kind of look for instances where that might occur, depending on health remaining, what the characters are doing, etc., so that it happens in real time. And so the people playing, you don't know which one's going to hit first and who's going to win, and the people watching don't either. So in that instant, it's a lot of tension there, and it just adds so much excitement to the game.
So again, in terms of accessibility, and again, that's sometimes looked at as such a dirty word, right? Like people, especially in the fighting game community, we get so nervous about that word, like, oh, that means it's going to be dumbed down, it's not going to be the game, but like things like, Kaz, I assume still has his electric wing god fist, which is still a just frame, if you want to get the good version of it, the electric version. So there's still all this advanced stuff. It's just you're being additive and kind of providing new tools for new players to utilize until they come to grips with everything else. And I think that's like, when you look across the fighting game genre, that's what a lot of other creators have done. Like we look at Persona,
right.
They have kind of like an auto, like a one hit, like a one button combo, so that it's not good,
right.
but it just gives people who are new something to do. Now, on the topic of the combo system of Tekken, though,
right.
When we talk about accessibility, you guys have mentioned a couple of times about not being so ground-bound heavy as Tekken Tag 2 was. So that sounds like, on the surface, it doesn't sound immediately apparent why that makes the game more accessible. I understand why, but why don't you explain to the audience a little bit why having fewer ground bounds and making that less of a big deal adds to accessibility?
Right. So, for example, in past Tekkens like Tag 2, you had a lot of lengthy aerial combos because you were changing out characters, etc.
Yes, right.
So you would see the players kind of tend to go back and forth, be very careful with your spacing, and then when one messes up, whiffs attack or whatever, boom, he's launched. Then you got to wait for a while until you reset that strategic back and forth. And we found that that was kind of daunting for beginners, but even kind of veterans to the series that liked 5 or DR, they were saying that they enjoyed that kind of back and forth on the ground, that strategic, cat and mouse, and they wanted to see more of that, which is the reason why we kind of dialed down the combos a little bit to give that, more of the fighting game, back and forth spacing, timing, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, to me, that's the sweet science of Tekken, right? Is like, getting your, the back dashes and the sidestep. Tekken's mobility game is like extraordinarily rich, and so it provides a lot of opportunities for you to play that footsie game. And I think also what it helps with too is that high damage, having few opportunities means fewer opportunities to win in the neutral game. So I think it's a smart choice, and I think it'll play out the way you guys think it will.
And so for beginners, even if you miss one and you get launched, you still have a few more times in the match.
You still have a few more tries to outsmart your opponent and get it right in the neutral.
Right.
That's awesome. Mike, Kazuhiro, Harada-san, thank you so much for being here. Tekken 7's looking terrific. I haven't been an avid Tekken player since about 3 or 4. This looks like it's the one that's going to pull me back in, so I can't wait to play more of it. And thank you folks at home for watching. Again, this is, and Tekken 7 yes, was nominated for Fighting Game of E3 2016. We'll see if it wins it. But thank you so much for watching. And this has been IGN's E3 2016 live show. Stay right here for more on everything happening on this last day of the show floor. Thanks a bunch.
this. Are you agree? PlayStation.
Our enemies didn't run away. They regrouped. They have complete control over the underground of New York, and they're preparing to hit us again. Get ready and take the fight to them.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max Scoville, and I'm here with Masayuki Hirano. Am I saying that right? And Sho Hirota from Bandai, and you guys are producer and global overseas marketing for
exactly.
Dragon Ball Z Xenoverse 2.
Exactly. Yes.
I played quite a bit of the first one, and I like being a time cop. I like it. I like Trunks quite a bit, and I'm glad to see you guys are keeping this going. Can you tell us a little bit about what's new in number 2 here?
ドラゴンボールゼノバース2で、新しくなった要素というところを少し紹介していただけますか。
そうですね。ドラゴンボールゼノバース自体がですね、そもそも新しいドラゴンボール体験っていう、今までにないドラゴンボールっていうのを追求してきましたと。なので、この2にあたってもやっぱりドラゴンボールの新しい体験っていうのを今回目指して、作っていくっていうところで、前回非常に好評いただきましたけども、もちろん前回の部分はアップさせつつも。やっぱり新しい今までない体験をというところを、基本的にはオンライン要素、オンラインの要素を中心に、みんなにより盛り上がれる、より楽しくゲームプレイできるようなものっていうのを詰め込んでいるところになります。
Alright, so basically the overall concept of Dragon Ball Xenoverse was to deliver to users a brand new Dragon Ball experience. And that's what we're trying to do for this title as well. But if we simply do what we did for Dragon Ball Xenoverse, then it's not going to be anything new anymore. So we're constantly thinking and trying to put to shape ways in order to have people feel that it's a brand new experience. And this time we're sort of really concentrating on online features. We can't go into that much details right now, but we're really looking into putting in, events, quests, missions, so that players will really be able to interact with each other and really have fun online.
Okay, and you've got, I see you've got Turles from Tree of Might, and is that Future Gohan there?
Exactly, yeah.
Excellent. So do you see the Xenoverse kind of timeline to be a good excuse to go visit more stuff from movies?
そうですね、本作、今、ターレスと、未来ご飯が映ってると思うんですけども、今回結構その映画に着目したりするんでしょうかっていう質問です。
そうですね、半分イエスで半分ノーかなと思いますね。もちろん、新しく出てくるキャラクターに対しては、やっぱり劇場版のキャラクターというところ、出てないキャラクターがかなり多いので、そこには出していきたいというふうには思っています。ただ、今回のストーリー自体、世界観とストーリー自体は、テーマが今2世代というテーマになっていて、もちろん、未来ご飯と、例えば、トランクス、バーダックと悟空、そして、前作持っている方は特にですけど、前作の主人公と今作の主人公っていう2世代をテーマにした、ストーリーが進行していくというところになっているので、ちょっと違った切り口で楽しんでほしいなというふうに思います。
Alright, so first of all, yes, we do have quite a lot of movie characters appearing, since we did have very limited movie characters in the first version. But in terms of the story, the overall concept of the story is two generations. And when we say two generations, we're talking about, for example, future Gohan and Trunks, which is teacher and student. For example, Bardock and Goku, which is father and son. And then the first Time Patroller, which appeared in Dragon Ball Xenoverse, and the Time Patroller that's appearing in Xenoverse 2. And so this concept, two generations, is a very key, important key factor when it comes to the story of Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. So there will be characters appearing from the movie, but we're going to show it in a little different way.
Excellent. And are you rolling in characters from Dragon Ball Super?
ドラゴンボールスーパーのキャラクターも登場するんでしょうか？
そうですね、もともとこの企画自体は、もう本当、ドラゴンボールスーパーのアニメが日本で放映される前からスタートしていたので、実際はこのスーパーを抜きにしてでも、完成とか、形を作っていたタイトルになります。なので、正直、スーパー、今まさに日本で放映してますけども、これ、もしこれを入れてくるなると、本当にもうプラスアルファになってくるんで、非常にちょっと厳しいな、スケジュール的にもやはり開発すると、やっぱりキャラクターも何ヶ月もかけて作っていくものになるので、非常に厳しいなと思うんですが、何かやっぱり1個でも、やっぱり今やってるものではありますので、やっぱり、パッケージ入れたいなというふうには思っているので、なんとかできたいと思いますので、期待してほしいなというふうに思います。
Alright, so to be completely honest, by the time we had everything locked down, the content, the new features, by the time we had those locked down, that's when Dragon Ball Super finally began to broadcast in Japan. So to be completely honest, we're currently looking into what we can do, but it's obviously something that we want to include in the new game. So maybe it's one character, maybe it's a different feature, but we're really looking at what we can do. So we want people to look forward to that as well.
All right. What are the main improvements you've made in terms of online functionality?
オンライン要素において一番の、進化している点でどういったところがありますか？
なるほど。正直ですね、全然まだ言えることないんですけど、新しい情報が出せないところで本当申し訳ないんですけど、現在で言えることとしては、その最初のトレーラーとか、でもお店で少しできたかなと思うんですけども、前回作ってたトキトキ島という町があったんです。これはある意味もう大きさとしてはほぼ村みたいなサイズかなと。でも今回は、もう少しやっぱ大きくして、ビッグシティというか大きな町ぐらいサイズ感にして、より多くの人たちとよりダイナミックに、武術や乗り物を乗りながらっていうところで、コミュニケーションを取って、物語で進んでいけるというところで、そのハブ自体がもうすでにその物語の、本当に中核をなすように設計しているというところが、かなり大きな要素かなというふうには思いますね。
Alright, so to be honest, there's not much information that we can give out right now, but we've actually shown in the trailer or some of the B-rolls that we've been sharing that we have a new hub called the Kanton City. In Dragon Ball Xenoverse, we had a hub called the Toki City, and that was more like a village size, but this time this is 7 times more larger and it's a huge city. And here you'll be able to interact with a lot of players, fly around, run around, and do a lot of fun stuff. There's going to be a lot of events, quests, and just simply a lot of more fun there. So we want you to focus on what's going to be added into that new hub, which is quite the core to the online features.
Excellent. And finally, players who played Dragon Ball Xenoverse 1, can they carry over the save files?
ゼノバース1のそのセーブデータっていうのは引き継げるんですか？
そうですね。やはり今作は、一作目持ってる人も持っていなくても、どちらも楽しめるというふうには設計しているつもりではあるんですけど、もちろん前作持っている人たちにもやっぱしっかりこの流れっていうのをこの1から2への流れっていうのを楽しんでほしいなというのを思っているので、もちろん引き継ぎ要素はあります。そこに関しては、例えば最初の 街の中にですね、ホログラム立ってるんですけども、これが、今作の世界の中で英雄視されている、銅像になってまして、これは前作のまさに主人公がここに、立っていると。なので、データを引き継ぐと、そこにまさに自分自身の、キャラクターがそこに投影されているし、立っているし、今作の主人公がそれを見ると、自分自身の主人公が両方2人それとも自分自身という形で、ゲームの中に出てくると。あとはそれがまたストーリーの中でも、楽しめるというところでは、非常に熱い、展開が待ってるかなというふうに思います。
Alright, so obviously, yes, we do have some carryover features, save data transfer. We really want to make it fun for both players who haven't played Dragon Ball Xenoverse and for players who played Dragon Ball Xenoverse as well. So, for example, since the story takes place a few years after the story of Dragon Ball Xenoverse, maybe you've seen a screenshot that's up on the internet, but we have a screenshot where the avatar of Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 is standing in front of a hologram, and that hologram is the Time Patroller from Xenoverse 1. And if you have the save data of Dragon Ball Xenoverse, then the avatar that you were using is going to be displayed on that hologram. And the first Time Patroller will also be appearing in the story mode, so he has a very important role.
Excellent. And do you have a release date?
発売時期でいつ頃になりますか？
そうですね。まだ言えないんですけども、16年、はい、2016年には出したいなと思ってます。近いうち本当に発売日をしっかり出したいなと思っているので楽しみにしてほしいなと思います。
Alright, so all we can say right now is that we're planning to get the game released on 2016, and we'll have a really exact release date sometime soon. So we hope you look forward to that.
Excellent. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, it looks like more of the same fun for the first one, but bigger and better. We've got more bigger and better stuff. Probably not better. I don't want to say that. That's awful. That's the wrong thing to say. Right here on IGN. It's the last day of E3. E3 is great, so keep it right here.
Your freedoms can only be protected if democracy thrives. The corporate interests are rigging the elections. Your elections. Your favorite social media giant, Invite, knows everything about you. And they're manipulating your feed to tailor your opinion to their interests. They are fooling you into voting for their puppet, Congressman Mark Thruss. Invite wields the single most powerful population control tool ever created. Defend democracy. Help us tear down Invite. Lend us your processing power by downloading our app, and together, we will expose Congressman Thruss. Join us. We are DedSec.
Hello everyone, I'm Dominic Gay, the senior producer on Watch Dogs 2, and today I will guide you through this vertical slice of the game. Watch Dogs 2 is set in the San Francisco Bay, a beautiful area, a cultural beacon, and the birthplace of the tech revolution. From Oakland to Marin County, from the Golden Gate to Silicon Valley, your adventure will take you all across of the Bay Area. You are part of DedSec, a hacker group rebelling against an establishment that uses technology to take away people's freedom. You play as Marcus Holloway, a brilliant hacker fighting to take back control from this corrupted establishment. This demo is not scripted, and you are free to do as you please in our open world. Using Marcus's skills, you can hack into anyone within the city, into most electronic devices or any car's computer system. Any of these can be manipulated in multiple ways as you progress in the game and extend Marcus's abilities. In this case, Marcus hacks into this car and controls its steering remotely. You can also hack entire areas of the city to powerful effect. Here, we distract all these people by sending messages to their phones. As you explore the Bay Area, you can cross paths with other players, never leaving the comfort of your single-player experience. As you seamlessly encounter other friendly DedSec members, you can communicate with them, and with the single press of a button, join them as a co-op team. But for now, let's continue in solo.
Hey, Our numbers are going through the roof, but we just promised to blow the lid open on invite and election fraud.
And we'll deliver. Have faith, sister.
Sure, if we can find evidence that Invite's manipulating social media to help him.
Wrench, where you at, man?
Scouting Congressman Dipshit's apartment from the roof next door. Oh, we fucked up his fundraiser. Almost everyone's gone. Come on, get over here.
Okay, people, this is strictly by the book. Don't paint outside the lines and stay frosty.
Fuck you. Just get in there and find some rusty nails to crucify Thrust to the social media cross.
On my way.
The game has multiple operations the player can discover and decide to pursue. In the interest of time, let's join Marcus as he meets up with another DedSec hacker, Wrench. They are about to infiltrate a politician's penthouse in order to acquire evidence of his plan to rig the elections with the help of a social media giant.
Yo, Wrench.
Captain Dipshit lives over there.
Yo, check it out. You can see the whole city from here.
Whole lot of people out there, man. Whole lot of people.
Yeah, getting screwed.
You don't even feel it. It's just numb.
It's fucked up. I know it's gonna be a hell of a fight turning them back into people.
Fucking A, man. Okay, dude. You find the evidence, and I'll mind our exit strategy.
Hey, is that the congressman?
No, I do believe that is a helicopter.
Fuck you.
Marcus, the building just went off the grid. We can't get in or see inside.
They're up to something. I'll see what.
The player is free to approach the mission in any way he wishes, as a ghost, as an aggressor, or as a trickster who focuses on manipulation and hacking. Here we're using our new quadcopter to scout the premises. The drone can also be upgraded with new functionalities.
They got armed help in there. Something's definitely up.
Here we use network hacking to quickly access a security camera within the apartment.
Fine, keep. They're scrubbing the evidence.
Get us access, Marcus, before it all gets wiped.
I'll get you inside the system. Once I do, you use the botnet to brute force your way in and download everything you can.
But once you start downloading, they'll know you're inside.
It wouldn't be a party if they didn't. And I've got a surprise for them.
Where are we on wiping the Congressman's cloud?
That's done, but there's a team at Invite scrubbing the backups, too.
They're good at this?
They're the best computer forensics team we have. You pay top dollar, you get top talent.
That's what I want to hear.
We hack to spy on a phone call, take pictures of the cover-up, and profile our enemies.
Wrench, you ready with my exit strategy?
Define. Ready.
Yo, Satara, I'm ready to go in. Play me something fresh.
The penthouse is approachable from any side, and the player has the means to determine his own plan in order to download the proof he needs. This mission can actually be completed without ever setting foot within the penthouse proper. But this time, let's play as a ghost, using hacking to infiltrate stealthily.
Let's trace the hits, check the file. Let's see who bit the didactic style. I flip the script so they can't get filed. At least not now.
There's something over there.
I changed the pace to
We distract the guard, and then we quickly hack the door lock to access the penthouse.
when I speak. They freak to sweat the technique. I made made my debut in '86 with a melody in a president's mix, and now I stay on target and refuse to miss. And I still make hits for beats, parties, clubs, and cars and jeeps. My underground sound vibrates the streets. MCs wanna beef, then I
Here we throw a zapper, a tool we can then modify on the fly through hacking.
Already done. This isn't our first rodeo.
We then set a proximity trigger for a stunning effect and emit a sound to attract the guards.
Know how many bombs have I ripped and wrecked, but researchers never found all the pieces yet. Scientists try to solve the context.
Again, we access the electronic locks for the doors, but this time to lock them to cover our back.
My ideas are only for the audience ears. My opponents, it might take years. Pencils, pens, and swords. Let us put together from a key to cause.
We choose to deploy a drone to project our hacking ability in this well-guarded room. We distract the guard by quickly hacking into his phone.
You don't have to speak, just see. And peep the technique.
We finally managed to reach the target computer. The drone is customized to allow interaction with the computer to set up a wireless transmitter into the network.
You're in. Do your thing.
While we are downloading the evidence of the politicians' corruption, the guards are now searching for the intruder that accessed the system.
Let's track this guy down!
We use our custom-made melee weapon, the Thunderball, to knock out the guard.
Get back to cover! You're only making things worse! You're in a line of fire!
Here we use our 3D printed electroshock gun to stun this guard.
Take cover!
And quickly, we hack into the trophy car's computer to take down our opposition. We tap into the guard's communication system to create a massive distraction to cover our exit. The exit strategy Wrench set up for us is one of many ways the player could use to leave the penthouse.
Holy fuck, this is awesome.
You can poop your pants later, man. Because we are just getting started.
Click here to watch the entire world premiere video. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and be the first to see new trailers and behind-the-scenes action.
Destin Laguerre here for IGN at E3 2016. Today joining me is Julian and Manny from Ubisoft. Hello. And you guys are talking all about The Division's new expansion. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this piece?
Absolutely. The new expansion, named Underground,
Yes, sir.
coming first on Xbox and PC, July 28th, is something a little bit different. What we wanted to do here is to create an activity that you could replay almost endlessly. So we worked very hard, especially Reflections, the lead studio on this expansion, worked very hard on technology that could allow people to play the activity multiple times, and it being different every single time. So it's really something that was developed exclusively for this expansion.
The new survival mode is the big thing that you were...
So survival mode is the next expansion.
Got it.
So it really is a distinct thing from the Underground. The Underground for us is really one thing that's dropping. It's going to come with everything else that Division players are used to. It's going to come with an incursion, gear sets, weapons, different activities, but it's very distinct from survival.
The first incursion, some people were a little so-so on it. What have you learned from that release that you're going to implement in this one?
I think the incursion, the first incursion we did, Falcon, was something that was extremely hardcore, and a lot of players who were just getting to endgame sort of had a hard time with it or started glitching it. And glitching it, you're kind of ruining the fun for yourself. So it wasn't perfect. So, you know, for the incursion that we're doing for survival, which is called Dragon's Nest, which I can tell you a little bit about later on, that's going to be something that is a much bigger challenge. It's something that's quite special. I think it's the best incursion that we've done so far.
Got it. Manny, what have you guys done with the gear system? How is that changing in any way?
Well, we're making sure that we're balancing for those end game users. You know, we want them to have a reason to come back. You know, get that, you know, just to keep grinding for the best loot. So yeah, we're mindful of, you know, what the fans are after. You know, that constant, you know, drip feed of progression. So every time you go in the underground, it's a different experience. You're going to get greater risk and greater reward.
Have you guys looked at games like Destiny where they have really special pieces of gear and thought about implementing that with your armor sets?
So we have exotic and named weapons, definitely.
Weapons, yes. Armor,
weapons.
though.
Armor, we've got gear sets. And gear sets do the same sort of thing. It's like 6 pieces, you get 4 of those pieces, and it gives you a special bonus. That's
We've
the type
also
of thing.
got the vanity set, the darkness
Absolutely.
vanity set, which is super cool. You know, it really feeds into that underground vibe. It's a bit darker, but I think it's really, really cool looking.
So, I mean, Manny, you really work very hard on Underground. Can you tell us a little bit about why you think it really stands out?
Well, it stands out because it's endlessly repeatable. I mean, it's endlessly replayable, I'm sorry. So we've taken environments, and we've created environments that are flexible enough to be rotated and reconfigured. And then on top of that, within the environments, you know, we're toggling things like objectives and enemy factions, prop variations. So every time you go down, it's a different fight.
What level should you be for this content? Like, if I'm a new player coming into the game, and should I hop right into this?
It's definitely once you've reached level 30, but then it's quite flexible about possible gear scores. So there are 4 difficulty levels, from normal to heroic, and it'll be the first time we're featuring heroic difficulty levels, and each one of those will scale depending on your gear score and if you're going down with a team or if you're going down solo.
What if you're a lapsed player like myself? You know, I played up to 30 and then I kind of stopped and played some other stuff. If I want to come back in, am I going to be able to experience the Underground?
Yes, we got you covered. The reason is, like, we understand people maybe have played the Division, got the story, maybe a little intimidated by the Dark Zone, didn't get that gear score up with the Incursion. Underground has you covered there. You don't need to have a gear score of any high value. You can go right in and then get your gear score up there. And also, you can play in single player. So we're making sure that, you know, people might want to solo it, get the experience that way at their own pace. Underground has that.
You showcased some of the armor sets. One was Splinter Cell themed. That's really cool. Do you ever think about doing other themed sets from other Ubisoft products? Like a Raving Rabbids, maybe?
Raving Rabbids?
Yeah.
So you see a mid-crisis New York City ravaged by a virus with a guy in a rabbit suit.
I would love
around.
that.
I think it kind of writes
You
itself.
know what? Let me take a note. I think we've got gold here.
Yeah.
I think there are opportunities, but they're, you know, the vanity sets that we do produce, they take a lot of time to produce. They're very high quality, lots of people working on them. And I think there are things that are more sort of suitable for the IP that we'd like to do first. And, you know, the free vanity sets that we're giving with Underground, Ghost Recon, Splinter Cell, and Rainbow Six, it's kind of the Clancy pack, right?
Yeah.
So we thought, what better way to celebrate Ubisoft's 30th year in video games than to give these 3 sets.
Got
How
it,
cool
got
is
it.
that, by the way?
Sorry?
So how cool is that? What we're looking at right now is it's the tutorial mission into the dungeon system, and as you can see, we're fighting in what looks like a rave. So yeah, there's a lot to explore. There's a lot of unique environments, and this is one of the highlights for me.
Yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic. I was just going to comment on all the lighting on the floor. It really makes the level pop.
It's a very different environment. I mean, one of the challenges when you're thinking of an expansion called Underground, which is infinitely replayable, is how do you make the different themes really pop? So we have things like this. We have train stations, abandoned malls, different locations that we can stitch together and create unique environments and unique missions every time you do it.
Yeah. One of my favorite levels in the core campaign is the one where you basically got to get out of a burning building after taking out some enemies. Are we going to see anything like that where the level actually plays a part?
Yeah.
Well, so I'm glad you asked that. So the environments themselves are a little more dangerous in the underground. You know, we want the environment to feel like it could almost reach out and bite you. So we have these transition spaces where there's environmental hazards like fires, you know, electrical cords. Really, the state of decay underground is reflected there. So I guess what you're getting after, you're going to have an underground a little more dangerous. So yeah, there's a reason to go back there.
Got it. Speaking of dangerous, hackers and cheaters should be aware because you guys have a no tolerance policy with that now, which is pretty bold in my opinion. Why did you make that choice?
I think
not against hackers, but like people that are glitching a level or you know doing interesting things to farm should be wary. Correct?
I'm not aware of exactly all the points that are permanent banned, but I am for if you cheat the system and spoil the experience for other players, there should be a fairly severe punishment.
Yeah.
And you know, with Falcon Lost, a lot of people were glitching through it, getting incredibly high-powered equipment, and then spoiling everybody's experience in the dark zone.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's a good way to run a game. So I'm all for that type of thing being permanently banned as a consequence.
Got it. You're putting your foot down.
Absolutely. Both of my feet.
Both of them. How is the dark zone changing with Underground?
So the dark zone, we're doing a few things. Did you play Extraction Hijack?
I did not yet.
We call it Cut the Rope. That's
Yeah,
why I was hesitating, because there's a dev name for it, and there's the public marketing.
Nice and on the nose.
So Extraction Hijack, that is an incredibly powerful change in the dark zone, because it makes every extraction that more tense. You can't just hook your bag and run off. You have to wait to make sure that it actually gets extracted.
But no balance changes or anything with this.
So there are more. There are going to be more brackets to allow for a better experience for people in the dark zone. So it's not something that you'll be able to see, but you'll feel it when you play, because your bracket will be that much more tailored to your skill level and your gear level at least.
Got it. Speaking of gear, Manny, what's the best piece of gear that everybody's going to be chasing after with this release?
Well, we're still balancing. We release on the 28th of June. So up to the end, we're kind of tweaking the numbers. So I can't quite comment on that, but what I can say is that when you get that DLC, there's going to be some stuff people will be talking about.
Got it. How should people spec going into this content? More armor, bigger DPS, or do you just kind of go with what you like?
We always want to cater to what people's preferences, whatever play style they want to adopt. So, you know, the way we build our environments is they're flexible. If you want to, you know, be a sniper and support from above, maybe you want to be a bit of a tank, you know, we're going to support you. So whatever you want.
There was one thing that was presented in the footage there, which was this sort of pulse that you see in the middle of your screen. And that's something that Reflections integrated for Underground, which is a skill jammer. And it makes you prioritize that as a target to get rid of that, to be able to use your skills afterwards. It's a very, very powerful modifier in how you play the game.
Does this release also give people new avenues to get stuff like Phoenix credits and stuff like that?
I mean, all activities, we're going to spread the different things, different rewards through all the activities. So, I mean, Underground, you get XP, you get Underground XP, and equipment. So there are different avenues for everything, for sure.
Got it. Julian, Manny, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. And for more on all things The Division, you're already in the right place. IGN.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
Colt and Dr. Darling are back, this time with their two Cyber Commando kids, Roxanne and Slater. Play as the radliest mean teens this side of Mars and defy gravity on your ultimate Dragon Slayer cyber bikes. Protect America with Frida Flips and ride on the ridiculous roller coaster of righteousness. Grapple and spin all over the planet. Use guns to shoot cyborgs, communist aliens, and giant ancient Dragon Balls! Space is the place, and the action is in your face! Ride through loops, hoops, and multiple dimensions! Into the future! Come fight Vietnam War 4! Together, forever, today! Trials of the Blood Dragon!
Side effects may include euphoria and extreme patriotic views.
BT-7274. Your data recorder says your original pilot was killed in action.
Correct. My original pilot was KIA. I am now linked to Rifleman Jack Cooper.
Who authorized this?
We had no other options.
What are your protocols?
Protocol 1. Link to pilot. Protocol 2. Uphold the mission. Protocol 3.
BT!
Protect the pilot.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Trust me.
G'day and welcome back to IGN Live. Joining us now is Lee Mather from Codemasters Games, Racing Super Studio, to talk about F1. Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Thank you. Yeah, here this year talking about F1 2016.
Tell me, just quickly, just before we start though, I want to talk about Codemasters. From the outside looking in, things seem to be going gangbusters. You've got Dirt Rally, which everyone loves.
Yeah.
You picked up the guys from Evolution.
Yeah.
What's the vibe like there?
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Seriously positive at the moment. I mean, we've got such great feedback from Dirt Rally. I mean, you've seen it on the show floor again this year. Everybody loves it. Nobody's got a bad word to say about that game. F1 2016, the buzz so far has been immense. You know, we've had the community feedback. We've had the guys in the studio talking about the game. You know, so it's just absolutely amazing.
And I thought it was interesting what you said about how Dirt Rally didn't so much inform the direction of F1, but it kind of confirmed that people wanted a game that demanded more of them.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think you've got to respect the fact that you don't dumb down a game for people. People, they appreciate, a challenging game. That's why you play games. You get the enjoyment of playing something that's challenging you and you better yourself. And you've got some direction, some real sort of something to get your teeth into.
Yeah, no, speaking of getting your teeth into it, obviously the career mode is like the real meat of this game. And from what you went through with me yesterday, there's so much content. It's there's so much nuance there.
Yeah.
So like, just give us a broad overview of what people can expect when they dive in, and they've got to tackle this like 10-year career mode.
Yes, I mean, the reason we've given a 10-year career is because we want players to look at maybe starting with a weaker team and building them up over the course of 10 years. But because it's a 10-year career, we wanted to get players to feel really invested in it as well and really invested in their character within the game. So, you know, you get to create your own character at the start of the game. You pick an avatar to represent yourself, and then you get to select a helmet. And then we allow the customization of the helmet because it's important that, you know, it's very personal to the player. And then, as in the sport of Formula 1, you get to select a driver number, which is representing you on the grid, on your car, you know, and on the garage. You know, those are all things that happen in the sport, and it's very personal to the player. So if you're going to be doing a 10-year career and taking, you know, maybe a Renault from near the back of the grid right to the top, you know, you want to do that with you at the forefront.
And actually, while you touch on that, let's talk about doing that and how you incentivize practice in order to sort of create a way to upgrade the cars and, you know, the research and development side of F1, which is obviously an extremely important part of F1.
Yeah.
Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's multiple things that we wanted to do with the career this year, and one was to bring in some really cool environments. But in those environments, we wanted to bring in some characters as well, because Formula 1's not just about the racing, it's about the sport and the things around it as well. So one of the characters we brought in is an R&D engineer who will help you to develop the car over the course of the season. So you'll take part in practice programs during the practice sessions. So it takes what happens in the real sport and it gives structure to the session. So the player's always got goals, they're always moving forward, and all of that feeds into the R&D. And then the player can select the areas in which they develop the car, all led by this character who's, you know, he's got your interests at heart and he wants you to improve the car. And if you're not working hard enough, he'll make his feelings made aware.
Yeah, right. I'll tell you what I liked about it is that, and I said this to you, it's kind of like, it's not trivial, but it adds that sort of context, gives you a bit of atmosphere, and it reminded me a lot of the old pro race driver games, which have different names all around the world, so I won't go through them all. But yeah, you kind of, it makes you feel like you're a racing car driver.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, Formula 1's a very glamorous sport as well, which is why in the environment, you know, we brought some of the characters in that you'll recognise. So people will be sat in the hospitality suite, which looks absolutely gorgeous. It looks like, you know, the motorhomes that you see at the races. And there's characters who'll come into those environments that will be recognisable. And I say we've got the agent character who deals with the player. She deals with all of your contract talks. She'll deal with rivalries that are you know, building up over the course of the season. And again, it's presented in such a beautiful way that it's more personal. You know, it takes, you've got the on track where, you know, it's all battling, and then you've got the more personal element away from the circuit.
Let's talk about the really nerdy stuff and talk about sort of what's going on with the handling dynamics from the last version to now.
Yes, I mean, we were really pleased with how 2015 went. Everybody loved the handling, but we further refined that. You know, so we've worked on the wet weather handling specifically. We have a slightly different tyre model for the wet weather. You know, so the cars do feel different. The lap times are very realistic compared to how they are in real life. We've also continued to refine the force feedback system. You know, that's really important that the player gets the feedback of how the car feels when they're driving it. And beyond that, we've added wheel tethers. So, you know, in incidents now, the wheels flail around. You know, it's a part of the sport, and it looks very exciting when those sort of things happen. You know, so we've pushed it even further with those.
So you come into work every day and you see this. You've seen this game grow and develop. What is it about it now that you look at it and you're like, yep, I think we really got that right? What is it about it that you're most proud of at this point?
I mean, there is a lot. I mean, the career as a whole is superb. But there was something that stood out to me today, which I thought was absolutely amazing. And we had 2 pods running, and on the left one, it was Montreal at sunset.
Yep.
And the right one was Montreal midday, both of them raining. And the difference in the lighting, now we've got this new time of day system where you can race at any time of day. The sun coming through the clouds, through the rain, bouncing off the wet tarmac in the front of the car. It was just visually absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning.
And tell me, you guys took a lot from the community. What was sort of the thing that they were saying most, or at least loudest?
Yes, I mean we always take a lot of notice of what the community say, and this year we did get them involved really early as well.
Yeah.
We had guys in the studio a couple of months ago. First most requested feature was career. You know, we'd already got that covered. Great. Second most requested feature was safety car, virtual safety car.
Yeah.
We're ahead of the ball with that one. We got that one as well, ahead of the game with that. You know, so I think we were tracking exactly what the community wanted to see, and there's still more to come. And I think, you know, there's going to be some very, very happy Formula 1 fans out there.
Speaking of Formula 1 fans, you've got obviously the US team now and all that kind of stuff. What are your expectations in terms of that? like in terms of how F1 might perform in the US now?
Yeah, I mean, we always find that, you know, when new tracks come along, they do generate some popularity in certain territories, but drivers are the big thing and teams are the big thing because people really get behind them and they really support them. And I can really see, you know, taking off even more in the US.
Yep.
I mean, Haas it's a big name in the US in general, you know, in motorsport and in industry. So, you know, I think the American people will really get behind them.
Yeah. Is there like a bit of rivalry sort of at Codemasters, because you know you guys work on quite a few racing properties in terms of, you know, who's doing better, who's creating a bit more buzz, who's sort of in the discourse? And
well, I mean, we come out at different times.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to be really proud of what the other guys are doing. But yeah, there's always that you want to come out and you want to be strong. But I mean, to be honest, it's just at the moment the feeling of positivity throughout the company is just unbelievable. We're really on the up.
Where, like with F1, right? What do we do next? Like, is there something that you got a roadmap, right? You know, this is a license. It's important to Codemasters. What's sort of on the top of the list?
Well, I think really what we're going to do now, moving forward, is really involve the community.
Yeah.
You know, build the game that we know people want to play. Yeah, there's no point doing something that isn't going to be well received by people. We've got a very good idea of what we want to be doing with Formula One. And I think, you know, it's the right thing for the franchise, it's the right thing for Codemasters, and it's definitely the right thing for the fans.
Yeah. And as you've been demoing over the past few days, have you been finding people quite terrible at it, or are they kind of growing accustomed to it quite rapidly, or what's the...
It's been amazing, to be honest. Obviously, we've been playing it with race pods with the steering wheel and pedals, but we've got one of our guys on the Microsoft stand, and he's seen people playing with all the assists off, all the assists on, but ultimately, all of them able to get around the circuit and really enjoy the racing.
All right, man. Lee, thanks very much for coming in. It's looking really interesting. I really love the career mode. It's so deep. I think it's going to add a lot of reason to just keep playing and playing and playing.
Yeah. There's plenty of goals for the player. There's plenty of things to keep you coming back to each session. You know, practice is full of really useful and exciting things to do. It's very rich. You move on to qualifying and the race, you know, and those sessions are already naturally very exciting. You know, we've filled the rest of the game with, you know, really cool gameplay features as well.
Awesome. Cheers, Lee.
Okay, pleasure.
Stick around. We've still got a little bit more to come, so don't go anywhere.
How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Enemies surging in multiple sectors, LT. They're taking ground.
Let's keep this on a tight loop and get back out there, Reyes. Captain on the bridge.
Get us underway, Salt.
Right away, sir.
Captain has a con.
Raven 1 docking?
They're touching down now, ma'am.
Good. Station time, 1 minute. Roger that.
We've got 4 new hotspots on radar, sir.
Check.
A plotted course on your orders, sir.
What's our target, Reyes?
Stand by for objective. We've got a set-depth destroyer in lunar orbit. We'll coordinate a takedown with Tigris. Let's mount up, Lieutenant.
Your Jackal's up on Bay 3, Captain.
Thanks, Chief.
Gentlemen, let's get it done. Booyah!
Captain?
Ethan's already in back, sir.
You said, Ethan?
Good to go, sir. Solar wind should be steady. Good hunting, Captain.
Thanks, AT.
Let's go green on the catapult.
You spun up, Fever?
Raj, hydraulics prime, nozzle's good. Let's hit it.
Jackal 1112, tower advises time to target 320 at 5.
Check, 1-1.
Roger, 1-2.
Good decon, moving up.
Scar 1-1, you're locked for go.
Roger, we're lit.
Launch in 3, 2, 1.
They're launching skelters! Shit, I got one on me!
Countermeasures! On my way, hang in there.
I got this! Weapons away! No joy, no joy!
Easy, Salt, easy.
I'm getting boxed in, Raider, throttle up!
Coming to you. Got a shot. Box out. Actual Raider is inbound to board and disable enemy warship. Stand by.
Got our big bandit, 12 o'clock high!
Eyes on. Tigris, we're visual. Ghost Guard Jack is down.
Cross arms coming up!
Boots out in 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go! 1-2 away!
1-1 is away.
Bridge, dead ahead, sir.
Raj, let's get there.
We got hostiles! More incoming!
Set down transport, inbound.
Dig in! They're inserting reinforcements! Drive them back!
More from below!
Keep pushing!
Top of the bridge!
Top of the bridge! Zone is clear. Here's our infill.
Their blast shields are up.
Copy. Tigris, we are exterior of the bridge, preparing to breach. Force in, let's go! Staff Sergeant, cover the exit. Ethan, restore life support.
Aye, sir.
Salt, scope the windows. I get the CO's card.
Alert! This vessel has been compromised. All personnel to bridge response.
Hold on, activating gravity.
Tigress actual, weapons are down, moving to exfil. Go loud!
Think we got their attention. Clear the hole. Coming down the stairs.
Second level.
1 minute, let's go! Got him!
Coming from the control room.
Behind the pillar.
All ass!
Control room ahead.
Shield up! Depressurizing, grab hold! Tigress, we need birds!
Copy, sending Jackal.
Gunners approaching.
Overhead.
Jacks are in.
Copy, load up! Set, turn and burn. Tigress, scars are clear.
Copy, clear. Engaging, weapons loose.
Welcome back, everybody. IGN, live at E3 2016. I'm Max Scoville, and I'm with David Cage.
Hi.
You are director of Detroit from Quantic Dream. People should know who you are, because you make a lot of very weird games. That one where Ellen Page went on adventures with a ghost. Willem Dafoe was there. That was wacky. You're back with Detroit, which we saw a bit of a demo of this on the Sony press conference. We've seen a trailer before, but we got to look at how the game looks in action. Can we pull this up right now? Because I think this is honestly the best way I've seen one of your games demoed. This is all about player choice and adventure, and can you speak a little bit about your approach here?
Absolutely. So Detroit is a neo-noir thriller set in the near future, of course, in the city of
Detroit.
Detroit, you got it. And yeah, it's in this world, technology made possible the creation of androids that look, speak, move exactly like human beings, except they are just machines. So as in Heavy Rain, we have several characters that the player can play. We have introduced previously the character of Kara at Paris Games Week. And now here at E3, we came with a playable scene to introduce our second playable character called Connor. And what is really special in this game is that we only control androids.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No humans. So we see several characters, but only androids. So we'll see the world through their eyes. And of course, they are treated like objects, but they start to feel emotions, and who knows what's going to happen.
So one thing I love is that you've always strived for very realistic games, and people have probably made complaints about the uncanny valley and maybe not quite getting that human look. And now we finally are at that point where, if you squint, that just looks like live action, and you're making a game about artificial humans. So what's the is it like Heavy Rain in that it's kind of like staggered, kind of jumps around in narrative, or is it more vignette-like?
Well, it's in structure, it's similar to Heavy Rain. You have different scenes with different characters, and they start as individual stories. But as you build your own story, they will interlace, connect, and tell the big story. What was very important to us in this game was to put the player in the shoes of the character, and not just make him the actor of the story, but make him the writer, the co-writer of the story.
Right.
So we want the player, through his actions, his decisions across the game, to build his own narrative and get his own version of the story.
Okay, one thing I'm really curious about is obviously this is something that puts a huge emphasis on replaying and seeing the different, the different stories. Can you speak a bit about the length of the game?
Well, the game is going to be about 8 to 10 hours, pretty much like Beyond and Heavy Rain. But this game will have a lot of replayability value because you can really go back and replay the scenes and see all the things you missed. My recommendation, as I said on Heavy Rain and on Beyond, would be for players to play the first walkthrough, bearing with the consequences of their actions and just getting your own version of the story and see where it leads you. But once you're done with this first walkthrough, you can just go back and replay as much as you want and see all the things you missed. So this game is much more bending. You know, we talk about bending stories. It's much more bending than any game we have done before. We just wanted to push the envelope on pretty much everything in the game, from the visuals to the branching narrative to everything. And just this very first scene has many ways of being played and can lead to 6 different outcomes. Just this very first scene. And each scene is structured a little bit like this. And on top of this, of course, one scene can have consequences and will have consequences on other scenes. So it's an increasing complexity that the player builds himself through his action. But one more important thing is that, and we can see here the chart, just to show you what this scene is like. One important thing is that characters can die, so there is no game over in this game. If you die with one character, he's lost.
That was going to be my next question, actually. So that's really cool. So like, you can, how early in the game can you kill a character off and then be stuck with that?
Well, Connor can die in this very first scene.
Oh my God.
And whatever you do in this very first scene can have very significant consequences much later in the game. So you'd better be careful. Each scene has its own style and its own tone and pacing, but you always need to be careful because, remember, you tell your story.
Okay. You've been pushing the boundaries of interactive storytelling quite a lot. How has the technology kind of changed, or how has it made it easier for you?
Well, we are really a technology-driven company at Quantic Dream. We love to make one engine per game, which is something totally insane and crazy and unreasonable.
Yeah, what's wrong with you? That's a crazy idea.
Well, we love doing it, so we do it. No, each game, we want to push the envelope as much as we can. And you know, we work exclusively for Sony on this title, and we really wanted to make the PlayStation shine as much as we could. And so we developed a brand new engine. It's different from the engines we had on the Heavy Rain PS4 or Beyond PS4, or even the Dark Sorcerer demo that we did some years ago. It's a totally new engine. We wanted to have a better lighting system. We wanted to have a better depth of field, better bokeh, all the crazy skin shaders, translucency on the ears. You know, translucency is this crazy thing where when you have a strong light behind your ear, it becomes red. Yeah, I know. That's it's absolutely required for emotion in a game.
Yeah.
If you don't have that, you have nothing. No kidding. But of course, it's all these little things with the technology no one really cares about, but it's the addition of all these small things that helps to create the visuals that you can see for Detroit.
I mean, your attention to detail is impressive. I don't know any other games besides Heavy Rain where it changed a diaper. Like, it's always the little things.
Is that a complaint, or are you happy about this?
I spent a lot of time in that scene. I was very bad at it. So, oh no.
So you were trained as a father. So thanks to Heavy Rain.
Not a good dad. Definitely not a good game about parenting. How many actors are you working with for this? Because you do a lot of these human beings that you cover with ping pong balls and videotape, or are they?
So this pipeline is very special at Quantic Dream about how we create characters. Because all these characters that you can see in the games, they are real people. So we do casting sessions, we find the best actors for the roles, then we scan their face in 3D, scan their body, recreate their avatar as close as possible from the real one, and then we go on the performance capture set and just record their performance. And then we play this performance on their avatar, and here you go, you have what you see. It was really funny because we had Connor in the game, who was here at E3 yesterday. Is a young actor called Brian Deckard, and he's a very, very talented actor. And it was really funny because we showed the demo to people.
Well, you cast a guy named Deckard as an android?
Absolutely, I knew you would say that, yeah.
Nicely done.
That was the main reason why we casted him.
I like that.
His name.
You're hired. You got the job.
But it was really funny because people watch the demo, and then we say, oh, by the way, Connor's here, and they turn back, and it was such a big shock.
Yeah.
It was really funny to watch.
That's bizarre. Do you have a release date for this?
Not yet.
Not yet? But are we shooting for this year, or is it next year?
No,
or is
it's not going to be this year.
When it's done, it's done.
Absolutely.
David, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
My pleasure.
Guys, we have lots more games at E3. Actually, not that many, because it's wrapping up. But stay tuned, because we do have more stuff coming up.
up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chiming in jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time! It's the right time. We're gonna rock the night away. Jingle bell time, it's a swell time to go gliding in a one-horse sleigh. Mix and mingle and a jingling beat. That's the jingle bell. That's the jingle bell. That's the jingle bell
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Find Megan once you reach the Dust District. She'll tell you more. I'll wait here in the skiff and take you back to the dreadful whale after you finish.
Orders from the Duke. We're losing too many people. Good soldiers blinded by that hallucinogenic powder the Howlers use, then stabbed to death or dragged down by the Abbey's hounds. One young lieutenant got hit by an overseer grenade, and that was it. He was one of the Duke's distant cousins or something.
Shit. Let's hope they do enough damage to each other so the fight goes out of them.
That won't happen until someone manages to kill either Paolo or Vice Overseer Ball.
Stuck out here. Tired of cleaning silver dust out of my ears.
It's been just over an hour since a little girl was taken hostage on the top floor of a building here in downtown Detroit. Details are still emerging on what exactly happened. But the hostage taker could be the family's android. Negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, now, we need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
Hi, Daniel. My name is Connor. There's no way out, Daniel. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life. I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies. Look what you did. You were designed to serve humans, not kill them.
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
You're a machine you have to obey. Now put the gun down and let the hostage go.
I spent my life taking orders. Now it's my turn to decide.
touch him and I kill you. You can't kill me. I'm not alive. Tell that helicopter to get out of here. It's up to you how the story ends. I trust you. You lied to me, Connor. You lied to me. My name is Connor. This is our story.
PlayStation.
Zone incoming. Zone incoming.
It's all over, but the crying, and I can't get over crying over you.
God. This place is incredible.
What's your suit on those rocks? We don't know what kind of pathogens might exist here. We can't afford a breach. Come on. We have to keep moving.
You know, I bet this place isn't even on the star charts.
Analyzing surroundings. Unknown environment. Unknown atmosphere. Wow. Unknown location.
Wait. What the hell is that?
Pilgrim, do you copy? Do you see this? Grant, are you there?
Eva! Eva! We gotta move now!
Pilgrim, can you read me? This is Dr. Tyson and Dr. Moon. Come back.
PlayStation.
We've heard a lot about the talent of this young man, Alex Hunter. He had a wide choice of clubs to sign for. Today his journey begins as he makes his Premier League debut.
I haven't seen a kid coming out of the exit trials generate this much interest in years. I never expected.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Now we're going to take a deeper look at one of the games that had the coolest showing at the Microsoft conference this year. This is We Happy Few, and Guillaume here is creative director on the game.
That's right. Thanks for having us on the show, Dan.
Thanks for coming by. First of all, congratulations on your big showing at the Microsoft conference.
Thank you. It was a career-defining moment for me.
Must be pretty cool, and the demo was awesome, so I'm super excited to see more of this game. But to catch people up, what is We Happy Few?
It's a 1960s dystopian universe in where everybody's high on this drug called joy to be happy all the time and forget their past. And as we're going to see here in the opening, these are the opening minutes of the game.
Okay.
Your character, Arthur, is just about to go off the joy because he remembers something by doing his daily job. So we were inspired by a number of movies. Brazil is one of them, where the main character edits and redacts history to remove all the unhappy things about their past history. And then he's going to see something that is going to make him remember something in his past. And that's going to spark a decision on whether to stay on the drug or to go off the drug. And it's a bit of a discovery process that we wanted to kind of introduce the player to the world in terms of the narrative, to kind of give the context of who your character is and what's his role in the world. So you can kind of see the reaction right here. So Arthur's seen something about himself and his brother Percy, and the first thing that he does is he reaches out for the pills. So joy is this pill that makes people artificially happy, and it also alters their perception of reality in the game. And by taking or not taking it, the player's making a conscious choice as to whether they want to see the world for how it really is, or see it through the lenses of the drug itself.
Sure. Wow, so that's a very, very cool premise to start us off with here. And I should note, we are playing this live, so this is just the opening moment of the game, right?
That's correct. Yeah, and this is real live footage. You can even see the build number at the bottom of the opening moments of the game that we showed at Microsoft at the press conference on Monday.
You were telling me right before we got started, there should be a little bit extra content in here that we didn't see at the stage demo?
We'll have time to go out in the world, and we'll have time to show and show a little bit of the gameplay and the decisions that happened earlier on in the game. We had to shorten the demo a little bit for the Microsoft press conference because we had a very specific time slot to show it in. So yeah, Victoria here, who is your boss in this crazy office space that you're working in, is making sure that you're on Joy right now and ensuring that you're doing your job properly, because she hasn't heard you work on your machine for a little bit of time. And she's just told us that, there's a piñata party, birthday party for one of your coworkers that you need to attend later on in the day.
And I don't remember from the demo, is the player character voiced?
That's correct.
Okay.
Arthur does speak. He has he's not your typical superhero dude who is capable of doing everything. He has a lot of quirky humor to him, and he's not always certain about what he's going to do. Our art director Whitney inspired herself from Adrian Brody, actually, in terms of the physical look and the general feeling of the character that we wanted to create. Again, wanting to create an atmosphere and believable characters, we wanted to start with a character that wasn't a superhero to start with, so that there could be a character arc and a progression to that character as they went through the game. So.
All right, so you've been explaining sort of like the premise and the setting, characters. But what's the gameplay like?
Well, we're going to dive into the gameplay in a couple of minutes, so you guys will be able to see it a little bit better. But you can see some of the elements that come up here. So we have a quest system. You can actually find things in the environment and discover things in the environment that will lead to quests and additional journal entries to give you a little bit of background information about the world. As we'll see when we get out in the world in a couple minutes, the world itself is procedurally generated when you come out. It is different every time. So this is not a for the faint of heart experience. It's definitely a game that will be pretty challenging to the players who are playing it. There's a reason we kill the player in every trailer that we've released. You can see here Arthur's in a separate office, and this is actually a picture of him from his office roommate who wants his office and is kind of devilized, Arthur. So the world is charged with micro stories that we've littered around the environment. This is something that we took from our Kickstarter backers. We went on Kickstarter 1 year ago during E3, and we've been working in a close beta with the Kickstarter backers for 12 months. And this is one of the feedback that they gave us. Is they said, Guillaume, we like the gameplay, but we want you to put more story in the world. We want to explore the world. We want to know and understand how the world got to be the way that it is. So that's a little bit the big changes that you're seeing happening in the game in the last 12 months.
We see a glimpse of something disturbing happening in this room.
Yeah. So one of the characters who was in this room was not feeling also great. So the doctor came to visit him to give him a little bit of an injection of joy. And as you can see, as soon as the drug hits, he's happy. This is Uncle Jack. Uncle Jack is omnipresent everywhere in our world. He's this happy, creepy guy that we shot in live action. We have 34 different episodes of him on different shows. And he kind of represents the whole psychology and mentality of the world that the people are in when you're actually in the world.
So when I hear, I love, this scene is awesome. This is one of my favorite scenes of all the E3 press conferences this year.
It's a very, very significant scene narratively for us because this is really the first time where we really clearly show the duality of what you see when you're high on the drug joy versus when you come down from the drug jar. So as Arthur hits the piñata, he's suddenly falling down from the drug and realizing what's really happening around him. And his reaction, immediately foretells the other characters in the room that he's not high on the joy. And in this dystopian universe that we've created, being on joy is really not something you have a choice for. They don't want people around them that are unhappy or that remind them of their past. So it's a society that will really enforce the drugs, upon their citizens to make sure that everyone's happy. That's actually why they wear happy masks as well.
So is this sort of the moment where your adventure begins? Are we into gameplay, like the actual game? Is this the moment where where his adventure begins? Are we in gameplay now?
Yeah. Okay. So right now we're just at the point where we're about to exit the prologue, which is really helping to set Arthur's entire setup and why he's here. And now we're going to be jumping into the world. You can see the load screen here. We're going to be jumping into the procedural world.
Okay.
So Arthur escapes underneath in the underground tunnels of the subway stations and lands in this small maintenance area. And then we have a short tutorial here where we force the player to at least craft one thing before we send them off to adventure inside the whole wide world.
So when I hear procedurally generated and different every time, I think roguelike.
So definitely some elements of roguelikes in the game. However, it's this weird thing where we did certain things fairly well in our first game, Contrast. We got ambience and story and the visuals right, and that's something we wanted to keep. And we wanted to marry that with a replayable roguelike experience in a 3D world, so a 3D urban city. So it was pretty ambitious for us to start with because obviously those two don't automatically coalesce together very harmoniously in a game. But I'll be able to show how that actually plays out in terms of us integrating stories, quests, and player directions inside a world that's changing every time that you play it.
So right off the bat, obviously, your motivation, your immediate goal is to escape the people that are attacking you. Is that the overall goal of the game, to sort of escape this society?
Yes. So we have so like we mentioned earlier, we're coming out in games preview and early access on July 26th.
Okay.
So for the period of early access, which we're hoping, we're looking at about 6 to 9 months. We're going to be working with the community, and you'll be playing as Arthur, and your basic goal will be to escape the island. So that's the premise. You came down from the drugs. You realize, wow, this society is actually upon the precipice of collapse, and I need to get out of here before everything falls down on me. But we have been working on narrative arcs for 2 other characters.
Interesting.
That we'll be releasing with our 1.0 release. And those 2 other characters have different meta goals within their world. They're trying to accomplish different things than just escape within the world.
Wow,
so
okay.
we wanted, again, marrying that. So the story is not branching. It's the story that we'll be releasing on the first quarter of next year is not a branching story or an interactive. It's a real solid linear story, but that's parceled across a world in different locations. So you can't, just look up online where to go next. You have to find it and explore the city in order to find it.
Wow. Okay. So this isn't something that you're just like. Just going to release and be done with it, I guess.
Oh, absolutely not. In fact, we've, again, been working really hard with the community for the last year, and we're just excited to just keep doing that with an expanded community on Steam and Xbox. It's something that it's really helped us. We had a really solid vision for what we wanted to accomplish, but it's really helped us guide where to put the most efforts in the game. And, again, the community's been they've been huge ambassadors for the game. So you can see here on the other side of that bridge, you see is a completely kind of different set of buildings and areas. So what we're seeing right now is a separation between 2 areas of the city. And the city is like a set of islands that are set together. So on the other side of this is where all the happy people live, the Rainbow Roads, the people who are on the drugs. You fled to where the downers are, so where are the people where all the drugs collapse and whatnot. Okay. And in order for you to cross from one area of the city to the other, you're going to have to accomplish a certain number of challenges there in the actual island that you just came from. So what we're, basically what we have is we have these pinch points between large zones, which represent challenges that will, force you to accomplish things within the islands that you're in, and basically grow your character and get stronger and be able to get better. Yeah. So we just took Joy here. Okay. You can see the double rainbow.
All the way.
So the drug is a very preponderant component of the game. In this instance, in this area, this is a non-lethal takedown example, but in this area, it doesn't make as much difference. You can see on the top left of the HUD right now, we have the meter that's showing you how long you're going to be on the Joy for. So taking drugs, Joy will actually help you blend. will actually help you blend in.
I don't think it's a non-lethal takedown anymore.
It's not a non-lethal takedown anymore. I agree with you. So taking the drug will actually help you blend in the happy area, or where the people who are on pills are. But it comes at a cost. So it's a short-term gain to avoid suspicion, to a midterm loss. So now that we're crashing, you can see we're starting to get hungry. It's going to drain our our survival needs within the world. So yeah. We're blending a lot of different elements, but at the core of it, this is a survival game where you have to take care of your hunger, your thirst, and your health, while you're out exploring the world and accomplishing tasks within it. So I explained the procedural world before. This is a special tile. As an example, there's a quest that triggered when you got to it. There's these wellies that are out harassing this poor wellie that's in the middle. And as you approach the tile and you discover a new area in the city, what we do is we're unfolding both story and quest and additional mission objectives for you to accomplish. And some of them will be part of your main some of them will be part of your main objectives of escaping, and others are optional side quests that you find that will have a risk reward associated with them. And the important thing to remember is we have a large superset of these tiles. So every time that you play, you're not going to count. The bridge moment we had earlier on might be different. These encounters might be different. We're really trying to create an experience that celebrates replaying the game.
And how long does the typical playthrough last?
So the game that we're assembling and finalizing for assembling on early access and game preview is running about 5 to 7 hour long for one successful playthrough.
Okay.
So that means, you know, counting. We're assuming players are going to die a few times while they learn the rules. We're figuring, you know, the overall play time will be between 6 and 9 hours when we come out. And what we have been very careful in this instance is that you can see the character here just barf some modeling back into a power cell. This is actually one of the keys to actually crossing the bridge that we saw earlier. So we're looking at the map here to position ourselves. But yeah, we're talking about 6 to 9 hours of gameplay, I think, for the average the average person playing the game.
But then I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, if you die, where do you start again, and then is everything mixed up?
Yep. So if you die in the game, there is permadeath. You will start over from the beginning of the game. And again, this bridge probably will be a different challenge for you to cross through the first island. You'll have different puzzles to accomplish in the island that you came from. We were very careful, though. I liked Don't Starve a lot, but I got really frustrated when you 30 hours in, you have one moment of inattention and you die. So when we designed the mechanics, we wanted to keep the that hardcore, tense nature of knowing that, yeah, if you die, that's it. You're going to have to restart. But because the play sessions are fairly long, 5 to 7 hours, we've built the game in a way. So we've just crossed the joy detector here without being high on joy.
Wow.
But yeah, we've been careful about couching it so that if you lose a combat encounter and your health drops to 0, you're not going to die right away. You're going to fall down unconscious for a short period of time, and then you're going to enter the dying state. So you always have a short time period in which to recover when you make a mistake. So dying in the game really involves you making a strategic mistake, like going into combat without any healing or bandages on yourself, and then losing a moment-to-moment, making a moment-to-moment mistake. And compounding those two will cause you to have to restart your game. So our hope is that once we get out in early access, players are going to die a couple of times. They're going to experience a couple of different worlds, but they're going to get to a stage where they understand how to strategically tackle the game well enough to coast through an entire play session.
So when you say 9 hours for the whole, to experience the whole thing, are you including dying a few times?
Yes. So I'm saying 5 to 7 hours for one successful playthrough, right?
Interesting.
So add a couple of times. You being a pro player, might finish in 5 hours.
Okay.
Again, it's hard to have exact numbers on how long these things last. So you can see exactly what I was talking about earlier. Sam just lost a combat encounter, and now he has a very short period of time in which he can recover. So he's going to get away from the people here, and then he hopefully has some bandages. So we do give you a little bit of a grace period here, where if people were angry at you, they'll leave you alone for a short period of time, where you can actually start healing yourself and recover. So.
Wow. Well, unfortunately, we're almost out of time here, but I'm really super stoked to see and play more. What's cool is that we've been playing this game for 20 minutes, and I keep seeing new things happen just over and over again, and you don't see that very often in a game. Usually it has a core set of things that it does over and over again, and here I'm still like, what is that? What's that guy doing? Where are we going now? Anyway, We Happy Few, I'm super stoked to find out more. It's coming into early access and game preview soon.
Exactly. On July 26th is the release date.
And then you're aiming for your 1.0 official launch early next year.
That's right, early next year.
All right, Guillaume, thank you so much for coming by the show.
No, thanks you for having us.
Stay tuned. E3 2016 is almost over, but we still have a few games left to show you here on IGN Live after this.
That ought to do her.
This shouldn't take long. Sit down now. Hit it! Stay down!
PlayStation.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the last day of E3 2016. I'm Max Scoville. You're watching IGN, and I'm here with Lou from Activision.
Hey.
You're the associate producer on Skylanders Imaginators?
Yep.
Am I saying that right? Imaginators?
That is correct.
I was making up words and stuff with your imaginations. You brought a few friends here.
I did.
We've got, I know that one's name. That's Crash Bandicoot.
That is correct.
Who are these two other guys?
So what we've got here on the table in front of us, we've got Crash Bandicoot. We've got two other senseis that we are calling Ambush and the Golden Queen. And then on the far left here, what we've got is what we call a creation crystal. And the creation crystal inside of which is Imaginite. And that's what we use to create our own Skylander, what we call an Imaginator.
Okay. Imaginite is the best mineral since unobtainium. I like that a lot.
Yes, exactly.
So this is really cool. Skylanders is like, I love how you've iterated interestingly. Every version adds something new,
Yes.
and this is like kind of going nuts.
Yeah,
like you're going crazy here.
This is honestly the biggest thing we've ever done. And yeah, each year we focus on innovation. That's really what sets us apart. I mean, we're the guys who pioneered the whole thing with Skylanders Spyro's Adventure when Toys for Bob created that game. And ever since then, year over year, we come up with something new. And this year, the ability to create your own character, have it on the crystal, and take it anywhere you go is just a massive change for the game.
So how do the custom characters interact with the regular Skylanders?
Sure. I mean, they act as a full-blown character. And so some of the things that always set apart our characters when we make them are how they look, how they play, what they do, what their voice is, their personality, all of that. And you get to control all of that in the creation crystal.
Okay.
And so, now what we're seeing is...
As cool as creating your own things are, I am pretty happy to see Crash Bandicoot in a video game in 2016. This is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And
so what we've done, and you heard it on the Sony stage, is we've got Crash Bandicoot in Skylanders Imaginators. He'll be out on PS3 and PS4 at launch. And what's really cool is that it's all in lead up to the fact that next year we are doing remasters of the original first 3 Crash games for PS4. So Crash, Crash 2, and Crash 3 Warped.
That is awesome.
We are doing the whole crazy remaster for. But what you'll see here is by bringing Crash into Imaginators, we're introducing him to a whole new audience, while as also getting everyone excited about him again.
Yeah.
And some of the things that you'll see that he can do is he's got his classic spin attack, right?
Yep.
He's got the ability to spin around, and then he can also throw out these crates, which you may see from the original Crash games. What's neat is how you can interact with them. That you can lay out these crates, do the spin attack, and he'll pick them up and hurl them into enemies.
Oh, cool.
You can do a slide kick to slide those crates into enemies. And then you may see it, if he runs low on health, he'll actually get defeated but come back because Crash is the only Skylander with multiple lives. In an homage to the way he originally played.
That's awesome. That's very true to form.
He'll get defeated, have a halo, some wings, float off screen in one of his original animations, and then pop back out from an RIP tombstone to get another
This
chance
is so cool.
at defeating.
And also, like, I mean, obviously, like, it's what is it? Crash turned like he's
20.
He's 20. Yeah,
He's 20.
He's 20
Yeah,
years old.
It's his big 2-0.
People who grew up with him are probably having kids of their own now. So now it's like he's it's a new generation.
Exactly. I mean, that's what it is for us, is really introducing him to a brand new group of gamers, as well as, you know, getting the people who grew up with him and played a lot of Crash games another chance to revisit the classic there.
This is the best. This is the best news. And then, like, I mean, maybe if you hate Crash Bandicoot, well, one, you're soulless, and two, you can create your own Skylanders.
Yeah. So if we go in here, we can actually create our own. I think we can switch over to one of our creation crystals.
Okay.
And so you'll put it on the portal. You'll see it actually has a heartbeat when it's on the portal.
Oh, cool. Okay.
There's a light in it that'll light up.
Now, are these like totally carte blanche, or do the colors represent like a type of?
So the colors represent our elements, and so there's a green one on there, which is our life element. We have an undead one on the stage.
This looks like Skyrim landers.
And then you get to choose from 10 different battle classes, which are our fighting styles. And so we're going to create a bow slinger, which is our version of an archer.
Nice.
And so once you've chosen your element by choosing your toy, you then choose that fighting style, and then you start with a blank slate. So you'll see here we've got kind of a celestial body. You can go into body parts. You can choose different heads, arms, legs, tails, the whole thing.
Oh, man.
And create your character. And so you can even see we can choose irises, which is nuts.
Dude.
We've tried to figure out the math, and it's like a 30-digit to the 120th power of combinations of characters. It's absolutely massive.
That's ridiculous.
Seeing what people have made, and what's cool is that at the show, no one has made the same character.
Yeah.
And so it's just been crazy seeing what resonates with other people, because what we're doing is focusing on creating parts and pieces that respond to the different things that make great Skylanders. Some that are heroic and adventurous, some that are spooky, some that are goofy, some that are just plain weird.
Okay.
And so making sure that we've got all the things that you'd want out of a character.
Oh, man.
This
is, I hate this word, but this is robust.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we've been doing, I mean, you can even see we have a tail width slider, which is the silliest thing that I think has ever been in a video game.
Yeah.
You can really make a thick tail if you want it.
Yeah, tail width is probably the dumbest pairing of words I've seen on a video game screen since horse fear level in The Witcher.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
We've got a green lady here.
Exactly. We're
Can
creating.
we change the colors around?
Yes. So we have a color menu.
Oh, there we go.
So one of the things that you'll see with this entire creation menu is a seamless blend of accessibility and depth. And so here you'll see we're creating themes for the player to quickly and cohesively choose things. But if you want to be obsessive and go in and change everything, you can do that. And so you can go in, dive deep, and choose every single color piece on the character, changing all the different aspects. Say one of our themes is great, but oh man, you wish her eyes were a different color. You can go in and just change that. And then what we're seeing now is a power menu. And so as you're playing through, you unlock additional powers for the classes and the elements, and so it's that mix and match of all these different combos. So a life bow slinger will play differently than a fire bow slinger. And then now my favorite's up, you can create your own catchphrase. And so mixing and matching these different sentences, you can have it be, let's see what we get here. So make way for, go back. I like make way for zombie dance parties. I think that's going to work. And then you get to choose your own voice and personality for the character. So you can have hero, heroine, ghoul, soldier, scientist, giant. And then you can add an effect to it. So say you like the heroine personality, you can make her sound like a robot, or coming like she's underwater, or a small version, a giant version. And this is just a sampling of these, because just like with the parts and gear and color themes and everything, it's all found throughout the game for you to continue to collect. You can even choose your own theme song for your specific character. And so here you'll see them dancing to some funk music. And when you play the game, normally we'll take over, have music swell. Yeah. And you'll have a fun time as the game's level music is swelling. Well, you can override that with your personal theme song for your character. So you're not just personalizing and customizing your character, you're personalizing and customizing that character's interaction with the game.
This is kind of overwhelming.
Well, like we were saying, I mean, what's great is that it's instantly accessible.
Yeah.
But then as deep as you want it to be, we didn't show it there, but he's got the sheep power, which is my favorite. You can then unsheep to surprise your enemies.
Okay.
What we didn't show is that on every single option in there, you can press triangle to randomize and have the game do it for you. And so
I gotta ask, does it ask you, are you sure you want to do this? Because I could see myself spending way too much time.
We are going to do that, yes.
Okay, good,
yeah.
because that would be
we have that same thought as well.
A bit worrisome. This is really impressive.
Yeah.
So Obviously, you're still making your own Skylanders too, and you're selling the toys of them
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everything. Don't you feel like you're? I mean, it's got to be feeling like you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot there, because it's like, you're selling an infinite Skylander.
Yeah.
Like that's. Is there any possibility of ever seeing people get toys made of their own Skylanders? Like
It's an interesting idea.
Okay.
And we'll see.
Wow. I am really stunned. You came in here with Skylanders character creation.
Yeah.
And Crash Bandicoot.
Yep.
So, I think I might be digging back into Skylanders this year.
You can also, with the press of a button, I think it's the L2 button, take a selfie of your character at any time.
Oh, cool. Can I see that?
Yeah, and so you'll see it goes into photo mode.
Okay, all right,
And
fine,
we've even
yes.
got like a frame step so you can get the perfect pose in there, and you can decorate your Academy hub with pictures of your creations.
Oh, man.
And so it's just all about
Okay.
creativity,
Yeah, no,
expressiveness, everything.
This is really, really impressive. I'm genuinely excited for this right now.
Awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. Speechless.
Dang it. So I wanted to ask.
Sure.
What's the possibility of a new Crash game? Because if you're remastering them, we saw another familiar old PlayStation franchise get a remastered collection, followed shortly by a new installment. Does it seem like maybe there's room in this?
I mean, it's an interesting question, and I guess we'll see how the next couple of years go. I mean, this year with Crash and Imaginators, next year with the remasters. I mean, seeing everyone get excited and seeing how they do, it'll be great to see.
Cool. When does this come out?
So Skylanders Imaginators will be coming out October 16th on the PS3, PS4, which will have the Crash Edition starter, and then on Xbox One, X360, and Wii U.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for showing this
Yeah,
off.
absolutely.
Crash Bandicoot, guys. We got more stuff coming up right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere. I got it.
That dome hammer doesn't scare me. Boom! Oh no!
Boy.
Stop!
Boy! Your mother's knife. It belongs to you now.
What for?
A test. She taught you to hunt, yes?
Yes, sir.
Then show me what you know. I am hungry. Feed us.
What are we hunting?
You are hunting deer.
Which way?
Your hunt. You tell me.
South?
Is that a question?
South. Look! Tracks! They're fresh! This way!
Slow down, boy.
Sorry.
You must think. Do not simply react. Be calm and plan.
It's just, I'm not used to hunting. Oh, what happened here? There it is!
Hold. What are you doing? Now its guard is up. Only fire. Only fire. When I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better. Find it. Find it. No! You are not ready! Stay back!
I knew something fell off about the forest.
Keep moving.
You know, if you give me my bow back, I can help you fight. I'm ready.
You have yet to prove that.
I need a chance.
You had a chance.
I need another.
Then find that deer. Back away, boy! Here's your chance. Show me already.
Yes, sir!
Back off, get a clean angle! And space your shots! I will draw it to me! Shoot it!
On it!
It is time! I will bring it down! You will kill it! No, boy!
What?
Do it! Off the ice! No!
I am so sorry.
Your deer is getting away.
Yes, sir. I can't believe we fought a real troll.
And you froze when I told you to kill it.
I know, but he was staring right at me. How could I look him in the eyes and
Him?
kill?
I thought your mother taught you to hunt.
She did, but I never had to kill anything. She always did that part.
Then it is time for you to learn.
Father, look!
Wait for my mark. Relax. Do not think of it as an animal. It is simply a target. Clear your mind. Exhale and release.
I got it!
Good.
So what?
life. No. Finish what you started.
I can't.
Now, you are ready.
For what?
A new beginning.
PlayStation.
Hey everybody, welcome back. IGN live at E3 2016. I'm Max, and I'm joined by Philippe and Greg from
Hi.
Don't Nod, and you're showing off Vampyr?
Yep. Yes.
What could this game be about, pray tell? It's
Vampire, maybe?
So yeah, we've got this, you guys have just shown us off. It's an action RPG.
Yeah. Yes.
Third
person. Yeah, it's set in London in 1918. And you play as Dr. Jonathan Reed, who actually just became a vampire. So you are now compelled to sacrifice human lives in order to survive and grow stronger. And yeah.
And this is in the midst of, I believe, a Spanish influenza
Yeah,
outbreak?
exactly.
The worst pandemic the world has ever known.
Okay.
It's not only the Spanish influenza, it's just after the First World War, and the whole industrialization has happened. So a lot of people are feeling alienated and under a great deal of turmoil, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. And so as a doctor, you are really torn between your will to heal people and your need for blood. You know, it's actually a unique take on RPG evolution, as feeding on citizen will be the basis of your character progression.
Oh.
Basically, the more civilian you kill, the more XP you get, the stronger you are.
Okay. But there's also a very clear element of morality there, because you're a doctor. You don't really want to be doing that. They usually draw blood for different reasons, but
yeah, exactly.
Duality is at the core of it's one of the core themes. Like for Vampyr, for instance, it's actually a monster, but you're still aware of everything you do. So you see yourself having to do all those things, all the craving for blood that you have, and then you're a doctor with a rational and scientific view of the world, but even with all the advances that have been in the science field, suddenly you're facing a mystic element in the vampire you have become, and everything is up in the air again. You have a lot of questions.
Okay, can you speak a little bit? Oh, here we've got dialogue trees, of course.
Yeah.
And will this change a bit as you? I mean, will you become more of a jerk as you get through the game, or a nice person, or is that?
It's up to you.
It's up to you to decide. But this is actually a very important character you are talking to, and depending on the choices you will make throughout the game, the relationships will evolve accordingly.
Okay. Are there romance options?
Yeah, sort of.
Anything can happen.
Sexy, man.
Yeah.
But what's important is
she's a vampire too.
Is that it's not split between good things to do and bad things to do. There's not good karma, bad karma. Actually, you're a vampire. You're kind of a bad guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, no matter how hard you try, you're going to try maybe to mitigate the damage that you do to this world, or you can go full fully embrace your monstrous nature.
Now, vampires, in fiction have a wide range of different abilities and powers. How do these come into the game?
Well, actually, you will use also a wide range of vampire abilities. You have different skill trees that are tailored for different playstyle. So you can try different builds, for instance, you have the Shadow Branch, which exploits the mystery of mist, all right, and a more aggressive branch, the Instinct one, and you also have mesmerize abilities to take control of citizens, and force them to reveal important information. So yeah, this kind of stuff, the vampire mythology is so large that we had to take choices in terms of what do we keep for the game and what do we not keep.
Is this open world here?
It's actually a semi-open world.
Okay.
So it's you will explore different districts of London seamlessly with different level of verticality. You just store a power that allows you to reach higher ground. And so it's not as big as an open world, but it's big enough to offer you the incentive to explore this immersive universe.
It's about freedom to roam wherever you want, but in a polished world.
Okay. This sounds like really intriguing. I'm very curious about this because it's just the intrigue of a vampire. Who are your enemies? I mean, obviously people. Like the daytime.
So you have different type of enemies, and the one you're gonna see are you will see them a little bit after, but they are vampire hunters, and they actually belongs to a secret faction that we call the Private Guard. And actually, they have studied and chased down vampires for centuries. So they are a real big threat for you,
Now, you've been really messing up these doors here. Is there a lot of destructibility and interaction with the environment?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Does stealth play a big role? I mean,
no, not really. It's not about stealth because you're still a functioning member of society. You're still a doctor. You come from a kind of a rich background. You have a residency in a hospital. This is the perfect cover for you as a vampire.
Oh yeah.
It's all about not blowing it, but there's no stealth-based element. You really need that to move forward in a way.
Okay. Now, obviously, vampires aren't so fond of sunlight. Is there a day-night cycle, or how does daytime come into play here?
No, the game only occurs at night, so it's
So with the passage of time, do you go back to your coffin or your bed or?
No, you don't go back to a coffin. Actually, you have different hideouts where you can rest. And actually, each time you kill someone, you have to rest somewhere to see the consequences of what will happen next. Because it will have consequences on all the NPCs. The guy who just murdered was connected to. Okay. But it can also have consequences on the environment. So you have to rest just to see the consequences.
Now, that guy back there had a handgun, and that was flashing. Can you use weapons?
Yeah, actually, you use melee and range weapons that you learn to use at war because you were a volunteer.
Okay.
And so the combat system is the melee system, but you also have a range of vampire abilities, of course, that you can unleash whenever you want. Well, if you have enough blood, which is the resource you need to trigger the power.
Now, the Spanish influenza that's affecting the world you're in, does it affect you as a vampire?
Well, that's one of the things you wonder. You wonder how everything meshes together, and that may be one of the starting hypotheses of the old doctor. Yes, at first he thinks vampirism is a disease like every other disease he knows, and he will try to cure it as such, but he will make many discoveries about it.
Oh wow. How much of this is explorable here? Can you go into?
You can go into
everywhere.
any streets
Everywhere?
you see around. You can go outside, inside, all seamlessly.
This is very impressive. Is that a dock? Is it water over there, or are you kind of in the city there?
Yeah, that's another place. There's the church just behind. And some nasty guy right there.
Oh, a crossbow. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you've got
These
your...
are vampire hunters. They're actually looking for you most of the time.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, they are pretty aggressive as they have years to observe a vampire, so they improve the gear about the gear.
So they know more about vampires than you do.
Actually, yes, and they are one of the few humans that know about the vampire's existence. You will also meet your peers, other vampires, and maybe other creatures too.
Man. Do you have boss fights in the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
We do.
Can you speak a little bit about what type of bosses they would be?
Well, you could have.
God, what is that?
That's one of your vampiric powers.
Yeah.
That's a vampire power I was unaware of. That's like
there's a few new twists in your vampire formula.
Are there any animal abilities? Because vampires frequently turn into things.
Nope. And there are 3 branches that you can choose from to build your own area. And they explore each a different side, some more instinctive animals, some playing with the shadows or the blood.
Yeah. Okay. Are there is there character customization, or are you kind of just you sort of are this character? I mean, are you
play
aside from
Dr. Jonathan Reed is a given, as there is a lot of story around him. Yes, you play that character, you customize your skill tree, actually your power tree, but you play with that one.
Can you put on like a hat or a cape, or are you kind of stuck wearing a coat?
This is something that may still be a bit. It's not the armor or the clothes is not the focus of the game.
Sure.
You derive most of your power of your vampiric abilities, and the stuff you carry around, you can craft some weapons, you can tweak some weapons, you have a wide array of melee and ranged weapons to complement your vampiric skill, so it will be more about the stuff you're going to use in combat rather than wear.
Now, just back there, we sort of profiled this man, and it looks like we're on the hunt now.
Yep.
Yeah. In fact, you just you have gathered information on this character, and you're getting interest in him a little bit more, and you found a box that actually belongs to him. So it will reveal you a new information about this character, because all the characters of the game have their own stories. You know, they all have activities, they all have relationship with each other. So you're gonna take time to investigate and learn more about each one. And of course, the more hints you collect on the characters, the easier will be your choice when it comes to fit on one of them. Because at some point of the game, you are forced to kill people if you want to level up. All right.
I don't think I like your attitude.
Now, is it kind of up to you who you choose to engage with in this world, or are there specifically just some characters more fleshed out than others?
It is completely up to you.
Oh wow!
It's up to you, and well, it really meshes with the combat aspect of the game, because you get a real huge surge and boost of XP every time you feed upon a citizen, and the combat is the place where you can really unleash the power you get from that.
And here you actually mesmerize the guy to bring him to a place where nobody will notice you, and then you can embrace.
Oh wow!
This guy is done.
So,
oh boy.
So the thing is, this guy was a racketeer who extorts money from a merchant, and you also learned that he has a son living in Whitechapel with Hill. So by killing this guy, we create 2 different consequences. First one is the merchant will now have the possibility to prosper, you know, and he will sell to you more valuable items, for instance. But on the flip side, the son is now all by himself, and he will actually decide to run away from Whitechapel. So the responsibility of what could happen to him in the future is now yours. And what's interesting is that you could have chosen to feed upon the son or the merchant instead.
Or no one at all.
Or no one at all. And the consequences would have been significantly different. So yeah, you really create your own experience.
Yeah, so you guys did Remember Me and Life is Strange. You have a thing for consequences, don't you?
Yeah, that's one of the main themes.
Yeah. I like this. Are you, is this a church we're going into here?
Yeah.
Actually, our character is feeling pretty bad.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry to disturb. Is that
Oh, no. That poor man, no. He's a man of the cloth. Don't do it.
Anyone is fair game. Really.
Yeah.
But the life is the life. There's no black and white thing.
This
It's
is one of those
no
games that like demoing it makes me feel sort of like a jerk because I'm asking some stupid questions. But can you turn into a bat? And you're like, well, it's that man had a family actually, so maybe we shouldn't have done that.
Monsters fall.
Now, what can you speak a little bit about? What's the where would this relationship go? Like, we're having a conversation with this man. Can we become really good friends? Is it gonna? I mean, is it?
Not with him. You are just here in the context of your mission to get some answer about your new condition. But yeah, you will encounter different important characters. You will build relationships with them. And this actually is just a vision of what can happen to a district if you kill too many people, for instance, because we also have a mechanic in the game that, let's say, check the health condition of the citizens, and if you kill too many of them, or if you let them die because they can be healed, okay, so you can also heal them.
Oh wow!
Right, and so if you kill too many people, you can just lost an entire district, and it become an hostile area where you have to fight.
Wow. Okay, you guys have a very impressive game on your hands. I think I tiptoed into the shallow end here, and then clearly this is a very deep and large game. Do you have a release date or window yet?
Next year.
Sometimes in the 2017, and it's going to be out on PS4, Xbox One, and PC.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys so much for swinging by. Vampyr. There's a lot going on there. Pay attention to that one. I'm Max Scoville for IGN. This was my last appointment. Thank you guys for showing off. That's going off on a high note. IGN still has some more stuff on the live show, but on behalf of myself, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys around. Don't go anywhere.
Tell them that I told you, won't be any longer. Devil gonna leave you, he's heading over yonder. Tell them that I told you, I told you, I told you. Whoa, whoa, when you're rolling like a stone, when you're shaking in your bones, I'll be waiting here for you. When you're running from your ghost and there's nowhere left to go.
Xbox One S, starting at $299. Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Hi, everyone. I'm Megan Sullivan. I'm here with Francis Santos, Associate Product Manager of Square Enix. And today, you're going to be showing me some gameplay and story footage from NieR Automata, which is coming out early 2017 for the PlayStation 4. And I got to tell you, I am super excited to play this game.
Yeah, we're all excited. We announced some big things at E3 this year. We're coming out, like you mentioned, we're coming out early 2017. And we're working with Platinum Games. We're very excited to be working with them. You know, they obviously bring a lot to the table. They have a large pedigree of action games that they've worked on in the past, and this one's going to be added to that list, and we're super excited about that.
All right, awesome. Let's jump right into it. I'm so excited.
So this is the story trailer. So the story of NieR Automata, it's you don't have to have played the previous NieR to understand the story of this one.
Okay.
This is a standalone story, so you can enjoy it without having played the previous NieR, right? So. In this one, you're hundreds of years in the future from the original NieR, and aliens have invaded Earth, and now Earth is infested with these machine life forms. You will be playing the android 2B, who is sent to Earth to rid the Earth of these machine life forms so that mankind can come reclaim Earth back. So you're an android, you're sent to Earth by humans who have taken refuge on the moon. So you're sent to Earth by humans to take back the planet for them.
I assume humans sort of made things a little difficult for themselves, and they're like, well, now we got to go to the moon because we screwed that up.
Now we got to send these androids down there, take care of our business for us.
All right, cool. So I see a lot of cool combat going on right now.
Yeah. So there's a few things. You can see that she's wielding two different swords. One, she's like holding two katanas, but you can also have like a very large greatsword. And we also we also showed in the intro trailer, so the new trailer that we just showed, that she has fist weapons as well. So there's a few different types of weapons.
War. Like she's got gauntlets.
Sort of.
It's really cool.
Yeah. So there's a few different types of weapons you can switch between, and it's very fast-paced, very Platinum-esque.
Yes,
right?
very.
Yeah. So and so she's hanging by the pod. That's your little robot companion that flies around you. When you're in combat, you can jump in the air and you can hang by the pod. You can also shoot with the pod, range attacks with the pod, and does multiple things to help you out in battle. Yeah.
Awesome. And I love that it feels very vertical. You can jump in the air, you can warp.
Yeah. There's a few things you can do. So with the pod, you can also lock onto enemies that are flying in the air if they're hard to reach, and you can shoot them down with it. And you can jump and dash mid-air, do pretty crazy combo attacks in mid-air as well. It's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, I love that there's like NieR-esque, kind of like bullet hell features in it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also got that Bayonetta kind of feel, that Fast and Furious combat. I really love that.
Yeah.
And I love the aesthetic of it as well.
Yeah, it's very. So the director of the game is Yoko Taro, and he directed the original one, and you can just tell by the trailer and the feel of the trailer that it is the NieR game. And the developers at Platinum Games is a very young generation of developers working on the title, but they are hardcore fans of the original NieR. They're very enthusiastic about the original NieR, and making this new NieR title a true NieR game.
Do you know if there's going to be any throwbacks to the original NieR, any characters or any sort of little Easter eggs that are very NieR-esque for those who did actually play the original games?
There will be some elements from this game that fans of the original NieR will come across and they'll appreciate, but they won't be integral parts of the story for this original NieR. But they can fans of the original can appreciate those appearances and those little Easter eggs.
And both protagonists are androids, right? Like they're not human.
They're not human, no. Yeah. So you have 2B, which is the girl android that you saw, and then her companion is 9S, and that is a boy android as well.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. And so, do you have like a hub that you can go to like upgrade weapons or anything like that in NieR?
Yes. So there will be hubs. It is the action RPG, so there's an RPG element to it. You know, there will be camps that you can go to and hubs that you can go to pick up quests, buy items, and you can also, you know, level up by fighting. So it's very RPG-esque as well.
Cool. Well, speaking of fighting, we're going to actually take it to a really cool boss fight. So thank you so much, Francis, for coming on and telling us about NieR. Let's check the cool boss fight out.
Hi, everybody. Oh, hello. Here we are. Stay back. Stay back. Ye foul beasts.
There we go. See? That's so cool.
Help me out. More people can do the anchor thing.
Nom 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 nom.
The main mast sails still need to go down.
Oh, they're down. They're down. They're down.
We're sailing.
Dude, which island are you going to? Which island?
The farthest one in the distance.
Are we emptying it? This was the best idea.
I don't know. I can usually walk a straighter line than this.
Oh my god. Oh, you guys.
Oh, okay. Oh no!
You're gonna hit that rock. You're gonna hit that rock.
I think it's gonna be too tight.
Just go. Just go.
No, 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 no! You're gonna sink us. You're gonna sink us.
Oh, I found the captain's quarters. This is mine.
Mine.
Okay, so the sail's blocking my vision, so you're gonna need to tell me where to steer. I'm looking at the water, Chad. Shut up.
Guys.
We gotta get. Oh! Go to the boat. Go to the boat.
Oh my god. Oh
Raise the anchor! Set the sail! You're leaving me behind! No!
Oh, they're right on top.
Oh no! Whoa! Whoa!
All right, man the cannon.
They're shooting back! Die! Die!
Yeah! Okay, Mike, you're repairing, right?
We're sinking. Oh, dude, we're gonna drown. It's water down here.
What do we do? What do we do?
I don't know. Bail! 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 We're screwed. We sank up, yeah!
No!
There's a ship to the left, to the left.
Oh my god.
They're going down, yeah!
Let's go!
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
What have I got?
Why did we choose this life? Why did we become superheroes? We dedicate our lives to fighting crime for one reason: to make $1 billion on a superhero franchise. Now let's go through the plan one more time. First, we start with the Coon movie. Then we do the Super Craig movie. Then Super Craig and Coon will join forces in the Human Kite movie just as we start ramping up Kenny's Netflix series. How come I have to have the Netflix series? I want a movie too. You have a movie, Mysterion. You're in the third Coon and Friends United movie after your Netflix series.
Yeah, but he's saying he doesn't ever get his own movie.
Do I get my own movie? Not everyone gets their own movie.
The franchise plan sucks. If we want to make billions of dollars, then I think we should start with the Tupperware movie.
Right, start with a black superhero.
Marvel is making a black superhero movie.
Yeah, now! They waited years to get to that. We follow their plan. We do all the real people first, and we sneak the black guy in phase 3.
How about we just do movies starring all of us, like all the time? But then we're just rehashing the same old material.
There's nothing wrong with doing the exact same movie to start a franchise.
Okay, J.J. Abrams.
Okay, okay, so you're on Cartman's side?
He just likes this plan because he gets 2 movies in phase 1.
Guys, we have to just go with this plan. We don't even have one movie yet.
How did it get to this? How did we grow so far apart?
You go with the plan. Maybe we'll just go and do our own franchise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you want Civil War? Is that what you want? Yeah, dude, it's Civil War. You. Oh, you get out of my house.
We'll make way more money on our franchise.
Go ahead. I bet you don't even get halfway through phase 1 on your franchise, DC Comics.
I thought Civil War wasn't supposed to happen until phase 3.
Shut up, Super Craig. I didn't want to have to do this, but you leave me no choice.
Did I just hear someone use a microaggression?
Available December 6th. Get the Stick of Truth free with purchase. Pre-order now for Towley bonus content.
People see me and think they're safer. But it's not really me they're seeing. Probably for the best. Knowing everything hinges on a guy from Queens sounds as scary as it feels. No pressure, right?
Captain's log. Stardate 2016.165. Starship USS Aegis is preparing for her maiden voyage. We've gathered some of the most decorated officers in the Federation to test her limits and to prove her place among Starfleet's finest ships. We're en route to a secret testing facility and are proceeding to our destination at maximum warp.
This is amazing!
Wow! Absolutely astonishing.
When I walked in, I really wasn't sure what I was actually walking into.
This is very cool.
If I could have imagined what I would have wanted the Star Trek VR game to be, this is it! This is what we've been waiting for.
Holy crap, this is amazing.
I mean, it really is breathtaking. That was an extraordinary experience to be fully encompassed in a world.
Whoa, not into that. You're interacting with each other and you're talking to each other and you're taking orders from the captain and I mean, it's really cool.
So there's captain, helm, piloting the ship, tactical, and the engineer routing power and charging warp coils.
I'm feeling pressure already. I'm feeling nervous now.
All right, shields up. Prepare warp. Take us out.
Yes, Captain.
Co-op gameplay is not new. I mean, you know, we can play games with our friends, but there's something different about being in a shared virtual environment.
Hearing who you're playing with, you can look over and see the person and see them doing their job and talk to them.
The team does not succeed unless everybody does their job well.
Ship decloaking, activating shields.
Okay, shields up.
Shields up.
I really did not want to lower the shields while we were under attack. I was very impressed by LeVar playing that game today. He really had the language of Star Trek down.
And they are transporting, Captain.
It was like, yes, yeah, this makes you push the buttons.
I will say I nailed being the engineer.
That doesn't sound good.
It's a Klingon. Red alert.
Preparing to warp.
We're under attack. We have been waiting in anticipation for so long for the technology of virtual reality to catch up with where we imagine we should be and where we all want to go. Line us up for warp, please.
We have full power.
Ensign, as soon as you can get us the hell out of here, I'd be most grateful.
This was really incredible.
Hull is down to 20%. Come on, y'all.
Punch it.
As soon as you can. Here we go. It's your own Star Trek experience in a virtual world where you can hang out with whoever you want. And that's a pretty good deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the final game demo of E3 2016, and it is Yakuza 0. Scott and John are here to play the game live for us and end the show with a bang, I think.
Of course, you gotta save the best for last.
That's
so.
what we did.
Yeah.
Let's jump right in the game, and Scott, tell us about Yakuza 0. This is a prequel to the series?
Yes, Yakuza 0 is a prequel to the entire series. We've been making these since 2005.
Yeah.
So this is the best time possible that you can possibly get into this series with. You're playing as two primary protagonists, Kazuma Kiryu and Goro Majima. Majima, who is on screen now, is kind of known as this, the Mad Dog of Shimano is the title he eventually earns, and that's because he goes kind of nuts. So this all takes place prior to that. He's a very kind of normal dude. And that's kind of the neat thing about this, is playing him from this perspective and really getting into his head. Players have never had that kind of experience before, being in Majima's head.
We're set in the 80s here, right?
Correct. This is Tokyo, or no, this is actually Osaka, 1988, Japan. So you can tell that things are pretty neon.
Yep.
It's the middle of an economic boom for Japan, so as he's hitting dudes, you're actually watching money just literally fly out of them. He's been switching battle styles a bit here.
I goofed that. I goofed that bad. I'm sorry.
We have 3 different battle styles. There's a balanced battle style called Thug. That's Majima's most savage. He hits hard, he hits fast, and he just goes for the jugular. Right now we're in Slugger style, which is his power style, and while in this style he's got his trademark baseball bat out, and he can literally just hammer dudes home. Home run. Here we go.
This is a little brutal.
And so if anyone hasn't played a Yakuza game before, these are open world action games, right?
We don't typically call them open world.
Really?
We go for more of a sandbox feel. I mean,
Okay,
you're in these little cities. They're like, 5x5 streets wide, but they're jam-packed with activities. You know, even Majima is actually a cabaret club owner in this game, so he owns a cabaret club. He gets to hire hostesses, train them, let them work in his club, and he can invite them out on dates half the time as well. So you can go play pool, you can go play darts, you can go play, take them to the disco club. It's because it's the 80s, and that's what you do.
Speaking of.
Oh, we found a disco club.
Nice.
I'm really bad at this, by the way.
Oh, this is going to be great.
All right, so what kind of activities can you do in the club?
So what he's going to do is he's going to go dance by talking to the DJ up there. And what happens is usually Majima would be able to invite one of his hostesses up to dance with him, and you can do this as kind of a competition, see who can do better. But for our demo, he's just going to be kind of dancing solo, getting his groove on. This is one of the mini games inside this game. So what you're going to see is that he's treated to a grid where his little icon is. You'll see his cute little icon with a little eye patch and everything. And you have one song, Koi no Disco Queen, in the demo.
I was just going to ask, do you have like Japanese songs from the 80s that they would have been listening to?
They're recreations. They're
Okay.
not necessarily the exact songs from the 80s, but
Okay.
they are as close as it
80s
gets.
inspired.
Yes.
Okay.
Ironically, last year I was on the E3 live stage showing off another rhythm
Yeah.
dancing game.
Yeah.
So we've come full circle 1 year later.
All right, so let's see how
Yes.
poorly John does.
Yes.
I got this.
So what he's doing is he's trying to get to that square. Okay, John, slow it down.
is he just
I'm
showing
super
off?
excited.
He has to get to that square, hit
then
the
press
button,
the
just
button.
as the thing kind of closes in
Okay.
on the square.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the more steps you take to get to the box, the more points you get.
Okay.
So if you're able to, it's almost
my
risk
God.
reward. You
Yeah.
have to try to get there in as many steps as possible, but not miss it.
It's really hard to do this without sound.
Well,
Yeah, I bet.
He looks like he's got some good moves just on the screen there.
Yeah, he is handling business.
He's owning the dance floor. There's nobody else up there with him.
If John does well enough, you'll actually be able to bust out his Disco Fever. You press L1, he'll bust into these special moves, and that's going to increase that voltage meter on the right, what you're seeing. And that's essentially the audience appreciation of these moves.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can press them at the end, but currently it doesn't look like we're on track for that.
Why you gotta rub it in, Scott?
You said we're in Osaka, right?
Yes.
Does the whole game take place there?
Majima's story takes place primarily in Sotenbori, Osaka.
Okay.
And Kiryu's story, who's our other protagonist, is going to be in Kamurocho, Tokyo. The two of them their stories intersect and intertwine. You play as 2 chapters as Kiryu, you'll play 2 chapters as Majima, and even though they seem like there's these 2 separate events kind of occurring, you realize the connection, and it's a pretty intense moment when that happens. The story's very dark and cinematic, really story-driven type of game, but at the same time, you're running around doing this kind of stuff in town. You know, there's these, it's very, we call it salty sweet.
Okay.
Salt of the main story is hard and criminal, and
Yeah.
then out here you're
It's a little goofy, like in a fun way.
Yeah.
So I know this is a rhythm game. Surely it must be a little difficult right now. We don't have any game audio, so
I'm getting booed off the stage right now because I did so
it's
poorly.
a little unfair because you can't actually hear the music yourself.
John is not the
I got a pity star.
Your rank is dancing dude. That just seems fine.
I gotta go beat up some thugs to make up for that.
I think that's the order of the day.
Yeah. So this demo, is this the demo that you're showing like on the show floor?
Yes,
33?
it's been playable for the past 3 days. We've had some great impressions. People are really liking what they see, and it's awesome to be able to show them Majima myself. I mean, just as a big fan of the series, Majima's always kind of captured my interest, and it's just interesting. His story is really cool.
And just the fact that it's running on the PS4. Glorious 1080p, 60 FPS.
Yeah, for sure. If you haven't played a Yakuza game, are you going to be able to pick this up? Are you going to feel lost if you don't know these characters?
Not at all. This is exactly why we're doing this prequel, because that's something that I think has kind of plagued the series, because people are always asking, what's the best place to get into it? I don't even own a PS3 anymore. What do I do?
Yeah.
And this is the answer to that. You're going to the very beginning of these characters. You're able to see them grow into who they become, and it's going to be awesome.
All right, so what are we going to do next here?
John is looking for thugs, and they're right behind him.
Thugs. Bikers.
Bikers this time. Just still in his baseball bat
I'm
style.
gonna
maybe
Bruce
we're
Lee
going to
him.
bust out some nunchucks. When you press down, what's actually happening is you can equip a weapon. So Majima has several different types of trainers in the game that he can run into, and they'll teach him nunchucks, tonfa, pole arms, and katana, amongst others, and that'll allow him to wield those with more success.
You know, video games are really good at letting us do awesome things that we would never get to do in real life. And as awesome as nunchucks are, they are very infrequently used in video games.
I know, right? We need to see more nunchuck action. So he's in his basic thug stance at this point. This is a very balanced style. It's one of the best ways to just be both offensive and defensive at the same time. Clearly offensive here.
Wow. Pretty brutal. So there are like environmental takedowns?
Yes, very contextual. The whole game's very contextual like that.
Same thing. My bad.
His power style, the baseball bat's also very brutal. It's better, it's kind of suited toward single targets, and in these tight alleyways, the baseball bat's going to kind of hit things and bounce off of it. So it's not necessarily suited toward these more tight spaces. Whereas the breakdancer style, which we still need to see a little bit more of, he is literally able to just start dancing on the floor. It's great for against group battles, that kind of thing. It's called his speed style.
So when you're not in a story mission, you can just sort of run around and participate in all these activities. Beat
Run
people
your
up,
cabaret club. Beat
get
people
money.
up.
I'm just wondering
Go
what
on
some of
some
the other activities are. Are we going to do karaoke now?
We have a karaoke bar. John is
Perfect.
hitting it. Without audio again.
Yeah.
What a king.
So we're going to pick a good record. What are we going to sing to?
Let's see.
Oh, Lord.
Can you even play tambourine?
If you have a girl with you, you can choose to let her sing and just kind of clap along.
Okay.
Hopefully you don't screw her up. She'll get mad at you if you screw her up. 24-Hour Cinderella, my favorite tune.
That's a classic.
This one's one of Majima's, yes.
Ooh, I love the recreation of the karaoke.
Yeah, it's all very legit.
That's like pretty spot on.
Yeah. And it's all like that. Everything about this game is very well researched. The 80s are faithfully recreated. There's actual brands, actual stores that you could probably find in Japan that have all been kind of brought backwards in time.
Sure. Yeah. No, I love the idea of exploring Japan in the 80s.
Yeah, it's a very cool concept, and it's well executed. In fact, one of the first things that happens in the game is, you start the game as Kiryu, and he gets a pager text, and he has to go find a payphone in order to call someone back. And no one remembers what that was like, but he can't just pick up his cell phone and be like, "Hey, guy, what's happening?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, I think this is my bro Nishiki," and he has to go find a payphone, which is great because that's also how you save the game. So they're littered around the city.
So we've got two protagonists in this game.
Right.
Will their paths ever cross? Or is that a spoiler? I don't want to.
Yes and no. I mean, they end up working toward a similar goal without ever having to cross paths.
Okay.
That's kind of canon, is the understanding that they haven't really kind of become what they are at this point.
I see. And at the end of it all, is the idea to sort of set things up for Yakuza 1?
Exactly.
Okay.
So Kiryu is, by Yakuza 1, known as the Dragon of Dojima. He's become this force. And that's kind of what we see happening in Yakuza 0. We know that he's going to eventually become the Dragon in Judgment. We just don't know how he got that title. Now we will.
Okay.
Whereas Majima, known as the Mad Dog of Shimano, is going to go literally insane.
Okay.
It's a very dark kind of path that he ends up on, and he makes a conscious choice to pursue that, and that's what kind of drives him down this dark path. And it's interesting to watch that kind of the fall of this man.
I did a little better than dancing. A little better.
Not bad, John.
72, sure.
Karaoke Bozo.
I need that on a business card, right now.
That's a really good job title. All right, what are we going to get into next? Should we beat up some more
We
thugs?
absolutely
Look
should.
for some thugs.
Why did we choose this life? Why did we become superheroes? We dedicate our lives to fighting crime for one reason: to make $1 billion on a superhero franchise. Now let's go through the plan one more time. First, we start with the Coon movie. Then we do the Super Craig movie. Then Super Craig and Coon will join forces in the Human Kite movie just as we start ramping up Kenny's Netflix series.
How come I have to have the Netflix series? I want a movie too.
You have a movie, Mysterion. You're in the third Coon and Friends United movie, after your Netflix series.
Yeah, but he's saying he doesn't ever get his own movie.
Do I get my own movie? Not everyone gets their own movie.
The franchise plan sucks. If we want to make billions of dollars, then I think we should start with the Tupperware movie.
Right, start with a black superhero.
Marvel is making a black superhero movie.
Yeah, now! They waited years to get to that. We follow their plan. We do all the real people first, and we sneak the black guy in phase 3.
How about we just do movies starring all of us, like all the time? But then we're just rehashing the same old material.
There's nothing wrong with doing the exact same movie to start a franchise.
Okay, J.J. Abrams.
Okay, so you're on Cartman's side?
He just likes this plan because he gets 2 movies in phase 1.
Guys, we have to just go with this plan. We don't even have one movie yet.
How did it get to this? How did we grow so far apart?
You go with the plan. Maybe we'll just go and do our own franchise.
Yeah!
Oh, you want Civil War? Is that what you want? Yeah, dude, it's Civil War. You. Oh, you get out of my house.
We'll make way more money on our franchise.
Go ahead. I bet you don't even get halfway through phase 1 on your franchise, DC Comics.
I thought Civil War wasn't supposed to happen until phase 3.
Shut up, Super Craig. I didn't want to have to do this, but you leave me no choice.
Did I just hear someone use a microaggression?
Available December 6th. Get the Stick of Truth free with purchase. Pre-order now for Towley bonus content.
People see me and think they're safer. But it's not really me they're seeing. Probably for the best. Knowing everything hinges on a guy from Queens sounds as scary as it feels. No pressure, right?
Captain's log. Stardate 2016.165. Starship USS Aegis is preparing for her maiden voyage. We've gathered some of the most decorated officers in the Federation to test her limits and to prove her place among Starfleet's finest ships. We're en route to a secret testing facility and are proceeding to our destination at maximum warp.
This is amazing!
Wow! Absolutely astonishing.
When I walked in, I really wasn't sure. Walking into.
This is very cool.
If I
Your freedoms can only be protected if democracy thrives. The corporate interests are rigging the elections. Your elections. Your favorite social media giant, Invite, knows everything about you. And they're manipulating your feed to tailor your opinion to their interests. They are fooling you into voting for their puppet, Congressman Mark Thruss. Invite wields the single most powerful population control tool ever created. Defend democracy. Help us tear down Invite. Lend us your processing power by downloading our app, and together, we will expose Congressman Thruss. Join us. We are DedSec.
Hello everyone, I'm Dominic Gay, the senior producer on Watch Dogs 2, and today I will guide you through this vertical slice of the game. Watch Dogs 2 is set in the San Francisco Bay, a beautiful area, a cultural beacon, and the birthplace of the tech revolution. From Oakland to Marin County, from the Golden Gate to Silicon Valley, your adventure will take you all across of the Bay Area. You are part of DedSec, a hacker group rebelling against an establishment that uses technology to take away people's freedom. You play as Marcus Holloway, a brilliant hacker fighting to take back control from this corrupted establishment.
Every year at E3, IGN's crew plays and looks at dozens of exciting upcoming games, searching high and low for a game of the show. This year's nominees include some promising new contenders holding their own alongside some of gaming's biggest names. But now the votes are in, and we're proud to announce that The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is IGN's game of the show for E3 2016. Congratulations, Nintendo. Link's new adventure wooed us with a surprisingly open 30-minute demonstration, one that highlighted an amazing amount of freedom to explore Hyrule in any direction. We've played plenty of open-world games at E3, but Zelda Breath of the Wild's wistful adventure sets up lots of mysteries we were more than happy to explore. Almost every trip through this beautiful landscape led to some kind of discovery, from powerful weapons tucked away to mini-dungeons, where we could already see how Link's promising new abilities can be used to solve puzzles. Most importantly, using the new climbing skill to scale mountainsides fueled our curiosity, as among the breathtaking vistas we were able to spot more places to go and potential things to do. It's all part of a refreshing change-up for the Zelda series, one that favors the go-anywhere, do-anything spirit of the very first Legend of Zelda over the scenario-driven linearity of recent games. In that way, Breath of the Wild turned us into storytellers, and each one of us walked away from the demo with a unique story to pass on. By declaring it our E3 Game of Show for 2016, we at IGN hope to inspire that same spirit in game developers everywhere.